All right. We live in HD, of course. You know what I'm saying? We finna get ready to expose Ryan Garcia as the true uh corporate of the catch weight situation. We're gonna break this down by doing real research and looking at an interpretation of what words actually mean and see what's really going on. Um, we're gonna go ahead and cook in a few minutes. Let me go get a bottle of water as usual. You guys are more than welcome to join. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start off by cooking through this catch weight situation and exposing Ryan Garcia and busting the myth of Tank trying to catch weight, Ryan Garcia in this quirky world that we have within some boxing commentary and that kind of game right there. So let me go ahead and give you a chance to finish rolling your blunt, chilling with your girl. Let me go get my water, and then I'll be back, and we finna get ready to start cooking in a few minutes live in HD. Let me just make sure everything is good and everything is in place, and then we finna get rolling, man. In the meantime, I advise you to look up or look at this. Let me see, can we expand that a little bit more? We expand that. Yeah, we get that definition right there for you. So you guys go ahead and digest that. I'm gonna let you get in on this real quick. I got a special guest coming in, man, at 3:30. So I'm gonna go ahead and lay down a premise from 3 to 3:30, which is about 25 minutes. Uh my boy RyloJenkins supposed to be making his appearance at about 3:30 about this catchweight situation. This one of these situations where me and Rollo cook and do like a deep dive. He kind of may ask me some questions about the catch weight, and we're gonna go through it together live in HD. All right, so just hold your horses, man. Share the link, like it, tell a friend and tell a friend, and tell your favorite channel that Zone 6 about to cook on this catch weight. We got time, we got the energy, all is welcome. I'm gonna go ahead and do one big one today. I don't see nobody else on. I don't want to step on nobody's toes, and no games are on currently. We good to go. Only thing that's popping really technically is the draft. All right, so we just gonna cook. We're gonna do what we gotta do. You guys get in here. We're gonna expose Ryan Garcia as the true catchweight king. We're not gonna reverse engineer anything. We just gonna go ahead and comb through the facts and do research. So get your water. You know what I'm saying? Get ready to go. And I'm finna really break this science down just to give you guys an understanding of what it is and how I look at research. And we can kind of do it together. Um, like I said, get your water, roll up your blunt, take your last minute piss, do what you got to do because we're finna get started in about 1 minute. Let me just grab a water. And then again, in about 25 minutes, my boy RyloJenkins gonna be on here because he didn't get to get in yet, and he want to talk about the catch weight. And then after we get done cooking together, me and him, we'll go ahead and open it up for the day. Because like I said, it's only the draft and it's going down. But for right now, I see you. I see you, Hyplo. Thank you for being in. I see UGC Flame. I see you. Green Eyes P. I fuck with you. I see you. And we finna get to cooking, okay? Just give me 1 second to get a water, and we're gonna expose Ryan Garcia and get the truth behind the truth. All right? All right, man. We finna get to it, man. I got my water. We good to go. Hold on. All right. So let me start by saying this, man. Um, I'm gonna give you my answer on what I really think at the end of this presentation. I'm just gonna comb through the facts and I'm gonna explain what led me here. There's a big conversation about catch weights and what catch weights are, what catch weight ain't, who's catch weighting who, and we're tagging fear and bad behavior to catch weight or weight stipulations or and propaganda, right? So let's look through it together. So this is what we gonna do. This how we gonna do this. This how I usually go through, comb through, and do research if I'm preparing for a debate with somebody or just in my leisure time without you guys maybe. And we just gonna do one live in HD until my boy Rylo get on here because he want to cook on the catch weight. Without further ado, let's go ahead and cook, man. Um, so first thing first, we already understand the dynamics of the fight and what took place with Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. All right. So when we look at the words and we understand what words are, because we're gonna do this because I like to establish a premise. I like to establish discipline and order and structure so that when I carry on other people's channel, I can talk like I got some sense. I actually talk like I know what I'm talking about because I actually done the research. Okay. And I think a lot of people don't take the time out to actually look at what it is that they're questioning. I think they just kind of go through the method of telephone to receive information. You have to use your computer, man. The computer is one of the most powerful things that we have due to the fact that you got access to so much information. And it's a shame that people really don't use the computer or the phone or the laptop as much as they should. I'm even the type of guy, I still got a library card access just in case something going on with the internet. I still know how to conduct research. I mean, I grew up on the encyclopedia. Grandma used to tell me, hey, why you been bad at school, getting that encyclopedia, not just the dictionary, but getting that encyclopedia. You understand what I'm saying? And this is what I want you to find for me. RIP to my grandma. My grandma used to be a big Muhammad Ali fan. At that time, Muhammad Ali was a hot throb of her generation. So she's also one of the family members that were big into boxing ever since I can remember. So I just grew up around her as well, loving boxing, actually. So let's talk about what a catch weight is. And we're not going to play games. We're not going to fly talk. We're going to use our brains here because there was a lot of guys out here on the internet challenging people saying they don't listen, they're not smart, they're not intelligent. So we're going to bust the myth of who's smart and who ain't and what's intelligent and what ain't and interpretations of what. We're going to bust that myth as well too. All right, so first off, let's look at catch weight. Catch weight, unrestricted weight in a wrestling match or other sporting contest. Okay, unrestricted weight in wrestling match or other sporting contest. So let's look at what they mean by unrestricted. I even put in unrestricted weight just to see if something specific would pop up. So unrestricted. Now we got to look at what unrestricted is because unrestricted is describing weight. We already understand catch weight is the word and it's telling us what it is. Unrestricted weight in a wrestling match or other sporting contest. And we'll find out what those contests are later. We'll get to this in a second. So let's look at what unrestricted is so we don't have anybody playing any more games on what the description actually means. Okay, unrestricted, not limited or restricted. Unlimited, open, free, clear. Okay, basically unimpeded, unhampered, unimposed, unbound, unconfined, unconditional. So that means this is a situation that we can interpret as, okay, unrestricted means that it's open, free, and clear. Okay, so when we start talking about weight and weight classes in boxing, that technically means no weight classes. Okay, that means it's basically saying that unrestricted weight means it's unrestricted weight. Okay, so what most people are doing is interpreting it as, well, because Tank put restrictions on Ryan Garcia, that makes it somehow infraction. Okay, but let's calm on through it. Let's make sure we clear, because we're gonna go through this slow now. A catch weight is unrestricted weight in wrestling, a wrestling match, or other sporting contest. All right, unrestricted, unlimited. All right, that means one size fit all. That means it's open. That means it's free. That means it's clear. It's unchecked. Okay, no checks and balances on it. That means motherfucking come in here and do anything, right? So let's go ahead and cue this one up and share the screen on that real quick. All right, now we got the true definition up so you guys can check the black and white. We're gonna take our time with it, and then we're gonna crank up later, because you know all these guys gonna eventually come over here. So again, unrestricted, you see what I just read there. Unlimited, open, free, clear. You get it. You got it. You guys got it. You see all the words here. I'm giving everybody a chance to see this. I went over what catch weight mean, or meant a few times. So I'm taking my time on this, so nobody don't have to miss anything and be like, oh, go back. What does that mean? I don't understand. So I'm letting you guys process what they're saying. Okay. That means unrestricted. We're talking about unrestricted weight now. That means there's nothing to impede. That means no one should be suggesting anything technically for it to be a catch weight, because catch weight is saying and suggesting that is unrestricted, open, and free, and or unlimited. Okay? All right. Let's go ahead and cook on this next one, man. Let's go on and get to these weight classes and figure out what this really means. All right. Stop sharing there. Look at some of this. All right, so we're going into the old school stuff now, right? So let's look at what the standard is in boxing. Boxing has its own original 8 weight divisions, also known as the traditional, classic, or glamour divisions. These divisions are more prominent and widely recognized weight divisions in boxing. So when you look at this right here, you don't see anything in between welterweight and lightweight. These are the standard conventional weight classes, 130 to 135. 136 is over. That means it's over. Okay. We know that it's cutting off at 140 now, because they are saying that they established that there's other divisions in those in between light weight and welterweight. But these are considered to be the 8 original most prestigious and glamorous divisions within the realm of boxing. They even list them out right here. They give you an example of Pacquiao won world championships in the greatest number of glamour divisions, and they list them out and they tell you specifically what they are. They don't name his transitional catchweight divisions. All right. Now they start talking about the in-between divisions, which what do you see down here? 135 to 140, right? Okay, so this is where Ryan Garcia was trying to fight at, allegedly, right? This is what he was trying to do. Everybody is saying that, man, if Tank wanted 100% credit, if it was 100% real, and Tank was everything you guys said, then he should have fought him here at one of the tweener divisions, or the less recognized divisions, at 135 to 140. Okay, as opposed to Ryan Garcia fighting Tank at lightweight, one of the more prestigious and glamorous and original divisions. It says original 8 weight divisions, also known as the traditional, okay, classic or glamour divisions. Tradition. All right. Now let's go ahead and slide on and get this on so I can pick up the pace and really chew some people ass up on this. I'm gonna share the screen again. Cause I'm not, when I get to talking, I'm not gonna go back and forth on this shit again and kind of show y'all again and all. I'm not gonna do all that. All right. Now we back to catch weight again. Okay, catch weight, unrestricted weight in wrestling or other sports contests, right? You guys get it. Now, what is a catch weight? A negotiated weight limit for a sporting event such as boxing match that does not fall within the traditional weight class divisions. With, it says again, here we go, without restrictions or artificial handicap as to the weight negotiated weight limit for the sporting events that does not fall within the traditional weight classes or divisional weight classes, right? So this is what we're saying, okay? And this is what I'm saying, so we can get on down to the root of the issue. Basically, in a nutshell, the boxing had 8 original divisions, okay? The traditional 8 divisions, and lightweight is one of them. The tweener, transitional, or catchweight divisions were made to make the transition from, example, 135, which is lightweight, which is an original division, to 147, which is welterweight, which is a traditional division. So to make that transition a lot safer, competitive, and easier for guys, they decided to make a tweener division, a ultimate catchweight division. And that catchweight division was 135 to 140, 154 to 160, 168 to 175. That's why when you look at the term middleweight, below it, it has a division at 154 that we refer to as junior middleweight. That's why the division above it is considered to be super middleweight. Those divisions surrounding the original 8 divisions are considered to be catchweight divisions. They're not the traditional standard divisions within boxing. There are 8 original standing divisions, and welterweight, lightweight, middleweight, light heavy, heavyweight. Okay, those are the traditional divisions. Heavyweight is the one without a cap. It is unlimited in weight. It doesn't have a fucking weight limit. So when you guys are coming in here talking about weight limit, it's already established that these weight classes are going to have weight limit. So when you say Tank offered to fight Garcia at 135, Tank is operating within the more honorable way that boxing should be adhered to. So for all you historians out there, for all you old heads that are questioning boxing at this current moment, you should be more opposed to anybody fighting at 140 than 135. 135 is the original traditional division in which you should be fighting in. And that's the division that Tank wanted to fight in. Ryan Garcia opted out to do that, and he wanted to fight within a catchweight division. He wanted to fight at 140 pounds, junior welterweight or super lightweight. He wanted to catch weight Tank because he was trying to fight within a catchweight division that already has been established is not one of the traditional 8. He and Tank then decided on what weight they should fight at technically. So Tank fought outside of lightweight by even giving Ryan Garcia 1 pound over. So I don't even know why this is a continued conversation. I don't understand what's the confusion on it. I don't understand why we keep talking about it. I don't understand why people are pretending like they can't do the research. Okay? It's the definitions are the definitions. The catch weight already defines itself. The original 8 was the original 8. Lightweight is a prestigious, illustrious division that had parameters set in place already. There was no weight class in between except welterweight. You went from lightweight to welterweight. Historians already are kind of angry and disappointed because there are too many weight classes, because that gives people more chances to become champions within a new weight class. We're already upset about the Bridgerweight weight class that's coming out or supposed to be suggested. No one's taking it serious because we already figured that we have too many weight classes. The Bridger weight class is going to serve as a freaking catch weight division. So therefore, I don't care if it's 20 years from now and your favorite fighters fucking fighting there, and he's claiming to be a goddamn Hall of Famer, and he's selling billions of pay-per-views. That doesn't change the fact that the Bridgerweight is a fucking catchweight division. That's what it's for. It's to make things more competitive. So those divisions are designed to have a road less traveled, making them the true definition of being less competitive. So Ryan Garcia was trying to seduce Tank into a division that is historically less competitive in its nature because it shouldn't be there. If your ass can't make lightweight, your ass should be fighting that goddamn welterweight. That's how that goes. But see, the truth is Ryan Garcia is too pussy to go up there and fight goddamn Terrence Crawford and go up there and mix it up with Earl Spence Jr. And he too lazy and too much of a bitch to make weight and go down to 135 and fight Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson and all those guys at 135. He wants to spend most of his time on fucking Instagram. And you guys out here that's claiming to be historical channels that know all this shit, you guys don't know shit. So we sitting here trying to talk about Tank. Tank offered this son of a bitch to fight at goddamn 135. The original division that's a part of the original 8. The more illustrious and more profound division for you old head niggas. You know this. You already know that 135 is more historically sound and rooted in boxing than motherfucking 140. 140 is the true definition of a catchweight division. That's the catchweight division that Tank wasn't trying to fight it. Tank has he fought there before? Absolutely. Do we all understand that guys are fighting there? Yes, because divisions have been around so long now that obviously some people are going to fight there. But that doesn't mean because your fucking favorite fighter stopped at 140 and picked up one of the many multiple goddamn titles that it makes the division more therefore credible. No, that shit don't work like that. We understand that shit got to be measured based on fact versus fiction, but that doesn't take away from the fact that these divisions were made in between the true divisions to be ultimate catchweight divisions so that it can make things more competitive, because if not, then people would be getting their ass whooped. Ryan Garcia and most of these guys would not be champions. Think about what's going on right now. At 135, the undisputed champion is Devin Haney. And at 147, there's only two options, Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence Jr. Now place Ryan Garcia and the rest of them son of a bitches in between that. Who's going to do what? If that was the case, even with the 4 belts, I'm going to keep just the 4 belt theory out there. David Haney got all 4 belts. Earl Spence got 3. Terrence Crawford got 1 at 147. 140 allows for motherfuckers to catch weight in a division and become a champion. Because other than that, Ryan Garcia would have to fight one of those 3 guys, Devin Haney, Earl Spence, or Terrence Crawford, in order to become a fucking champion at all. So thank God for the catchweight division for guys like him. And that includes Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor did his thing at 140. Okay, congratulations. Cool. It's no big deal. We understand that the weight classes are there. But let's not get it twisted. They're tweener weight classes. They're transitional weight classes. They're not there for to make boxing more competitive, because making boxing more competitive and more along the lines of you old head niggas and you niggas who like it the way it was in the goddamn 20s and with motherfucking Jack Johnson, and when motherfuckers couldn't even catch a flight nowhere, motherfuckers still on steam engine boats. For all you motherfuckers like that, you shouldn't be talking about nothing. You should hate 140. You should hate 154. You should hate 168. You should hate goddamn Bridgerweight. Let's keep it a buck. If you want to talk about most competitive and making boxing great again, then we need to remove those additional bullshit weight classes that are catch weight divisions. If you're fighting outside of the traditional 8 weight classes, you're fucking fighting at a goddamn catch weight. No matter how you slice it, no matter how you place limits on it, it's outside of the traditional standards of the 8 weight classes, period. There's nothing up for debate on this. The boxing documentation already provides us with these definitions and the history on the sports, along with the belts, along with how the weight classes came to its existence. Some of the weight classes weren't even fucking recognized. They had to wait to certain dates to be recognized. Some of these weight classes wasn't even recognized until the fucking 60s. And the weight class that you guys are questioning that Tank should have fought in wasn't truly necessarily recognized until the goddamn 60s. As opposed to the lightweight division is recognized in the 20s. So these are more prestigious and more illustrious weight classes. I'm not going to keep beating that dead horse. There was 8 original weight classes that are more illustrious and more traditional. When you say you want to fight outside of those 8 weight classes, you're catch weighting somebody because you're not fighting in the traditional weight classes that existed in boxing. You're fighting in one of the other weight classes, which would be the other 9, and they're trying to add another 10 to it. Whatever the case may be, how many other weight classes they keep coming up with? Because we got 17 currently, right? All right. And then plus they trying to do the bridger weight. So we sitting here looking at additional 9 weight classes. You have 9 catch weight options outside of the original 8. And that's the truth. So Ryan Garcia technically exposed himself by trying to challenge Tank and bring Tank up to 140. 140 is not a traditional weight class. It doesn't matter if he fought there or not. Ryan Garcia is a lightweight that is fought at lightweight. Outside of that, then his next move should be to fucking welterweight. But he's in the process of transitioning out of lightweight, and instead of full-blown and going to fight Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford, which no one gives him a fucking chance, no one thinks it's competitive at fucking all, no one believes that anybody at 140 can beat Terrence Crawford or Earl Spence. And I dare one of you son of a bitches to get on here and say that shit. None of you believe that anybody at 140 can beat Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence. Let's stop the bullshit. 140 is a safe haven for transitioning catch weight bullshit artists who are undisciplined, who cannot make weight, and who have a desire to sit on belts and wait till some space clear at the weight class above that would be more competitive. Because if the case is that Ryan Garcia can't make fucking 135 anymore, which I think is bullshit. I think he couldn't make the weight because of inactivity and him wanting to play on Instagram and follow behind that girl. Let's not forget all that bullshit, because that's what the fuck he did. He wanted to follow behind that chick, and he has a breakdown, probably because of some personal shit going on with her. God knows with these guys these days. Okay, that's not our fault. That's not my responsibility to make a case for you on why you got your ass stopped by Tank and you tried to catch weight the man. Now, is the catch weight agreed upon? Yes. Tank conceded to Ryan Garcia catch weight fucking proposal. Tank is fighting where he's supposed to fight at 135. Tank has already went through enough weight issues. That's our problem with Tank at previous situations before. Hey, man, what weight class do you fight in? Most people tell you Tank has been bullshitting around his whole career. He's finally getting stable and finally getting his shit together and making weight, finally, in a consistent manner. Finally. So it's not to say that Tank is a god of the face of boxing and all that shit, because he has flaws too. He have issues too. And he's demonstrated them by not being disciplined, not making weight, and bullshitting and giving us some bullshit fights in between because he shouldn't have been getting no belt at no fucking 140 anyway when Josh Taylor was clearly undisputed. I don't even know why they recycled the regular WBA title within 140. That's bullshit. Now, if you want to talk about that being the flaw of Tank Davis or on Tank Davis, I can understand that. But this shit with Ryan Garcia tried to catch weight him in a catch weight division, and he did because Tank agreed to the catch weight that they agreed on. So how's that Tank fault? Tank did not catch weight him. Ryan catch weighted him. Because if Ryan Garcia would have just made 135, Tank gave the dude a pound. So I don't understand what we're talking about. Tank Davis gave Ryan Garcia a pound over the traditional weight limit, which bleeded over into the fucking catch weight division in its entirety, which is 140. And I don't even know why the fuck Garcia is fighting at 140. He doesn't even have a goddamn belt up there. So Tank going up there to fight there established what? Him to do what? Get rated so he can fight what? Josh fucking Taylor? Then you guys would have said, oh, Tank ran from 135 to go fight Ryan Garcia. Now he's rated at 140. We don't know where he fight at. Now he's just bullshitting. It's a never-ending cycle with you guys. You guys got to understand that. Ryan Garcia catch-weighted Tank Davis and got stopped for his troubles. I'm going to send this link out to see who got anything to say, man. So if you feel some type of way, let me hear what you got to say about the catch weight thing. Because I want to hear this. I got to see what's going on. And I'll let you guys get in here. Hopefully Rylo show up so he can get more clarity on the catch weight thing because he want to talk about it. But Ryan Garcia tried to catch weight Tank and got KO'd for it. Point blank period. Because he's not adhering to the real rules and the real standards of the 8 standard weight classes. And one of the most illustrious and prestigious divisions within the 8 of the 8 is 135 lightweight, not junior welterweight, not super fucking lightweight. That's a catch weight transitional division. That's documented. There's nothing really to debate. That's not a spin. That's not a twist. That's not fly talk. That's not extra talk. We already know this. All right. So let's go ahead and cook through some of this. Okay, I see Hype Low, you in here. UG Flame, you in here. Okay. All right. Green Eyes P, what's up? Okay, appreciate that. Haplo, I see you back in here. Y'all coming in. Okay, Green Eyes P. All right. Big Phil Walker in here. All right. All right. Blood Boxing's in here as usual. Okay, Bruce Gas, I see you, man. Appreciate you. Bruce Gas. I'm really looking for Champ Ross on this subject as well, too, man, because he had a lot to say about this just in the comment section about this catchweight thing. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait for a few minutes and I'm going to drink some water and I'm going to allow you guys to click in and speak your piece on it. And if you disagree, you agree. If you want to challenge me on anything, I'm sitting here right here live in HD. I'm not going to shut it down extra fast. I'm not going to run up out of here. I'm sitting in my chair. It's good. Ain't shit going on but the draft. The basketball game don't come on till later. And you see what the title says. Ryan Garcia exposed as catch weight king. Ryan Garcia tried to catch weight Tank and got KO'd for it. So any motherfucker who like Ryan Garcia, please bring your ass. Please bring your ass. Somebody go share the link and tell them that it's a guy on the internet by the name of Zone6 that's saying, you can say he's spinning the narrative. You can say whatever you want to say to get their ass over here. But please send them. Please send them so I can burn them. Okay? I need a body today. It is body bag and toe tag Saturday. I'm looking for trouble and I'm trying to find it. I want to do the old school classic Zone 6 shit where I start some trouble. I want to start trouble today. I'm looking for somebody. Please, somebody. Don't disappear now. You guys are always on the internet. I see you guys up all night on everybody's platform. I want you over here now. I said Ryan Garcia tried to catch weight Tank and it backfired and he got KO'd because he tried to catch weight him in a fucking division that's designed to do what you guys are hating on. He tried to catch weight Tank. Tank said, no, let's fight at 135, the traditional division where we could both be rated at and we could probably ultimately fight Lomachenko or Devin Haney winner. No, Ryan Garcia wanted to get a pound. He wanted to fight in the catchweight division. He wanted to get a motherfucking transitional advantage. Because we know Ryan Garcia, if you can't make 135, your ass shouldn't be at 140. You should be at 147 if he that goddamn good. No one gives him a chance against Earl Spence, nor Terrence Crawford, nor fucking Keith Thurman. And we all know that shit. So 140, the catchweight division, is highly fucking needed for him. It is designed for son of a bitches like that. Oscar De La Hoya is his mentor, and he's made a career of doing that shit. When De La Hoya fought at 147, he got his ass kicked by Trinidad. When De La Hoya fought at goddamn 147, he got his ass whooped by Trinidad. So what the hell are you guys talking about? When he tried to fight at 160, he got his ass stopped to the body by fucking Bernard Hopkins. So what the hell are you talking about? This guy is the catchweight. He's the catchweight king, and he's advising that son of a bitch Ryan Garcia the same way. And that's why Oscar De La Hoya's career didn't amount to too much of shit, and he lost all his big fights. And that's what's Ryan Garcia headed to, the same goddamn path. Oscar De La Hoya 2.0. I said it. I'm sick of this shit about this son of a bitch. And I'm sick of you bullshit historians talking about how this is a catchweight and how you're disappointed with boxing and you're supposed to know better than this shit. You guys supposed to got on here before, when my ass was on the hiatus, you're supposed to got on here and corrected this shit and told these guys, hey, slow down, guys. Listen, the 8 original divisions are X, Y, and Z. Be careful with saying what's a catchweight and ain't, because there's 9 other fucking new divisions that are considered to be goddamn catchweight divisions, period. So I don't understand what the hell you guys are talking about. You guys are just making shit up. First of all, catchweight means unrestricted. So let me tell you this let me tell you this for an example. Anybody who's ever wrestled in high school, what they're telling you is really it's a one size fit all. Really, there should be, if you want catchweight and you mean or in unrestricted weight class, catchweight meaning unrestricted. This is what this is saying. I'm at 160 pounds. Right? I'm gonna use Blood as an example because that's my big dude, right? That's my brother. Okay, I'm middleweight. I fight at 160 pounds. Okay, Blood fights at 175 pounds. He's light heavy. I'm the middleweight. I'm considered to be the best at middleweight. He's considered to be the best at light heavy. But people say, you know what? We want to see you guys fight. Let's see what we can do. This before 168 is in the equation. At the back in the day, 160, a guy could come in at whatever, over the limit, do what he got to do. He could be 168, for example. He could be 166. He could be 170. And he could challenge for the light heavyweight championship of the world. And you would get an example, like I'm saying, from 160 and Blood is at 175. You would get a clash without restrictions. And the term is called catchweight because we're trying to get the best two to fight each other. Or you could just simply move completely up. But as a compromise, it's just like, hey, man, we know you 160. We know you 175. Let's go ahead and just make the fight happen. And you guys come in at whatever you see fit. Obviously, the limit, if you want the 75 title, the light heavyweight title, the limit has to be 75. But for the middleweight that's coming from 160, he has the room to play with all the 160 all the way up to 75, the minimum. I mean the maximum. So he could go to 160. He could actually come in and challenge a middleweight. Could come in and challenge a light heavyweight, and he could weigh goddamn let's say 66. He can fight at 168. Hence the division 168. To keep that fluid transition between middleweight and light heavyweight. Hence the division 140. To keep that good transition and a competitive transition between lightweight and welter. Because who the fuck wants to see Tank at 147 right now? If Tank says, man, matter of fact, I tell you what, how about this then? How about the winner of Lomachenko and Devin Haney? They're at 135. How about let's skip 140 because this is transitional catchweight division anyway. The truth is Devin Haney should be moving up to fight actually Terrence Crawford or Earl Spence. That should be his very next move after he get this defense off Lomachenko. Let's say hypothetically he beats Lomachenko, right? And then he challenged Tank and beat Shakur Stevenson in the next 18 months. Okay? He should be jumping up. He should be jumping up to fucking to 147. But that doesn't sound competitive. That doesn't sound appealing in nature. No one's going to give no fucking Devin Haney. I don't give a fuck if he beat Lomachenko by stoppage. I don't give a fuck if he stops Tank by stoppage. I don't give a fuck if he stops Shakur Stevenson by murder. You still don't give Devin Haney a goddamn chance from jumping to 135 to fucking 147 to beat no Earl Spence nor no goddamn Terrence Crawford. I don't give a fuck what he do down there at 135. But you do that when he transitions up to 140, prove himself at 140, get a couple of bouts in, and then transition up to 147. That's what makes it more competitive and more idealistic. That's what that does. So Ryan Garcia tried to catch weight Tank. Tank obliged and accepted the fight outside of 135 at the catch weight division, which is 140, super lightweight, or junior welterweight. If it has a fucking junior in it, in a super, it's a made-up division, man. It's a catch weight division. Super and junior tells you what it is right there. What don't y'all understand about that? So this is what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to let y'all sit on that. I'm going to drop the link, and I'm going to see if anybody going to come in. I'm looking for somebody who wants to explain to me their version of what the fuck catchweight means and bring in facts. Yeah, I know you probably you get your shit together, get your laptop up, go on and get your blunts from the store, you know what I'm saying, or whatever you're gonna do. Roll up real quick, cue up your computer, start looking at this shit, cross-reference it, cue your shit up, and then jump on here because I'm gonna be here for a second. Let me pause. Well, I'm still here. I ain't gonna pause nothing. Fuck it. Keep going. I'm just drink this water. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm waiting. Y'all say y'all want consistency, right? Yeah, I want to talk about this. Let's get this shit out the way. Let's move some furniture around. I want to find out who still believes that fucking Tank catch-weighted Ryan Garcia. I believe Ryan Garcia catch-weighted Tank. Tank agreed to some stipulations originally, and it went from there. Let me see. This Rollo here. Yo, what's up, man?
Need some more time?
Nah, I'm here. We waiting on you. We live right now. You just get on and click the link so we can talk about it. I already
so you already on?
Yeah, I'm on here. Right, the lady place.
Okay.
Yeah. I put it in the chat. Go ahead.
Let me get it. All right.
All right. So Rollo said he coming in. He said he want to be a part of this. Okay. So yeah. So while we wait for Rollo, let me make sure we get it down in here. Get everything set up for him. Yeah. So that's what it is. Yeah. And then and I don't want you to pretend like you didn't see the video. Don't come in here comment, Jimmy, I know you gonna be, I missed the video, man. This is crazy. I don't want to hear the shit. because I'm going to leave this shit open and running for quite a while because I want to make sure I get a chance to catch everybody. It's 3:46. You niggas ain't really doing nothing. What you at the fair? Where you guys are at the fair? You understand what I'm saying? So that's what the catch weight division is designed for. 140 in itself is a fucking catch weight. And Garcia challenged Tank. Tank said, no, let's fight at the classic historical division, 135, which is lightweight. And he turned it down. So Ryan Garcia catch weighted Tank Davis. I don't know how the fuck we missing that. All right, man. Here go my boy Rylo, man. I'm gonna go ahead and let Rylo cook and speak on his piece and ask his questions and do what he do. Oh, okay, he dropped off. But yeah, so I'm trying to figure out who thinks differently and where those guys at, especially the ones from yesterday talking about catch weights and shit like that. I'm trying to get this shit down. Okay, we gotta nail this shit down to the ground. And look, you can push and pull on whatever I said. Let's just find the data and get it established. So look, we got Rylo in here. All right. He leave me Charlie loud and clear. And then Big Phil Walker come in. He leave me Charlie and he loud and clear.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Yo, I'm in here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We
loud
got
and clear. We loud and clear. Just checking my audio and shit. We good?
Oh yeah, you in here.
All right. So listen. All right. So I was trying to hear like on Smoke Channel. It just got too convoluted. It was just too many voices. I really couldn't get the gist of what, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to get an understanding of something that I already thought that I had a clear understanding of. Can you please explain to me what a catch weight is and how people have been misusing that term? Because I thought it was pretty clear before, but apparently I might be missing some. I'm always open to being wrong.
What you think a catch weight is?
No, I think I thought we already had an understanding, but you said that we've been using it wrong. So clearly, whatever you thought that niggas was saying before, you saying that it was wrong based on the documentation.
Well, no, I'm saying what they were saying wrong on a podcast. I just want to give you an opportunity.
No, you said, because on the thing you were like, for years, people have been using catch weight wrong.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, so what is a catch weight then if they've been using it wrong? Because I'm kind of missing it then.
Right.
So what would the term catch weight be? Give me an example of what it be used for then.
Right, but we need to make sure we got to figure out what you think a catch weight is first. So when you ask your questions and we respond, I can ask you questions as well too.
Okay.
Yeah. So I heard what they were saying. They thought a catch weight was.
Okay.
And what it meant. So I need to have you be separate from them because I don't want to assume anything.
All right. To me, I always thought that a catch weight was when two fighters agree on a weight limit that is not one of the pre-assigned limits for any weight class. So every weight that a person can weigh falls within a weight class. Correct?
Right, we agree.
All right. So if two fighters pick a weight that is not, let's say, 40, 47, 54, which are traditional weight classes, anything outside of those parameters would be considered a catch weight. 40, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 51, 52, 53, 54. Any of those such things as a weight limit would be considered a catch weight.
Well, so the catch weight is supposed to be technically unrestricted. Then we build on from there.
Wait. When you say unrestricted of what?
Weight.
What are the restrictions?
No weight.
If there's no restrictions, why would there be a catch weight? That doesn't make sense.
No, because what it's suggesting is this. It's suggesting that all guys are not created equal. It's a one size fit all from the conception of boxing in its weight class. Because we know before there was weight class, there was weight classes, there was fights, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and it was a one size fit all, correct?
Yeah.
So somebody 130 could be fighting somebody that is 180 pounds.
Correct.
Okay, so when they say unrestricted weight, That's what catch weight means.
Wait.
Uh-huh.
Why would there be a catch weight if it's unrestricted? Unrestricted means it doesn't matter what the weight is. You wouldn't even need to have a restriction on it.
No, that's what the definition of catch weight means. It's
wait. It says unrestricted weight.
Yes.
So okay. So I think that you okay.
Okay. You're
saying that the definition says an unrestricted weight.
Right.
So
go ahead.
So I believe what that is saying is
that
there aren't a restriction on what can be a catch weight. You can make a catch weight of anything. So one guy typically fights at 175 pounds and another guy fights at 150 or 147 pounds can pick a catch weight because there's no restriction on what a catch weight can be.
No, see, now you just defined catch weight twice.
I didn't. No, I'm defining a restriction. I'm only defining the term you're using as unrestricted. You're saying unrestricted means there is no weight limit, and I'm saying the restriction or no restriction is only based on the ability to make it wherever you want.
So let me say this.
You could.
You gotta listen to me carefully. What I'm saying to you, the interpretation of the definition is that there is no restrictions on weight. Therefore, the definition in term is called catch, because someone at 138 can be fighting somebody 206. That means there's a catch weight. Now, what you're talking about is two guys negotiating on the exact number.
All right, you lost me. So why would there? What would the catch be? If I could come in whatever I want to, you can come in whatever you want to. What would be the catch? I don't understand.
That's the definition of catch weight.
You're telling me, right? You're saying this is the definition. Okay. And I'm telling you,
I got something.
I don't know if we disagree on the interpretation of the definition.
Can you see the screen? Let's do this.
Nope, not yet.
Okay, I'm finna show you something. So that way, okay. Now I'm gonna make this clear to you. Let me read this so you can see this.
All right, I'm going on mute, so I don't want to interrupt you.
No. Look at the screen.
No. I know. I said
no. It's like 6 words. Catch weight, unrestricted weight in a wrestling match or other contest. So let's start with that so we can break it down, because I know you like this slow wallow, like a goddamn roast. So
unrestricted weight, right?
So can you see the screen?
It says unrestricted weight in a particular contest, right? And that what it say?
No, I need you to read it because I need to see.
I'm looking on the small screen.
Okay, let me expand this shit.
Unrestricted weight in a wrestling match or other sporting contest. That's what we got. Unrestricted weight, right?
Right. So what are you unclear about right there?
I'm not unclear about anything.
Okay, so when I say catch weight means unrestricted weight, you keep talking about catch weight mean catch weight. Catch weight means unrestricted weight in wrestling matches or other sporting contests.
So you saying when they say the actual term for catch weight means nobody has a limit on what they can weigh.
That's what it reads. What does it read to you?
Okay.
Gee, that's what we need to find out. What does this read? Because I want to know the other side. Because we ain't gonna 21 question me to death. I want to know what I'm missing. I want to know what do you unrestricted. But let's do this. Let's make sure we clear on something.
Okay. So is that the only definition?
Hold on. Let's go to unrestricted. Let's see what unrestricted means, because maybe we got something wrong. Let's see something. Hold on. See what unrestricted means. Okay. Unrestricted means, do you see those? I want you to read them because I already read them. I want to see what you think. So unrestricted is an adjective and it's going to describe something about weight. So do you see these words up here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what does it say?
Unlimited, open, free,
Mhm.
clear,
Mhm.
unhindered, unimpeded, unhampered, unchecked, unimposed, unbridled, unrestricted, unconstrained, unlocked, untampered, untrampled, unbounded, unconfined, unconditional, unqualified, absolute, and total. Right?
Okay. So
Okay.
what does that mean to you?
That means that it's open to whatever the fuck these two people agree to. There is no limit on what anybody can do. Anybody can weigh whatever the fuck they want to outside of what these two people agree to.
So catch weight means unrestricted weight, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's saying that it's unrestricted. That means
Right.
That means for
Right.
either party, because they're going out of the traditional weight classes. But let's
Okay.
keep
Okay.
Let's keep going. You keep
right.
going.
So what you're saying is, when we use the word catch weight, there has to be another definition for what it should be, because it shouldn't be catch weight, right?
Absolutely.
So is that
the definition should be weight?
No, wait.
Hold on, just to add something.
Hold on. Is that the only definition of catch weight that you found in any source material?
This is the definition that I'm finding right here.
Can I add something, Zone?
Let me see if you ask for other stuff. One, you're gonna have to get on in and find it. You finna defend what you. No, listen. You gotta listen carefully, right?
Rollo, I'm trying to answer the question. Is what I'm trying to do, Rollo.
Yeah, Rollo.
It's more. Look, this is the deal right here. You got this is the deal. People have been using the word catch weight when really it's a weight limit. Is what they should be saying.
Okay,
Phil, it is. There it is.
That's what it is. It should be a weight limit. Okay,
Yeah.
It should be in the contract. It shouldn't be listed as a catch weight. It should be listed as in a weight limit not exceeding 136 pounds. That's not a catch weight. That's the weight limit.
Listen, we got that. We understand that.
Okay.
So what I'm asking y'all is,
I'm trying to give you, because it's literally saying what it is. The definition within itself is not fitting for what people have been using it for. You see what I'm saying?
Listen, I understand. We know, because we're like, as we're reading the definition, we know what we always thought and used the word catch weight for. And what I'm asking is, because with this definition and how this could have even become what we've been using it for, I'm trying to figure this out now, because we all know when we say catch weight what we mean. So how did this become what we've been using for the word catch weight? Because we know when we say catch weight what we fucking talking about. Listen. Just listen. Just let me finish. Just let me finish. We know what we're talking about, but clearly based on the technical definition of catch weight, the one that you just found. Now, I don't know if there is another one that might say something different, but we know what that means. You know what I'm saying? So how did we get from that definition to us saying catch weight meaning some other shit, and we know what we saying when we say catch weight?
See, that's what I was trying to tell you, man. You're here for that part. You see, this what can't happen. This why y'all niggas misusing it. I'm telling you what I found. I'm not finna explain what you found or what you think. I'm telling you what I have. And I'm telling you that it's being misused. So you gotta explain to me in the audience or the people how you came to that understanding. Because we're reading it here now, and even with us reading it, you're still confused. Like, even when Phil said, no, they're misusing the term, that's pretty much a shut door conversation right there. Then you're saying, how did we? No, I don't know how we did a goddamn thing. How did y'all do it? Because I brought it up yesterday and said it's been going on for 10 goddamn years. So, Rollo, you've been here back damn 13. How did y'all niggas come to that shit before I got here? That's what we need to know from you.
All right, so real quick, let me add something in there real quick. If you listen to, a lot of times you hear the announcers when these guys are weighing in, sometimes you'll hear them say an agreed to weight limit not exceeding X amount of pounds. Sometimes even the commentators use the phrase catch weight. But it is times where you can go and you can watch commentators say an agreed to weight not exceeding X, Y, and Z pounds. They're not using the term catch weight. They're using the actual definition of an agreed to weight because that's what it is. You can go back and look this. You can go back and look at all the fucking weigh-ins, and you'll see that the term catch weight is being used, is being misused, and you can go back with some people that's not misusing it and calling it exactly what it is. A weight not exceeding, an agreed to weight not exceeding 100 and let's say 36 pounds.
Exactly.
So some motherfuckers know, some motherfuckers don't. Like, I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah. So Brian Garcia tried to catch weight Tank. Tank was trying to fight him at 135. 135 is a traditional division that's already set within parameters of boxing. Ryan took the shit outside of that into a division that is defined on being a catch weight non-traditional division. Not to suggest that the division ain't legitimate or valid, but it's a catch weight division. Go ahead, Phil. I guess
the whole deal about that is it's all about the transitional piece. It's all about making the fighting odds even, right? This is why you got guys that can fluctuate, like Tank can fluctuate from 130 all the way up to 140, right? So because you have that transitional piece right there, right? Because technically it would be 135 with the traditional classes and then to jump up to 470.
Exactly.
Right? So they threw in 40 to say, hey, look, let's make this more competitive because that gap right there of 12 pounds is a big gap, right? And it really can determine the outcome of a fight. So we're going to create a division within between there that's going to be a safer and more manageable and competitive division because we don't want these guys jumping from 35 up to 47. Hence, this is why they call them catch weight divisions.
Wait, how in the hell could it be a catch weight division, but the word catch weight means unrestricted? That don't make sense.
Because what it is so when the weight classes was unrestricted, technically, right? Then restrictions started getting put in per division. So, like he just said, they made a transitional division. They kind of call it tweeners or a division where you can catch weight because you can. The term is the agreed upon weight. You can agree upon weights within those divisions. You can agree, like he said, you can agree to say, well, you know what, for a more competitive and safe route, let's try to fight at 136. Which just so happened to land you into a recently created division.
All right, let me see something.
Yeah, I've always looked at catch weights so I've always looked at those in between weight classes as you just trying to catch up to the next weight class. That's kind of how I've always envisioned them when I thought about, those non-traditional weight classes. It's the weight class that you're in until you catch up with the ability to perform at the next weight class. That's kind of how I looked at it. But I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean?
All right, wait. Now let me go. Now let me see something, because you found the definition. I don't know. I can't screen share, but in Wikipedia, says, strictly speaking, a catch weight in boxing is used to describe a weight limit for a fight that does not fall in the line of the limits for expanded weight classes. So,
and what does that mean to you? What are you saying? What's your interpretation on that? Where's the? It says it doesn't fall in line with what?
it does not fall in line with the limits for the expanded weight classes.
Yeah, expanded weight classes. The 8 traditional weight classes were already set. That's point 1. Point 2,
the expanded weight classes. We know what the expanded weight classes are. The supers or the juniors. In between each class.
There you go. Anything junior, anything super.
Right. So even taking those as a traditional weight class, and I mean the supers and the juniors, when you have a fight with a limit that is in between any of those, would be a catch weight.
So you saying that it has to be a limit?
This is what it says.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you said that definition is saying in Wikipedia that it has to be within the limit of one of the non-traditional weight classes, right?
No, it says it does not fall in line, which means that if two fighters are, let's just say, 140 something pounds, and they decide that they're going to fight, and it is not at the limit of 147, anything below that would be a catch weight.
Of the expanded divisions. This applies to the expanded divisions.
Okay, listen. All right, see? The expanded divisions. All right. See,
what's the expanded divisions?
We already know what the expanded divisions
no,
are.
No, we don't already know. I need you to say it so we can make sure we're on the same page. I don't want to get
we absolutely are. I just used 140. I could have used 154, which would be let's use
taking Garcia because that's what
I don't want to even keep saying their names because it sounds like it's about them.
Let's make it make sense though, because then you're gonna get scenarios that a nigga gonna have to talk about Charles. No, I want it. Okay. If your case is fair, it don't matter who you use. We just trying to make sure we use the right people. Go ahead.
Okay. So because the weight limit was not 130, 135, or 140, because the limit was not one of those 3 numbers, anything in between there is a catch weight. A catch weight fight.
Yes. Ryan Garcia tried to fight Hank at a catch weight. Exactly. By definition.
Okay. I'm strictly speaking on what the definition of a catch weight is, because that's what I heard on this debate. And you said that we've been using catch weight wrong all this time. And I'm like, well, what's the definition? Because now you found a definition that says something clearly and distinctively different than the definition that I found.
No, it's still used wrong, but now that it's been Rollo, you come on now. Now the fact that people interchange both, now there is a different or multiple. You asked me earlier, you said, is there more than one definition for catch weight? I got the original definition. You got
listen.
Wikipedia. Right. Y'all got you. Slow down. You put one up on Wikipedia that people tend to type in what they think catch weight means.
So what would be the source reference? What would be the reference of? This would be the reference of what it is, or a more reputable source for what we're trying to find. What would be the reputable?
You need to go to the Oxford Dictionary, not Wikipedia Dictionary.
Okay. So you're saying that the actual dictionary version of what a catch weight is, right?
That's what I pulled up. That's credible. That's a primary credible source. What you pulled up is not credible, and no scholarly research on earth. Everybody knows that.
Okay.
We just let you use it for because you cool, but that shit has no validation nowhere. If you write a paper on that shit, you're getting a 0.
Yeah, because soon as you cite Wikipedia, they're gonna say that's wrong.
0. So we just let you we being nice with your source just to see where you going with it, but that shit really can get doxed up out of here.
Okay.
So find me
So
another.
you said like Merriman. That's why I asked you what would be a credible source.
You find it, man. You gotta do it.
I just found one. You said that's not a credible source. I'm asking you what would be a credible source. You said Webster Dictionary, right?
Yeah, nigga,
that's what I'm asking you.
Whatever you think is credible, you know what credible sources are, don't you?
Okay.
Well, it's not that hard, man. You want me to answer all your questions for you. You want to ask me 50 questions and then want me to answer your question. No, that's not what's going to happen, Rylo. I know you want that to happen, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen today. You're going to hold your nuts and prove what the fuck you're talking about. Man, we'll get you some help.
Okay, here we go. I got one. I got box rec. What box rec be a credible source to you?
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, I don't know what else to use.
Okay, well let's try this. Let me help you out. Can you go to a goddamn dictionary, bro?
Okay. I just asked you that. You could have said that in the first place.
You grew up with me. You know what an encyclopedia is. Get off the goddamn phone. That's what these kids do. You know how to do research, Rylo. You goddamn in the same era as you grew up using encyclopedias in the goddamn dictionary, bro. You know how to find shit out the old way. Come on now. See, you trying to think about how many goddamn questions you gonna ask instead of goddamn finding the answer yourself. You probably will arrive like, damn, okay, I see what he's talking about. Phil just said it. Phil said, oh, I see what he's talking about. Yo, Joe Money, what's up, boy? What's up?
I mean, but honestly, man, even the Wikipedia definition kind of explained it to you because they said non-traditional. You know, they talked about the non-traditional weight class. So
he keeps skipping over that part.
It's the same. It's really they both really the same definition. Honestly, it's just worded differently.
I don't understand what Rylo. Well, Phil, because I know you pretty good at maybe bridging the gap. Where is the misinterpretation?
Okay, wait.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. So I got Merriam-Webster, right?
Okay.
Without restriction or artificial handicap as to the weight of a contestant in a sports event, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
With that, are you saying that definition means that you could come in, or that the definition of catch weight means you can weigh whatever you want?
That's what catch weight means. What did that, when you read that, what did that mean to you, Rylo?
Okay. Without restrictions or artificial handicap as to the weight of a contestant in a sports event.
Okay. So, Rylo, if I wanted to fight you, that means I don't have to have a cap on my weight limit because we're talking about weight specifically. So I come in weighing 110, 130. You can be whatever you want to be. That's what it means. It doesn't mean this weight limit shit that y'all are talking about. Y'all keep saying that it's a cap on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now hold on. Right? Hold on. So what that is saying is when these two guys, whoever these two are, in this particular case, we saying Ryan and Tank, these guys have agreed on a limit that they have decided, which is not a class within the traditional things, because we already know if you fight at welterweight, junior welterweight, or lightweight, we know what the limit is. But these guys have decided on the limit of their own, which is therefore being a catch weight because there is no restriction on what they can decide that a weight would be.
No, therefore making it a agreed upon weight, like Phil told you at the beginning.
Nah, so hold on.
That's exactly
so
what
let
I'm saying.
me. Nah. What Rylo is saying is this right here. They're saying, hey, so the definition within itself is gonna prove to be that it's not a catch weight, because this is the deal right here, Rylo. I get what you're saying right here. They're saying they're agreeing to, hey, look, let's fight at a catch weight, right? But the stipulation is we're going to put a limit on it. By definition, you can't put a limit on a catch weight. So basically what they're doing is what they're saying is, hey, you know what? Let's just fight at this weight and we cannot exceed this particular weight. Because if you come in and you say, hey, let's fight at a catch weight, that means, okay, we can come in this bitch however much we want to weigh, as well we can come in and weigh. That's literally what the catch weight is. You understand what I'm saying? So, and then they throw in the shit with the handicap, right? Because, prime example, right? If I come in and this is what people come with the term, I can fight you with one hand tied behind my back. See, a lot of these terms are actually real things that's happened, right? So, because I may outweigh you by 125 pounds, I fight you with one hand now. This is why they say without handicap. You see what I'm saying? Because obviously, if I have the size advantage, that can dictate the outcome of the fight. So, in order to make it even, I tie my hand behind my back and I fight you with one hand. See, and this is why the definition itself, catch weight, okay, is unlimited. As soon as you put a restriction on it, it is no longer a catch weight. It is now a weight limit fight.
Exactly.
You get it, Rylo?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Yes. It's an agreed upon weight.
Yeah, it's an agreed upon weight. That's not in a traditional weight class. Period.
So,
but we all know when they sanction it, they gotta list it within a weight class though. So it's really at one. So they fought at 140.
Right. And it was at an agreed upon weight.
Yes.
Not a catch weight.
Okay.
But Ryan Garcia, the division of what y'all is saying is a catch weight is not what it actually is. It's the opposite. You guys are saying it backwards. So by y'all definition,
so
Garcia,
there is no term then for what we've been calling these guys when they say let's meet at this weight. There should be another term then, right?
No, it's called weight limit.
Yeah, it's agreed. Yeah, it's agreed upon weight.
Agreed upon weight class not exceeding X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, we
you
know
can come
that.
in.
That's
yeah,
what I'm asking. There should be a particular term and not catch weight. Should be another. It should be another term and not catch weight. Is what I'm asking you.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah,
so
okay.
No, you don't look. You don't gotta have a term.
I ain't
like
say
you
we
don't. You don't.
Listen, I ain't say we have to make up a term. What I'm saying is, listen, we've been using the term catch weight, and clearly, from what this Merriman definition of what catch weight says, that would not, based on unrestrictions on weight, would not classify any of the fights that we've been calling the catch weight a catch weight, based on this definition. So there should be another term when it comes to two guys agreeing to a fight that is not in line with one of the other definitions, like that Wikipedia shit said. It should be another term as opposed to catch weight. I'm not making sense.
Yeah, I get you. You saying this to be another term, but I don't see why we need to make a term when a nigga just can say a weight limit. Because that's what it is. The weight limit is a term.
If I can jump in, I'm gonna be real fast. I think the one of the parts of the disconnect is the way that you're defining traditional is being used synonymously with original. The original A classes we colloquially call those the traditional weight classes, but they're really the original ones.
Okay, cool. What you said, Phil?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Yeah. I don't know what he was thinking.
Yeah, nah, what I'm saying is this right here. It's weight limit. I mean, that's literally that's the definition. Weight limit.
Yeah, they fought it away.
But if you look at the Merriam-Webster, Merriam-Webster, it's saying that it's a limit that is outside of the traditional divisions. Now, the way that you guys are talking about the traditional divisions seems to be that you're talking about them at like they're the original divisions, but that's not what they're saying. They're not saying it's the original 8 divisions.
Okay,
they're talking about the divisions as we currently
I see what
understand.
he's saying. I know what he's saying.
Yeah.
I got what he's saying.
But he's wrong though. The traditional, he's trying to flip which one he wants to use between traditional and original, and he want to do word salad.
No. I think he's just saying that when they say traditional weight classes, you're interpreting that to be original. All of them. They're including all the weight classes that we know of today, and not just the original 7.
No,
or 8 or
no.
8.
No, they're saying that when they say traditional, they broke it down and had the traditional divisions that they were specifically talking about.
Who is they?
It's on the screen right now. So what he's saying is
okay. Listen, bro. Listen, I'm on my phone, dog. It's in my pocket. I got you, dog.
I'm trying to smoke that because smoke finna get you talking about. Yeah, I understand. No, you don't understand. It literally says traditional weight classes, and it lists the 8. It distinguishes the 2.
Wait. What is this? What is this you showing me? Is this Webster?
No, this is. I'm referring to.
What's the source?
The text. He's referring to literally the text. The text of what's being discussed.
What's the source? Is it Wikipedia? Is it Merriam Dictionary? Is it Webster's Dictionary? Is it Oxford Dictionary? Is it Ring Magazine?
We're not looking at a definition for a word, Rollo.
I'm asking you what's the source of what you're showing. That's all I'm asking you, bro.
Never mind, Rollo. Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead, man. Because you finna play twisty games.
I'm not playing nothing, nigga. I just want to know what you showing something on the screen. I don't know where it's from. I'm just asking where it's from because I might be. Listen, bro. All right, wait. Let me slow down for a minute. I'm only I'm only asking these questions. Listen, I'm only asking these questions because I'm on my phone. So when you bring up something, I got my iPad in my hand too. So when you say I'm on such and such, I'm gonna pull it up too. That's all.
Listen what I'm saying. All. I'm gonna let Smoke. You gotta slow down. We're gonna wait to Smoke come back in here so he can continue that. That way we don't misinterpret now what he's saying. So let's get back to what we were talking about. We're trying to get to this catch weight term. Then we'll move to the divisions. Yo, Zomani, you want to jump in, or Rollo, you get confused? Zoe, you got something?
No, my fault. All right, I didn't know you was talking to me. My fault.
Oh, go ahead. You got something?
You got the flow, bro.
All right, what was the?
No, I was saying if you had something, I didn't know if you want to jump in.
No, that's what I'm saying. What y'all was talking about, the catch weight terms, right?
Yeah. We were talking about that.
Oh, okay. Well, I ain't really had nothing to chime in on. Y'all was talking some good shit though.
Okay. But yeah, so yeah, we're gonna wait to Smoke if he gonna jump back on. Let me give him the link back out here. I'm trying to see what he talking about original, because we're off the term and definition on what it means. I mean, I ain't finna spend all day on the term and definition. It's clear that the word catch weight has been misused. Then Phil gave you another perspective to tell you exactly what it should be saying when we're talking about terms and definitions. Now, if you want to look at the different sources that we know can list the original divisions, then that's cool. And we could go through a few of those to make sure that they're aligned. But I think it's pretty common knowledge on what the original 8 weight classes are, regardless of where we find it at. We know it shouldn't be no 168 shouldn't be in there, right?
No, I think we all understand what the original weight classes are. but when they use the word original weight classes or traditional weight classes in the terms of boxing, like, because we know that junior welterweight is a division,
right?
So when we say outside of the normal weight classes, does junior welterweight include outside of the normal weight classes?
It's up to you. So for me, right, when they say traditional or original, I'm going to defer to the original 8 weight classes,
right,
that are considered to be traditional and or original, however you choose to use the term.
Wait. You're interchanging traditional and original. So
yeah,
So how long? Because
I'm saying I'm not
No. I'm just asking because when we talk about weight classes, we don't refer to junior work. Like we know that.
Right, you gonna ask a question and then answer your own questions or what?
I'm asking you a question. So let me finish.
But I wasn't done, and then you just jumped in and say, "Well, wait." So I'm gonna let you get it all out. Then I go after you. Let me write down all your questions because
all right.
Yeah, I mean, look, just hold up. Before you say that, just for shits and giggles, I just want to throw this out there. I don't think it would be necessary to say traditional or original if you would just say all the weight classes. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So you see what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't have to define what you're talking about specifically if you're talking about all 17. You would just say, hey, X, Y, and Z weight class. Because this is the deal. We all know that it's weight classes. So if you go over amount of weight, you automatically are fighting in the next weight class. You see what I'm saying? So how I take is what they're saying is that when they're literally giving you a substance when they say traditional or original, okay, because they're saying that this revolves around these particular weight classes. You see what I'm saying? And I don't see the need to give descriptive measures if you're talking about all 17. That's how I'm taking it. I could be wrong though. Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah.
So my interpretation is when they say traditional or the original, because in traditional, traditional usually refer to kind of old, doctrines and shit like that when you use the word traditional. So I'm thinking
original, definitely original. Yeah.
Right. So I'm thinking of the 8 classes that were void of juniors and supers. When, like, for example, when Henry Armstrong held all 3 undisputed titles at 126, 135, 147. When they say that, I'm talking about those 3 plus the other fucking 5. Whether you interchange it with traditional, original, the first, back in the day, the old school, whatever you use to describe it, I understand that you mean the original 8.
Yep. I would agree.
All right. So when he say the word is being interchanged, I'm just saying what they're saying. I would say the traditionals. I wouldn't say really the original 8 weight classes. I mean, you can use them interchange, but I usually kind of say, those traditional weight classes, though, original 8, traditional 8, whatever you want to say.
Right. I don't think we have any disagreement there. And clearly, outside of Smoke, I don't know what he's gonna say. I can't speak to him. But what I'm saying, my question was, because we are kind of historians, we know what the original 8 weight classes were. Absolutely. If someone was to include all of those weight classes, can you find literature that is specified where it's including all of those in text, like where it's differentiating the 2 and it or the original, but then including all of the other in another? Because typically if somebody was to say something about regular weight classes or normal weight classes, today that conversation would be different than it was 50 years ago. If we read in literature, we understand that. So somebody in a definition of, like, for instance, catch weight, when they say outside of the traditional weight classes, do they mean only the 8? Or do they mean all the 17 or 18, however the fuck many it is now, based on what they're trying to describe as a catch weight?
Well, that's when you got to inform yourself. So, for instance, when I say offensive lineman, which one am I talking about? The center, the tackle, or the left guard, or the right guard? I can't. That right there, that's gonna come with you doing your own research.
Okay.
So when you say lineman to a casual person that don't know football, listen, I don't have anything to just I can describe it to you, but that's what you're going to have to look at, the understanding in the textbook of football.
Right.
That's what makes the research so fun, and this is where the problem is. This is where the disconnect is right here. This is why these terms are being misused. On top of the terms being misused, that's why we're criticizing people that shouldn't be criticized. Now we're getting to the bigger picture. On top of people criticizing people that shouldn't be criticized, they're not doing their homework or their research. That's what one thing about Blood that he always harp on and even beats, and they make great points. You guys are not doing research. And like we can have these conversations to help with that process, but I'm not finna sit here, although sometimes this is cool, but by and large, I'm not gonna sit here and do a whole bunch of research for you. Because you should be coming into these conversations with this information to some degree. Man, what Blood at? Blood need to jump on this one, man. Blood, you in there, man. You need to come on and jump on, man. You say you been want to come on. We here. I don't want nobody, Blood say everybody want to come to his channel and be acting funny, man. Get on over here, old school Blood, man. What you want to do, man? The link is in there. Let's give your interpretation on it, man. He's a history guy. Smoke, where you at? Rylo, I know you coming back in here. Hold on, I got you.
All right, no, I'm here. I'm good.
I kicked you in.
That's the only thing about that damn phone, man. That shit'll kick you off and do some weird shit, but I fixed that.
Yeah. So Joe, go ahead. Yeah, that was my piece on it.
Okay.
And that's what we do here.
So, all right. Continue on. Go ahead, Smoke. What you got, man?
Nah, Smoke ain't on. He off.
Okay.
He's everybody, me, you, and Phil.
Okay.
So pull this down so we can really cook on how this stuff affect boxing. And that's the main point, so we can really speed it up now. See, so the question is the credibility when it comes to these fights. So if you had Ryan Garcia picked, then if he lost and it didn't go your way, you're giving Tank credit for some negative stuff by assuming and putting out there that he catch weighted somebody when he did not. Because what he did was he and another guy, Garcia and Tank, agreed upon the weight. And from my perspective, is he gave him a pound over 35. So to me, it's like as if though they supposed to have weighed in at 35 because they're both lightweights, but you came in over the weight limit.
So okay, I got you. That's a perspective to have,
right.
Easily. But one guy who fought his last few fights over the 135-pound limit, so he hadn't made 135 pounds in like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he be needing to be given? I mean, like, he hadn't been making that weight.
So why not fight at your weight class? Why fight a 135er then?
Oh, I
got you. See,
so, yeah, because it's not. Yeah, I got you. Like, y'all making it as if there's no defending. It's not about defending, because I'm not trying to defend. I don't have a horse in the race.
We speaking generally as well too, because people have had these conversations. It's been a while since you've been on, but we've had these conversations for the last few days about it. And so my thing would be, if he's truly not 135, I'm not checking for you to fight for at 135. I'm checking for you to fight Josh Taylor in progress
at 140s, right?
Exactly.
Right. I got you.
Uh-huh.
So has Tank not fought a 140-pounder before?
Yeah, he fought at 140. He's fought up there at that weight class.
Yeah, so I think that was people's argument. I mean, I don't really give a shit, but like I said, I don't think that it really would have even mattered.
Listen, even if we take that out, right? Because everybody agree with that. Tank fighting at 140 is relevant. How? If Garcia, listen, if Garcia is saying I can't make 35. Listen to this now.
And he shouldn't be fighting the 35 fighter. Right. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
To avoid all weight stipulations and weight limits.
Stay at your weight.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. So you challenge the kid with this understanding that he fights at 135. So you really are telling me that you can fight at 135. But then you guys negotiate something different. So I don't know if you could really make 35 and you were trying to get a bigger advantage by kind of pulling him up into 140. See, it could go both ways. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if Garcia might come back around and make 135 in the next fight. So you'll be like, God damn, what happened?
I don't follow him like that. I don't, you know what I'm saying? He don't, I don't really fuck with him like that in that regard, you know what I'm saying? But you're right, that is a possibility, you know what I'm saying? And it's a perspective. It depends on how the fuck you feel, and you can look at it either way. When two guys ain't fighting the people they supposed to, we end up having these fucking conversations. If niggas just fight who the fuck they supposed to, and that's what I'll be saying about, I guess that's the reason that when we have this point of contention, we could not have it if everybody just fight who the fuck they supposed to fight.
Now, Ron, I'm gonna say this. Check this out. See, this is why the whole catch weight definition is blown up, and I'm waiting for Smoke to get his ass back on here. Let me ask you this: by what you was previously saying the catch weight is, do you think Floyd and Canelo fought at the catch weight?
Taking that Merriman definition.
No, but let's go back to previously.
Yeah, that was a catch weight.
Right, by what we have been saying, right?
Yeah.
Now, Smoke said the other day that it's not a catch weight because Canelo challenged him. He said he didn't hold Floyd accountable for the catch weight thing. But I'm like, how can you not hold?
Huh?
That's what I'm saying.
Wait a minute, you got to be kidding me, dog.
He gonna get on here.
There's no way. There's no way. I didn't fuck with Smoke enough to know. I think that he's way too sensible to have said some shit like that.
All right.
Man, if I get on there and hear that shit, boy, I'm gonna light his ass up.
Smoke, get on here. Smoke will tell you what he said. He said, no, I don't hold Floyd accountable for that because Canelo challenged him at the 152 limit. See, that's what I'm telling you. The catch weight thing is a farce for people to place blame and absolve certain fighter or who they want. That's why I'm with Phil. It's a weight limit. That catch weight shit is for niggas to stab and talk shit. No, it's agreed upon weight limit between two competitors. If you don't like the catch weight, just fight in your goddamn weight class.
Because there's plenty of niggas for everybody to fight in their own fucking weight classes. Plenty of niggas. I don't understand why niggas even trying to do this shit. It don't make sense. But you know what? Where the real problem stems from, I believe, is these niggas literally trying to squeeze every single ounce of fucking body weight and fat to get down to the lowest weight class that they possibly can to fight as like almost with an advantage. But it's really not an advantage if everybody doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? You got two niggas weighing in at 147 pounds and they both blow up to 160 on fight night. They still really the same size. They just squeezing down as much as they can, which is kind of goofy. You know what I'm saying? If two niggas who really walk around at 159 pounds, they should probably fight at fucking junior middleweight. You know what I'm saying? They shouldn't be training to lose weight. They should just be training to train. And whatever the fuck your weight is at is the weight you should be fucking fighting at. Not niggas fighting to, I only can get one more fight at this weight class and shit. Nigga, you should have been moved up because you're going to fuck around and get your ass stopped trying to do that goofy shit.
All right. So Are we clear on the catch weight, or what you think about the catch weight, or you need to do more research on it?
Well, as I stated in the beginning, I know what we mean when we say catch weight. And when you said that it was being used wrong, according to the Merriman definition, we absolutely been using this shit wrong.
That's the only way to be, right? We do with the black. We deal with the black and white, don't we?
What you say? Documentation?
Beat conversation. I mean, I don't know what else. Yeah, we ain't gonna deal with the black and white. I don't know what this. I don't know what to say. So, all right, cool. Now that we brought Rylo up to speed after 20 years of not being on YouTube, man. Man, go on and cook your shit for real, man, and talk it up, man. We got no money in here. What you think about boxing, man? Bring us some of that stuff that you really want to bring in, man. We just had to get that education.
Oh, man. You know what?
Hello, so
who you had on the same fight in Garcia fight? What happened? Who you
had? Thank you, Garcia.
Rylo, who you had? Rylo, we ain't heard from Rylo in a while. Who you had?
Oh, I actually took Garcia by unanimous decision because I felt like that was his only way to win. You know what I'm saying? And the reason I took him because I thought that Goosen would be able to coach this guy to like be calm and be patient, and you know what I'm saying, not be goofy and shit. But clearly he couldn't do that because as soon as this nigga start getting all wild and reckless in the second round, I'm screaming at the TV, nigga, stop. You won the round. Just stop. Just don't do shit else. Oh, now you're getting up off the floor. All right. He ain't, you know what I'm saying? So it was clearly at that moment, I seen this shit finna end just like everybody thought it was. You know what I'm saying? I just thought that Ryan, I thought that he's seen enough from the watching the Raleigh fight that you just have to be patient with this guy. And that is your best chance of coming out victorious. You almost got to stink it up. You know what I'm saying? That's why I give a dude like Devin Haney a good chance of winning, because I know he don't give a fuck about stinking it up. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's your only shot at beating Tank.
So do you think Shakur Stevenson, and we're just cooking on lightweight division now because you've been out the loop for a minute, right? Just to kick right back up. So what you think about the lightweight division? What you think about Haney versus Lomo? And then what you think about Tank versus all of the other lightweights within the division? What's your predictions and thought process on those fights?
I think it's an excellent fight because it's two motherfuckers who's supposed to be fighting each other. That shit you can't never go wrong with that. But the one thing I will say is that shit gonna look so weird because that motherfucker Haney is so much bigger than that goddamn Lomachenko, man. That shit is gonna look weird as fuck, dog. So I got Haney winning, man, because I just don't see a way that fucking Lomachenko can overcome that size difference, dog. I don't give a fuck how good you is.
Tank just did it.
That wasn't being tall.
I think Lomo got the power to stop Haney though.
I don't know, man. But see, this is the good thing about
I don't think so.
This is the good thing about this one. Haney might be killing himself to make this weight because we seen how he looked at his last fight. That motherfucker looked terrible at the weight on his last fight. So that might come into play in this fight coming up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that might be that thing that even this shit out. And too, it's not like he's a puncher. We ain't really worried about.
Yeah, Loma's power is not that great.
Neither one of these guys. That's what I'm saying. So Lomachenko ain't necessarily got to get worried about getting knocked out. And Haney probably ain't got it. The only thing Haney got to worry about is he going to be too depleted, you know what I'm saying, to really go like he needs to. Because in this fight,
he's got no choice,
right,
because he's the undisputed champion at 135.
Well, shit, he got a choice. Shit, he could take a knee.
I don't think he will.
Nah, I don't either. Go ahead, go around the table.
I got Tank smashing at 135. I got Tank really rising to the top. I don't see nobody stopping him. And I ain't even really a Tank fan. You know, I like Tank, but you know, I just don't see nobody at 135 can fuck with him. Or 140.
I'm sorry, don't mean to. Is this Zoe money?
Yeah, this is on my.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't see nobody at 140 to 135 being able to really get with Tank. I think if Tank decide later on to go to 147, that's where he's gonna have his problems. But from 135 to 140, ain't nobody fucking with Tank, man.
I got Progress stomping a mud hole in Tank's ass.
Nah, fuck no. He gonna knock Progress ass
Hold
out.
on, Haplo, let him finish first. Go
No,
ahead,
no,
Zoe.
he
Let him
good.
get it out.
Let Haplo,
No, I know
no,
this. We're trying to hear
he
you
wanna-
right now. You get your shit out.
Haplo.
Yeah, well, Haplo gonna come in. He gonna get his time.
Nah, man, like he knocking Progress ass out. Progress is vicious though, but I don't think he vicious enough for Tank. Go ahead, Haplo. Get on.
Yo, so Tank moved up to 140. Cherry picked the title from Barrios, who is the weakest link of the title holders there, and then ran back down to 135. Okay, where he has a regular belt. The guy really hasn't fought a real champion in years, bro. Like, I don't see. I know Tank is good, and I don't mean to take away from him, but like when you say that he can't beat, like no one at 140 can beat him, I think you're tripping.
I respect that. You know what I mean? I do respect that, but that don't stop my opinion from being my opinion.
No, bro, you have the right to your opinion, of course.
So 135 to 140, I don't see nobody beating Tank.
I agree with that.
So for the Tank undefeated at 135, y'all clearly don't think that Shakur has a shot.
No, hell no.
Right. No, I get you, and I would love to hear y'all explanation
I
on why y'all don't
disagree.
think.
I think Shakur and Haney
Hell
both have
no.
a shot.
Okay, I want to hear the guys. Zoe, I would like for you to explain why you think that Shakur would get beat by Tank, and then you, Zone, please.
All right.
Honestly, truly, I feel like the power difference. You know what I mean? Tank just has that equalizer. Shakur, he ain't really a puncher. You feel me? He a boxer. You know what I mean? And Shakur too small for Tank. Like a small fighter ain't got no chance against Tank personally, in my opinion. Somebody hit that he can see eye to eye, it's pretty much a wrap.
With Shakur, I just think that Shakur is physically weaker than Tank. I mean, just as a person, I think that four corners offense, pity pat style, I don't think they're gonna allow that to win over the power puncher in a guy like Tank. Now, that's in theory, but I think physically, as long as Tank can be patient and box, because I think he's the best boxer at 135. I think he got the best skill set at 135 with the best attributes. And I think that he's the hardest boxer to beat all around. I just don't think anybody with a pity pat style is going to be able to lean on I'm going to outbox him and box to a 10 and box to 12. Tank is patient and he's a very, very vicious, dangerous counterpuncher. And I see every last one of them guys hitting the mat at least once to twice or not getting back up at all, or they have to significantly run. Like it has to be drastic. Like they have to really stay on the others. They have to be Tank from Baltimore. They have to be in California in order to win the fight. And I don't know if the judges is going to call it like that.
Now, I got you. And you know what? I almost want to agree with you, but check this though. Now, the way I see Tank is almost like how I used to see Thurman. And once Thurman got to fighting what we would consider his elite peers, all the knockouts went away. When he was knocking out really good guys, I would stand to think that, okay, Adrian Broner put Porter on the deck. Keith Thurman ain't no way he ain't gonna put this nigga on the deck. Didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? There's no way possible that Errol Spence can knock out Kell Brook, but he ain't gonna put down Mikey Garcia. It's just sometimes it's just when you get to a certain level of elite that them guys don't get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? When you go up in level of competition. So as much as I want to almost agree with you, I gotta see Shakur Stevenson on the deck before I can even think that somebody gonna put him on the deck. You know what I'm saying? I don't think, I got you. I feel you. I can't say you're wrong, but I guess I just need to see it first.
Hap, you got the floor, man.
Yeah, so Zone makes some good points, and I agree with those points. The thing is, it remains to be seen what will happen when he gets in there with someone who can actually box on the outside. The guy hasn't really fought a great outboxer yet, so I would think in terms of who might be able to beat Tank, a great outboxer seems to fit the bill because you've got a guy with a short reach. He's small. He's been able to use that to his advantage, fighting these slower guys and novices that he fights. But will he be able to impose his will on a guy who can outbox and who's disciplined, who can maintain that for an entire fight? I would give Haney a good shot at beating Tank on points. But again, Zone had a good point. Tank does have the best power of all the guys at 135 for sure. There's no doubt in my mind about that. He's got the power advantage against anybody in that division. However, nobody's invincible. Anybody can be beaten. And all it's going to take is the right guy with the right game plan who can stay disciplined and maintain that to beat him. I think Haney has a chance, and I think Shakur has a chance. I'm not saying they would win for sure. I'm saying it's a question in my mind. Passing it.
Yo, Phil, it's on you, man. So we'll get clicking. Phil jump in and say, I ain't saying it in a while. Phil, it's on you.
Phil talking, then he go do some other shit.
Yeah, he got then we in the middle of the conversation, he gonna say, I ain't said it in a while, man.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You gonna have to fucking wait now. All right, so
I got a question though.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, go ahead.
About especially because somebody brought up a point. I want to say it was Calic Boxing. I was looking at they shit one time. He said when he looked at Tank's resume, everybody, he got 29 fights. He said everybody but 2 was Latino fighters. He ain't got nobody like Shakur, nobody like a Haney, nobody like a Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez, it would be a Latino fighter, but there's a lot of styles, that he don't have on his resume and shit. So it's gonna be interesting to see when he step outside that.
Well, here's my thing. For some reason, we think that the answer to a person like Tank is this pity patter. That's not how that works. You don't automatically get to come in with he's going to outbox him because Tank is a power puncher and he gets different results. No, this guy sparred these guys, right? And there's tales, sparring ain't nothing, but it's not like he's unfamiliar with these guys or these boxing styles. Tank is if Tank was just a slugger, that'd be different. But Tank is a very, very vicious counter puncher. And you can just slow down about Tank. If Tank had that kind of power, he don't give a fuck about stanking it out either. I don't know why everybody keep talking about this. Like, Tank will sit there and watch you all night and slowly walk you down, slowly step to the side, hug you, talk to the crowd, I think he enjoys a slower pace until he catch up with you and knock you the fuck out. I think Devin Haney and Shakur, man, in order to me, I don't see how you beat Tank, because if you get him going back on the back foot, you're going to get counterpunched and probably put to sleep or lose points. If you let him walk you down, that's going to be worse. He can fight in the inside. He could give you angles and spin you and turn you. I haven't seen him. Has he ever hit the deck? So the only thing I can imagine for Tank in one of these fights, man, if Tank hurt his hand, man. That's the only thing I can see. He busts his hand and then everybody.
That could happen.
Wait. So you saying even if he don't knock the guy out, you saying he got a good chance of winning against a Shakur or Haney?
Yeah, I don't think he's close. I don't think he can knock out with them. I think he could outbox them. To be honest with you, I don't like. Okay. Shakur, I think Haney is the better of the two between Shakur. I think Shakur is very, very overrated. Very, very overrated. Devin Haney, I like a lot more because Devin Haney is willing to stay away from Tank and do what it takes to get the win. He's not going to come in with diva type of scenario, so everything's going to be on an equal playing field across the board with Haney, and I do like that about Haney and his daddy. So I give Haney a better chance than Shakur. But Shakur, that kid gonna get stopped. That kid gonna get stopped, man, bad.
Well, clearly, if he was to fight Tank and win, he shoots right up to the fucking top of the 135-pound division for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have him number 2 behind Devin Haney.
Okay.
Because I got Devin Haney, and then I got Tank as number 2.
Okay. Until somebody beat Haney, he got to be 1. Right. Got you.
Yeah, Haney got to be 1. There ain't no question about that. Because he's the undisputed champ. He's top dog.
We see you, Smoke. You can get back in here when you're ready.
No, my thing about Tank being able to outbox these guys, he might be able to. It's just that against specifically Haney, because Shakur is not that much bigger. I mean, but I don't know. He's still the Ranger, right? But those guys have the hands and feet to maintain range, and against Haney, he's really only going to be successful, as far as I can see, effective at one distance, and that's on the inside. I don't think he can beat Devin from range, right? That's just not gonna. His arms are too short. So that's to me, if you can, like Hapler was saying, if you can maintain range and stay disciplined and focused for 12 rounds, and Haney can do that, I don't see how Tank is gonna outbox him. And by outboxing, I mean like the traditional sense, beat him from the outside.
Yeah, I'm with you, Smoke. That's a hard one for me because. To me, I really only see Tank winning that fight if he's to deck him. He got to put him on the deck to win that fight.
I don't think he got to. I think really, man, them are easy fights for Tank. I think Tank has gotten past.
But Zone, he doesn't throw enough punches to win rounds against like an outboxer. He's very economical with his shit.
But styles make fights, bro.
It's
styles make fights, and that don't mean necessarily.
You don't need to say the obvious.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying that don't mean he gonna fight them like that. That's what I'm saying, bro. That don't mean he gonna fight them like what we seen in Ryan Garcia.
Look, all this is conjecture. When they fight, we'll see. But documentation.
So what? Go ahead. Good. You still on high flow, or you give up the flow?
No, it sounds like he cut out. Oh.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, so anyway. I'm with Zoe, man. I think it's an easy outbox. I think that Haney and Shakur don't have a high output. And the problem is if they do start to get foggy, they're going to hit the canvas. So if they had power, we would be having a different conversation. But that pity pat style and trying to be overzealous is going to end up bad for you if you're fighting Tank. It just is.
The key word I think is caution, right? Like the cautious fighter, I think, is the thing. Like and maintaining a distance. Even Ryan had success keeping it long, right? Rody
Can't
had
hear
success
sound.
keeping it long.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We
Go
ahead.
You dropped out for a sec.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying you dropped out for a sec.
No, I can hear Smoke. Smoke talking. Go ahead, Smoke.
Oh.
No, yeah, I was just saying. It seems to me that guys, but the moments that people have success against Tank is when they keep it long because of his stature. The issue has become those guys, because they had power, they became really aggressive in their approach with Tank, and they wound up trading with him in the danger zone on the inside, the only place that Tank can actually have success. But when they kept him at the end of their jabs, Tank couldn't figure out how to break that gap.
So, hey, get the Smoke. I don't know this, and I haven't asked you actually. Who did you have winning between Tank and Ryan Garcia?
Oh shit! I didn't give Ryan a snowball chance in hell. Well, I said it was a 70-30 fight in Tank's favor.
Okay, got you. All right, I got you gotta keep talking about this man's stature. I don't think that's gonna be a factor. This guy's not Sean Porter-ish. This guy's more like a Marquez-ish to me. And Marquez,
I agree with that.
And obviously we're not saying he is Marquez. The great Marquez was a dog.
No, I get what you're saying.
But Marquez didn't have short arms.
But yeah, he did. But
Yes, he did.
yeah, he did. I mean,
Yes,
I mean for 147 maybe, but not for those not for the smaller.
But that's what we're talking about.
listen, Marquez had short arms, man. I mean, his arms. Ed Morales was the lankier, taller guy within the division. I mean, but anyway, his stature, I don't think plays a role in the assessment between none of those two guys. I think that Shakur and Haney won't exploit his stature because they just don't fight in a way that does that. Like you guys, when you guys say that a person have a deficiency, I need to know how the person that you're saying is going to exploit it. I need to see tendencies that they do that.
Okay, right. So in the very first Gamboa fight, right? Devin Haney just kept him at the end of a jab. Only fought long and tall. Didn't take much of any chances. Did that through 12 rounds. Now is Kambosos Tank? No, he's not. The thing about Tank, though, these guys that he's been, if guys are not coming at him, the way that he's been able to break the gap on guys traditionally is that they've had cement feet. That's not Devin Haney. He actually can move and maintain the distance.
Yeah, but I think he's going to be doing that like a queen on the chessboard. He's going to be doing that from each corner, four corners offense. I don't see a scenario where he's fighting in the pocket with Tank. I can say he might attempt that. I can see Shakur attempting that early, but I can see them doing the same thing Garcia did, finding out that Tank power is real and his counter punching and his IQ is way higher than we suspect. And I believe that they're going to change the trajectory of their plan mid-fight. And it's going to result in Tank walking them down, breaking them down, and getting the stoppage.
Yeah, so I'm going back and forth with this. I thought it was a 50-50 fight at one point. I picked Devin Haney after I saw the role. Really after Pitbull Cruz, the way that he was fighting that fight. Now I feel like it's back to being 50-50. I may favor Tank. Maybe it's 55-45 Tank's favor. Not quite sure. I need to see what Haney's looking like in his next fight. But this fight, to me, like Devin Haney has the attributes, the style, and he's shown that he can execute the game plan that I'm talking about. But to what you're saying, like he fights him like the way he fought Jojo Diaz, or like tried to trade with him like with Linares. If he sits there in the pocket and tries to trade with Tank, like these guys do, then he's going to sleep. But like if you say fight on the inside, a fight from the pocket, like hit him with something and tie up, or hit him with something and move off, or just, like he may do something like that. But stand and trade, can't get out of the way, like, nah, that's a problem. If Tank is able to intimidate him with his power, then those feints, then he'll start to bite on those feints and all that stuff. That would be a problem. There's all kinds of problem areas for Haney, but there's a huge problem for Tank, and that is Devin Haney has no problem being super cautious and keeping a dude at the end of his jab and like meeting him with straight rights or maybe a left hook and then getting the hell out of dodge.
But I don't think Haney is that fast to get out of the way of one of them left upper hooks that Tank throw.
Yeah, that's a distance thing, right? That's what I'm saying. Like he has to maintain the distance, so that shot is not, because that's an inside shot. Fighting Tank on the inside is a bad idea. What I'm talking about is catching him at the mid range, keeping him at long range, catching him at mid range, and once it comes to the inside game, either be out of there, tie him up, hit him with something. Then that's what I'm saying. There's not a fight him on the inside plan for Devin.
But what I'm saying is, with Devin throw from distance, Tank gonna throw with him. You know what I mean? Like the minute he start throwing that jab, bro, and he throwing, because Devin is very fast, but I don't think he fast enough to get out the way of Tank punching him, bro. Even with him throwing them jabs, I think Tank gonna slip one of them jabs and fuck his world up.
See, I think that what you're looking at is Leo Santa Cruz. But
yeah,
if you look at like even if you look at Rolly or Ryan Garcia, he wasn't slipping those jabs and hitting them with body shots. The distance is way greater. Not only that, like the Leo Santa Cruz, like it's just anyway, like for him to slip something and hit him with an uppercut, that's gonna have to be from mid range, not from out range. And I don't think he's going to be throwing straight rights and jabs from mid range.
No, I feel like he gonna punch with Devin Haney. Simple as that.
Yeah, I just, you guys are talking like, my thing be this, man. It feels like everybody watch, rinse, and repeat what they think they saw Floyd Mayweather do as an outboxer and plug it into every motherfucker that appears to have the outboxing style. No, they're not that fast. They're not that sharp.
That's exactly
that's not what I'm thinking of at all. I mean, I can use Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. I'm just talking about styles. I'm not talking about like a specific kind of person. I'm looking at the way that Devin fights, and a thing that I think that Tank that I haven't seen Tank, a problem that I haven't seen Tank solve. What I've seen Tank do is fight guys who come at him are stuck in the mud. That's the guys I've seen. So now I need to see him. Now I need to see him do that same thing against guys who can move, who are maybe even overly cautious at points. Instead of overly offensive, they're overly defensive. Like instead of being super aggressive, they aren't. What they do is take what you give them, and they fight the most. The one that maximizes their efficacy and lowers yours. Right? I need them to fight a guy like that. And that's the thing about Devin Haney. I'm not saying that Devin Haney wins at this point. I'm just saying those are the questions that I have for Tank.
I can agree with what you're saying. I can, but I still, like, Devin don't possess no type of flack in his punches, bro. And that's why I don't think he's gonna be able to keep him off with that jab, bro. Cause he have no power. Like, he a pity pat fighter, bro. Like,
yeah, if he was flat footed, then that'd be an issue. But since he's not, he can just keep moving around. Listen, Tyson Fury in the first fight still, like, he got dropped twice in that fight and still got a draw out of it.
But he was fighting a killer. You know what I mean?
Tank is a killer. I'm just saying Tank has way better feet, in my opinion, than Deontay Wilder. But I don't know that Tank can cut off the ring against a mover any more than I know that Tank can. Because Tank hasn't fought a mover. He's been able to cut off guys who are really essentially flat-footed. So I don't know what Tank's ability to cut off the ring against a guy like that is.
Yeah. I guess
he's never had to do that, Smoke, because the guys come to him, and that's what I was going to.
Yeah, exactly. They either come to him or they stand and trade.
When he knocked down, first of all, this whole Ryan fight, to me, is giving Tank a halo that people are buying into, and I try not to get caught up in that, because to me, Ryan Garcia is not Tank's best opponent. He was a hyped up internet guy who really had no chance in hell. I gave him a 0% chance. I picked Tank by KO. I like Tank. I think Tank is good. I'm just saying, if someone's going to beat him, there's two different ways you can go. It's either going to be a long, tall, rangy guy who can box from the outside, or a guy who's smaller than Tank who can get underneath him like he does to other people. So, you know, right now, the only thing we have available at lightweight as far as guys who I think could have a chance with Tank are the long, tall, rangy guys who box from the outside. And no, neither the Floyd Mayweather archetype has nothing to do with it to me. You know, that wasn't what I was picturing in my mind as far as beating a Tank. You got to be, you know, Ali to his Frazier. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but this the thing. That's what everybody models after, because no one has ever duplicated the outboxing style of Larry Holmes and Ali. So we got three different kinds, right? We have the Ali pull back, jab, very, very fast, very, very explosive, head hunter, no body punching, right? Then you got Larry Holmes, who has an authoritative jab. He can change the levels in the pacing on the jab. He kind of emulate Ali, but he kind of does a little bit better with moving his head side to side as opposed to pulling back, right? And then you have Floyd Mayweather, who just kind of, he's going to hold his ground, he's going to stand his ground, and he's going to kind of shoulder roll off, and his primary weapon is his pocket presence, right? Devin Haney nor Shakur Stevenson possess any of those abilities. So when we say outboxing style, okay, you're describing what most would describe that we recently saw, because we know neither one of them are Ali or Larry Holmes-ish at all. So where are we plugging in to suggest that they can do this? Like, they're not that. First of all, I don't believe none of them are faster than Tank. Tank is extremely fast.
He's very quick.
He's very fast. Like, what are we talking about? You guys are talking about range and the lack thereof of Tank. But Tank's closed the distance very fast. He makes up with it with foot speed and his hand speed. So I don't know.
John, I'm not saying that they would beat him for sure. I'm just saying that those two guys, to me, at lightweight, have the best chance with Tank. And, you know, I don't know who would win those fights. I'd have to do a deep dive and, like, really analyze it.
Man, I think
yeah, go ahead, my bad.
I think Ryan Garcia had a better chance than these two guys you guys are talking about.
No, Ryan is a fucking novice.
Wait.
I think it's just a thing about power. I think that you guys are like thinking that in order to beat Tank, you need power, and I don't think I think you can beat Tank without power.
That you thought that Ryan Garcia had a better chance than Devin Haney to beat Tank, bro?
Yeah.
So, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Devin Haney's not. I like. So this is the problem with Ryan Garcia.
Did the fight change your mind though, Zone?
No, not at all. I had it for 7. I'm in a prediction league with
you.
No,
I'm saying did the fight, seeing how Ryan performed after the fact, now that it's, you know, in the books, does that change your opinion on whether you thought Ryan had a better chance or Haney?
No, the fight had nothing to do with it. Before these guys fought, I felt that Ryan Garcia just played himself. Ryan Garcia should be at 35, mixing it in with these guys for a true account of himself. I've always felt that Tank can beat all of those guys, right? I just don't see Haney or Shakur being able to beat Ryan Garcia with those outboxing styles, and they clash with each other. I don't see Shakur beating Devin Haney. I think Ryan Garcia would be the best of those three. I think Haney would be second, but obviously Haney has all of the belts, so he's the most accomplished of the three. And I think Shakur is just all around the weakest and the most overrated. I don't think his outboxing style is that fucking effective. Like, I'm not saying what you guys are saying. I'm telling you what I'm saying. I don't think his outboxing style is that good. I don't think it's effective at all.
It might not be. It might not be. But
yeah, in my opinion, can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
I've been kind
sure.
of
we know waiting on you. Just say that shit. Come on, we waiting for you.
Nah, I've been just kind of listening in. I've just been, this is what I will say. I know
No,
you
fuck
said
that, Phil. When we went to you, your ass didn't say shit. Now you got to sit back for 30 more minutes.
Yeah,
Nah, I'm fucking with
you're
you.
on timeout, bitch.
I'm fucking with you.
so. What I'm saying is, I think as far as like the archetypes, I think Shakur to me is more like what you described as in Floyd Mayweather, to be honest with you. Because when I watch Shakur Stevenson, he's not the kind of guy that gets on his bicycle and throws punches here and there and just gets on his bicycle. Nah, this motherfucker will sit in front of you and he'll throw his punches. He'll evade while hanging out in the pocket. He can move. You understand what I'm saying? So to me, when I look at him, I say, okay, well, Shakur traditionally is not the guy that's going to jab, and now he'll get up in there, he'll sit inside that pocket, and he'll fight you at range, okay? And he'll fight you inside, he'll fight you at mid-range, however you want to do it, and he uses his footwork and his head movement to avoid shots. I don't think he's a bicycle guy when I see him fight. I think he's more of he's like a passive-aggressive fighter almost to me, personally, right? But, it just depends on the style that you think somebody needs in order to beat Tank Davis, which I think if Tank Davis, let me put it to you like this right here. If Tank Davis throws 14 punches, in one round, and all Shakur has to do is avoid those 14 punches, I see him beating Tank pretty easily. That's just my opinion. Tank's output is not good enough to potentially beat somebody like Shakur, who doesn't really get hit that often. He's gonna have to increase that output in order for me to believe that he can beat Shakur Stevenson. That's just my opinion.
See, I think he would increase his output if he was missing. The thing is, the guys who he's fought, they all get hit by those 14 punches. So I think in a situation where someone's making him miss, he's going to up the output a little bit. But I agree with what you said, though. I do think Shakur has a chance, and I agree that he also does not normally box from the outside, a jab, stick and move, and dance type of fighter. But I think he's capable of that. So I think in a fight where Shakur needs to fucking dance and stick and move, he would be able to do it because he has that in his tool chest.
See, I think that this whole idea about Mayweather, like fighting like Mayweather, is a little bit. I think the way they're looking at it is a little bit skewed, right? The guy that trained Mayweather trained Devin Haney.
I said that now, Smoke, right?
Yeah. What happened?
Remember when I referred to that Mayweather, and that because some people say that. That's why I referred to that earlier.
I know, and I'm saying to me, the reason why I think it's actually Devin Haney that's more like Mayweather is because the guy that trained that Floyd Mayweather trained Devin Haney. The way his approach to that outboxing is the same. It's just that he doesn't have the attributes of Floyd Mayweather, so he executes it differently. But the concept is the same. He actually learned it from Floyd, both Floyd Sr. and Floyd Jr.
Yeah, Floyd had better power.
Floyd was faster. He had better reflex. Floyd was just a different thing. So Devin Haney doesn't fight like that. Part of it is more like Shakur is more like Floyd in that respect. But the way that they execute the style of outboxing is not.
I just don't see it. I just don't see no scenario or any situation where neither one of those two guys are brilliant enough, aggressive enough, and they don't have anything. So, like, Tank is a very, very accurate power puncher that can counter punch. He's a dangerous southpaw that can knock you out or do damage to the head with those 14 shots. He can do damage to the body with those 14 shots. So he's flooding the attic and the basement. Like that man is a little too brutal, man. I think he just got more I mean, I just think he got more than them guys, man. I just don't see.
You might listen. For me, the way I describe it, I think he is a man amongst boys, right? Like I could see like
last night.
that's what I'm saying. Like he just at this point, the only guy who has like kind of the experience no longer has the physicality, or maybe not even the style. Like and that's Lomachenko, right? That's the guy who has like kind of the experience, life experience, and like ring experience kind of thing. Like Haney is still coming into his own. Ryan Garcia is another little baby. Like he's a more polished product. But we're just talking about stylistically, and we're talking about who has the best chances of beating. Like the thing that Shakur has over Devin Haney is that he is also a southpaw, so it becomes a close stance. And Tank, he's just not accustomed to fighting southpaws, so he has that kind of thing with Shakur that he doesn't have with Devin.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up too, but you covered it.
Hey, salute to y'all, man. What's up with everybody up here, bro? Smoke, what's happening, man?
What's up, Knockout?
Everybody else was good too, man. So one thing about Shakur that I wanted to speak on and why I hit the link, I would just say as far as him being elusive and having the lowest connect percentage against in boxing, I would say it's a lot different evading punches from Oscar Valdez and Jamel Herring than it is evading punches for someone like Tank Davis or these top level guys that we'd be asking him to fight. Like those guys, shout out to them being warriors in the ring, but they don't have near the time and near the explosiveness, near the skills or the power or the overall ability of Tank Davis. So one thing that I think will go in that fight, bro, is that barely make you miss by a centimeter and always being in position to counter you or some shit. I would just say I see him misjudging Tank's speed and at the wrong goddamn time and getting caught with some shit. So
Haplo, go on mute. Haplo, hit mute. Haplo, hit mute.
I've been on mute, bro.
Oh, somebody hit mute.
Yeah, no doubt. We be going at it.
I'm sorry. Knockout. Go ahead, bro.
I don't know what y'all heard.
That's Zoe, Rylo.
Long story.
Zoe needs to
I
go
keep
on
hearing
mute.
somebody talking.
That's how you supposed to feel. Good, nigga.
Oh, that's the homie with the headphones.
Somebody needs to
That's
go on
Zoe.
mute.
Zoe.
Yeah, that's the homie with the headphones, bro.
My bad.
Yeah, so basically, bro, I was speaking on the Shakur point that somebody made about how Shakur in the pocket, his defense and his ability to evade punches. Long story short, bro, that shit a lot different when it's Tank in front of you. Like being able to barely make Oscar Valdez miss, being able to barely make Jamel Herring miss, that's one thing. But being able to barely make Tank Davis miss in that pocket with his speed, his explosiveness, his timing, his ability to counter you, his ability to set up his shots and how accurate he is when he do let his hands go, that's a totally different monster, bro. That's something that we have to see, because I would say that as he steps up in competition, I expect Shakur Stevenson to get hit more. He was just fighting dudes down there at featherweight, down there at 130 pounds, like Joet Gonzalez, these guys that don't have nowhere near close to speed or the quickness that he has.
Yeah,
So,
but Tank brought up a lot of guys
there,
from that division too.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not arguing that Tank has fought people that are as good as Shakur. I'm just saying that Shakur Stevenson's style, being in the pocket with Tank for 12 rounds, he gonna have to show me that he can not get hit by that man, bro. Because everybody
check this out, Knockout. This is what I'm gonna say right here, right? I get it. You're just giving your assessment of what you think might happen. But for me, whenever I make a point, I always have to go back to a point of reference, right? And my point of reference is the connection percentage. So whenever I'm making a point, I have to have something to back up my point. You understand what I'm saying? Whether somebody agrees with it or they don't agree with it, one thing that they can't disagree with is the analysis and the statistics that support what I'm saying. You did.
No, you 100% right, bro. He is the least hit boxer in boxing, but Tank Davis is the most accurate boxer in boxing. Something got to give. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So when you say that, like I said, it's a two-way street, right? So you're talking about the least hit guy, and you're talking about one of the most accurate guys. Right. So then I go in and I talk about the output, right? With Tank Davis, He's very accurate, but he doesn't throw very many punches. So from a statistical standpoint, if this guy's throwing 14, 20 punches around, he's less likely to hit me because his output is much less than everybody else in the division. That's all I'm saying. But as you said, though, I do agree it is something that I would need to see. And in my opinion, I think if he's going to beat somebody like Shakur, he's not going to be able to just sit back and throw 14, 15 punches around because he's not going to be giving himself the best chance to win. That's just my opinions about it.
And you right, and he know that because he even said that, hey, those fights with Devin and Shakur, they're gonna be different because I gotta come at them. So he said that shit in the interview with Complex. The other thing too, them overall punch stats, they really skewed because he's gonna let his hands go the first 3 or 4 rounds in a lot of fights. But if you go look at how many punches he throw once you get to the back half of the fight, that shit turn up. You start getting 30, you start getting 40. Once he start turning up, get your time and understand what you're trying to do, and then trying to take advantage of where he can. So I think a lot of that has to do with, like, if you go look at the fight with Ryan just now, that first round, he didn't really throw no shots. That second round, before he threw that uppercut that put Ryan on the ground and ducked underneath his shit, he wasn't letting his hands go that much in that round either. He don't throw a lot in the first half of the fight, so I think his punches per round, they look like they worse than what they are. But when it come money time, when the fight actually start picking up, when they get done feeling each other out, you get about the middle of round 4, round 5, he do start letting his hands go a lot more. He do. So I just hope we get the fight. Long story short, I hope we actually get to see these fights that we're talking about, because that's how we'll know who's right and who's wrong. And at the end of the day, we know what I'm saying, we can come back and talk our shit.
Yeah, for me, a lot of the narrative surrounds about Shakur stems from his work at featherweight against guys who aren't very good. So that's like when Zone says you find him to be overrated, I think the way that people talk about him is overrated totally, right? But I do think he can fight, and I think he has a good chance. Like, of the guys at 135, I think everyone agrees that it's Devin Haney and Shakur who have at least the style and can execute the style against Tank. Now, the only question is, do we pick Tank to win in those fights? That's really all it is. Like, unless there's somebody else that we think can beat Tank. I don't think it's Jermaine Ortiz or Frank Martin.
Yeah, Frank Martin.
I'm willing to look at somebody else outside of Shakur. I mean, his stats and his numbers, you can't dispute those. Documentation be conversation. And you got to look at that and where was it attained. Attaining numbers at 126 and 30 is totally different from attaining those same numbers at 135. So I have to see the numbers on him putting some collective work and see if it stays the same. I know where Tank is at. And like you said, I agree with you, Knockout, man. Yeah, he spends a lot of his rounds, early rounds, which could be argued on that behalf because you throwing away rounds. I can see if somebody say, well, Tank kind of throw away rounds at the beginning. That could be dangerous. But his output leads him to pick it up later. And it all has been resulting in vicious stoppages. So there's something there within the strategy that makes sense for Tank. I don't even think he was doing good against Rolly. I think Rolly was doing great against him. I think Rolly did better than what Ryan Garcia did. But you just got to stay sharp all 48 minutes of the fucking fight, bro. And I just don't think with this dude beating on your body and beating on your head from the southpaw position, I just don't see power in both hands. I just don't see how you stay focused 48 minutes through the entire fight, or 36 minutes within the actual fisticuff parts of the fight. I just don't see neither one of those guys being able to do it.
Yo, I got a question. Let me interject real quick. Because I know that we're all like, because Tank has been knocking out guys at this weight limit. He knocked out Ryan Garcia. He knocked out Rolly. Those two of the really only guys who campaigned at 135 pounds that he knocked out. Really good, good one-shot knockouts on those two guys. But when we talk about the other elite guys at this weight class, we ain't never even seen like these guys hurt like that, let alone, you know what I'm saying, like a dude like Rolly. We've never seen him beat an elite fighter. You know what I'm saying? So he might look a lot worse against some of these other guys. Let's just say, for instance, if he was to fight Shakur Stevenson, let's say Shakur Stevenson get the guy out of there in 3 rounds too, but punish the guy the whole time, not like some one-shot knockout shit. Would that give you a different perception then of how that fight would look? Because hitting the guy with one shot, knocking him out, as opposed to beating the guy down and making him, you know what I'm saying, making the towel or the corner throw in, would that give you a different perception of how we describe him when Shakur and the Tank will fight based on common opponents? I know we haven't seen it, but we're talking about how Shakur doesn't do X, Y, and Z and Tank does, but it's only because we haven't seen against, you know what I'm saying, necessarily common opponents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would ask a guy like, I'm gonna start with you, Zone, and then I'm gonna go to Zoe. Like, I know what y'all saying about Tank. And y'all saying it because of what we seen with Shakur. But now that we seen, like, when I seen Shakur fight at 35, that motherfucker looked way stronger than I've ever seen him at 26. And well, he only fought like once or twice at 30. But he looked like a way bigger and better puncher at 35 than he did at 26. Did that not influence your opinion at all about how that fight would go?
No, he didn't look. He just looked like Shakur. I mean, I didn't see what he did that was outside of the norm. And don't get me wrong, man. I like Shakur. Don't get it twisted. I like him being a player in this.
Oh yeah, I know you do.
And as it is compared to Tank, it's just gonna be a stoppage. The guy just don't have the physical intangibles, man, to fuck with Tank, man. I just see it.
You said physical intangibles, like you mean like ring IQ or ability to execute certain things in the ring? Because when you say like physical attributes, like I'm thinking like not you said intangible, so I'm not thinking height or length or nothing like that, right? So you're saying like the things that aren't measured.
Yeah, I'm saying the things that we see him output physically as a boxer, right? Because it's one thing to have a conversation in theory, but when I see him and plug him into the ring and see him do it against whoever, I don't even care about the level of competition to a degree. I just need to see certain tendencies, because we know when you fight the person, all your experiences don't matter until you get the experience in the ring with the nigga we talking about. So that shit like 0-0 every time a guy go into a fight. I understand you're as good as your last fight. That shit cool. I've seen too many things go wrong with that. So every fighter is 0-0. So when Tank and Shakur, Tank and whatever other combination you guys want to put in there, they come in 0-0 with the consideration of what they previously did. In 0-0, Tank stopped this kid.
Okay. I get, you know what, like I said, I was thinking the same thing as you, like completely the same line of thinking, until I thought about how all of these guys that we watched coming up the ranks was knocking out everybody. You know what I'm saying? The Keith Thurmans, the Sean Porters, the Earl Spencers, the Lomachenkos and shit. Then all of a sudden, wasn't no more knockouts. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it happens. Just about with everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's very rare that we see a big fight like Tank and Ryan and the ends in the knockout. That's just rare. But on that spectrum, we've never seen Ryan Garcia fight a guy that we would consider elite until he fought Tank. So we don't know how the fuck Ryan Garcia would fare against some of the other 135 pounders like Jorge Linares or Devin Haney or who the fuck else, Jermaine or Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? There was so many fights that didn't happen to give us a better gauge of Ryan Garcia. Frank Martin or Keyshawn Davis. You know what I'm saying? He's very novice himself though, but at least we know that he is. I would say that Luke Campbell was probably the best guy that Garcia fought. So it's going to be interesting now to see how he mixes it up with the rest of the division, because shit, he might get stopped in his next 4-5 fights. And then we're looking at this Tank shit like, that really wasn't shit now.
I mean, think about it like this right here, Rylo. He doesn't even fight at 35.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. When he go against the other contemporaries at 35 or 40, wherever he's going to fight at, he might start getting stopped like a motherfucker, which gonna make that shit that Tank did really look like shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be like the best win that any motherfucker got that aged very gracefully was Floyd over Canelo. I don't know a win that aged better than that win in probably 30 years. You know what I'm saying? But we don't see how this win over this win over Garcia ages. I mean, it could be a great. Just imagine this motherfucker ends up undisputed champ at 147 pounds. That shit gonna look great on Tank's resume. But then if he go out and get stopped on his next 3 out of the next 5 fights, huh? You know what I'm saying?
He could in a comparative sense, like, right? You know, we watched Mayweather and Pacquiao for years beat up the same people. And the way that fight looked, didn't look like none of this shit gave us any inclination that shit that we saw was gonna happen.
What no?
At all. Like, so
you mean from Pacquiao is what you mean?
No, from nobody, neither one of them.
I kind of knew Floyd was gonna fight him. How Floyd fight? I mean,
yeah, that's what. Because nigga, we talk about this all the time. How we see it, their way, exactly how we thought it was.
I'm saying, okay, so the collective fight. So
what you mean?
The collective fight, like when you look at it, because to me, both of them had a responsibility to push the fight. I know my criticism, and not to get off subject, just to close this up and get back to them. The criticism was that Floyd don't get to be off the hook for this fight. You know what I'm saying? But they allowed him to be off the hook for this fight. So that's a whole different, scenario. But that the way them two niggas was fighting, and even Floyd was doing more aggressive fighting to me. I like the Canelo fight. I like the Cotto fight. I did like the dirtiness with Victor Ortiz. It wasn't like Floyd was just really sitting down, stinking the joint out now. Floyd fought Shane Mosley pretty good. So the shit that he did with Pacquiao was very, very disgusting. I didn't think he would. I didn't think the ceiling or the floor was that low, is what I'm saying. I know you guys probably felt that way.
I got what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I got you. You said, yeah.
Yeah, he had some good fights up until Pacquiao. I didn't think he was going to go that goddamn low. So that, to me, that wouldn't matter with Shakur and them because, man, that shit don't tell me nothing. I mean, it give me a good idea who I might like, but that shit really don't tell me nothing, man. Like I say, 0-0 on the scoreboard when they get in the ring and fight.
Yeah, the Floyd Manning shit after all them years and all that build up, it was a letdown. I got you. Yeah, 100%. 100% agree.
Yeah, no, the fight definitely was a letdown, but I mean, Floyd Mayweather has never given me any inkling that he was gonna push the pace against Manny Pacquiao. I mean, I didn't see that in no shape or form coming at any round at no time. You understand what I'm saying? But I think Manny. I was more disappointed in how Manny fought Floyd versus the way Floyd fought Manny. Let me just say that. It looked more like a Floyd Mayweather style fight versus the Manny Pacquiao fight. It looked like Floyd went in there and he fought and he made Manny fight his fight. That's what it looked like to me personally. But was it a letdown? Absolutely. But that's just kind of where I'm sitting with it.
It sounds like I'm in the minority, in general, because I thoroughly enjoyed that fight. I had a ball watching that shit. The entire time the media propped up Manny Pacquiao as the guy to beat Floyd Mayweather, I thought it was horse shit. And I thought the way that it played out was exactly how I thought it was going to play out. Manny laughing at everybody for thinking that this dude had a chance, and him giving it. Since he's there, he might as well do what he does. And he clipped Floyd, because Manny is good, right? But Floyd is on a different fucking level than Manny always has been. I didn't think it was ever competitive. I always thought the whole Manny could beat Floyd was a media generated farce, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't see any separation on that, and I don't think
I agree.
Yeah, that's it. Floyd don't get a pass on that shit. I don't think he won anything. I think that's, I mean, whatever. You know, I get it. People gonna say what they wanted to say because they had people picked, and I know YouTube at the time was trying to cash it out. So we cashing that one out. But these guys cannot afford that luxury to go in there and sit on their lead thinking that there's some A-side guy that's going to, when Shakur go in there, they're not going to say, Tank, is your responsibility to press the fucking fight. And they're not giving Shakur a pass for that shit. And if he sit back and rock away, no, that's not going to happen. Shakur, you're going to have to fight this guy, Tank, or you're probably going to lose some rounds. These judges have been judging this shit crazy lately. You don't know where to come out of a decision. It ain't safe no more. This ain't the era where Laura was getting away with that shit. Floyd was getting away with that shit. Andre Ward, to a degree, was getting away with that shit. They not judging that stinky shit in the favor of the nigga who do the stinky shit no more. They're really kind of mixing this thing up. And if you're not careful, man, you can find yourself playing four corners offense with a loss.
Yeah, I don't think what the representation that you that I got that you painted of Shakur just now. I mean, he's not that fighter. He's not the guy that's just sitting back and sitting on the lead. I mean, this guy's throwing punches, and this guy putting in a whole lot of work, and he's in there punishing guys. I don't give a fuck if it's Oscar Valdez, Oscar the Grouch. It don't matter who it is. You know, he's in there and he's letting his hands fly. So I don't see him being any different than how he's been against all his other opponents if he fights against Tank Davis. So, like I said, that's one that we have to see. Somebody that's hit the least versus somebody that's the most accurate. You understand what I'm saying? Both of those guys are going to have to make adjustments inside of that ring. Obviously, Tank is going to have to increase his output. And Shakur is finna fight a guy who is a known heavy puncher, right? So it's gonna be a good one, but I doubt Shakur is just gonna sit back and just sit on the lead. Nah, that ain't his fighting style. He's giving me no reason to think that he's just gonna start doing that randomly once he fights Tank Davis.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that can't happen, and I don't believe that Shakur is going to do that. I'm saying that would be something that I would caution against. I believe that Shakur Stevenson is going to do exactly what you say he's going to do. I think he's going to go in there and shoot them wide open hooks that lead left hook and be who he is. And I think he's not going to have enough for Tank, and I think Tank going to dust his body off, his head off, and he's going to be looking up at the lights. So I agree with you, and I hope it be that way, because it's going to be explosive. And I don't think that pound for pound, man to man, I just don't think that Shakur, whatever the fuck he do, he could come in with goddamn you and the whole Texas behind his ass. He going to get his ass knocked the fuck out. And I look forward to it. I hope he come in and pity pat him or whatever he fucking going to do, swing and do whatever y'all say he can do this well. But I think Tank going to stop his ass. My question going to be, when they make these fights with these three guys, I want to know where we're moving these guys up and what's on the line. I don't want to spend all day talking about it. I want to know where we moving these guys when we get these fights. Because if these guys are going to deliver these fights, I want to know, are they moving past such and such boxer at 35 on the all-time list? That's what I want to know. And that's what I can't look forward to. So I'm excited about that for me, myself.
Where would I put this as a lightweight clashes, the great lightweight clashes?
When the fights are made. So like Devin Haney, like let's be honest, Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. Whoever is victorious out of this is an undisputed defense. Whether this move Devin Haney. You see what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff I'm interested in, because people get their predictions and they say this and they say that, but what's on the line here? Where are we willing to move the person up? Because at some point, these guys got to move up. The arguing, the debate about it, just to debate about it, are we saying that, and we saying we want these fights, right? And with no impediments or anything. So Lomo and Haney is one of those fights. Whoever wins this fight moves up where? Not just in boxing now, but on the all-time great list at 135. Does he start challenging Pacquiao and Mayweather? Do people start
no.
usual suspects?
I think he surpasses Mayweather at 135. If he gets past Tank, if Devin Haney gets past Loma, then gets past Tank, and gets past Shakur, I think that would be better than what Floyd did. Like,
I'm sorry. Say that. I'm sorry. Say that one more time. Those three names you said. Say that again.
Loma, Tank, and Shakur.
Loma, Tank, and Shakur for Devin Haney. Okay.
Yeah, if he does that, then he will surpass Floyd, in my opinion, at 135. I think that Tank is going to be in the Hall of Fame. I think that Loma's going to be in the Hall of Fame. I don't think that. I mean, it's a fact. It's not even about to think. Castillo didn't is not in the Hall yet. He might get there.
I doubt it.
But yeah, I don't think he'll get there either. So that brings Mayweather's Hall of Fame opponents at 135 to 0.
I think Haney passes. Just not Pacquiao. I think he passes Mayweather with this defense.
Yeah, probably, right?
What he did, he beat Castillo twice at 35, just as an example. And who else he beat at 35?
Did he fight Chico at 135? Chico at 130.
I think that was at 130. That was at 35.
Yeah, he fought at 130.
Castillo 35.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, he fought Castillo. Yeah.
I know Castillo was at 35.
Castillo 35 twice. And
Jesus Chavez. He fought Jesus Chavez
at 35.
Yeah,
that's not. Floyd's thing at 135 is not very good, right?
Right. I was just naming again.
I finna say, really low key. You could really, throw Haney in there with. Yeah, I mean, right now, honestly, with the undisputed thing, man. I mean,
Castillo was still like kind of a dog. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's just kind of where I'm at with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, beating Loma is a kind of a big deal for like lightweights. Don't typically fight. Like, you have to go back in time for like a Hall of Famer, like, still challenging for a title, and like you beating that guy.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, Lomachenko, his resume is fucking ridiculous, man. I know a lot of people like to hate on Lomachenko because the media has built him up so tall. But honestly, let's just take away, the media factor of Lomachenko, and you just look at what he's done in boxing. The dude is a fucking monster, bro. Like, seriously, he's a dog. So if you could pull out a win against Lomachenko, convincing win against Lomachenko, I mean, because Loma's gonna be a Hall of Famer, 110%, right? So if you could pull out a win against that guy, you set yourself up to be a name that's gonna be recognized in boxing forever. Because the undisputed deal alone is just such a prestige thing to have, especially in the 4-belt era. So
4-belt era, one of the original weight divisions. It's just getting
it's heavy.
Getting Loma on your resume is like a huge thing, right? And lightweight, like lower, right? I don't know.
Interesting.
I think it could be mentioned up there. Like, to me, Sweet Pea was probably still with my own two eyes watching, the best lightweight I've seen, but he just didn't have those kinds of oppositions, right?
Opponents, yeah. Because like your time in the sport matters as much as what you do. You know what I mean? Because like you got a guy like Tank right now who's in a position that he can knock off 4 guys and somehow, you know what I'm saying, or just any one of these guys can, if we give these guys like the 4 Kings moniker, all of these guys fight each other, then they all end up in the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? Just on virtue of them all fighting each other. But if somehow, some way that Devin Haney moves up out of the division, maybe Shakur and Tank don't fight just because of fucking, the goofy shit that happens, and Loma loses to Haney and somehow just goes into oblivion, then we're going to be left wondering what the fuck would have could have happened in this era without those fights happening. Then we're going to be searching for other guys outside of these guys to try and make these guys legends. So all of these guys are in a good spot right now. They got really hot names to fight and make themselves legends. It's just up to these guys to make the fights now.
I do think Lopez got a chance at beating Tank if Lopez can hold his square and don't concede any bullshit catch weights and say, "Hey man, I'm fighting you at 140."
Teofimo?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Lopez got a good sturdy shot at beating Tank. More so than Devin Haney, Shakur, and Lomachenko. I think Lopez is sturdier, stronger, and I think those two would make for extremely good fight.
I think it's a good fight. I think Ryan and Tio is a better fight. I don't think Tio actually has the feet for Tank.
Yeah, I don't think T.O. would be a good fight for Tank at all. After I seen how he performed against Kambosos, man, Tank could destroy that dude. Tank could destroy him. He is a bigger guy. He will be the biggest puncher that Tank's faced. I give him that. I give him that card. But outside of that card, I don't think T.O. got it, man. Not for Tank, at least.
He's not cement-footed, but he is flat. His flat.
He don't. Yeah, he don't.
Yeah, it's not gonna get it done.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not even talking about his footwork. I'm just talking about just when I look at them, the experience factor, the in fight adjustments. T.O. just is not. He doesn't have it. All right, look. Okay, when I look at it, he's not. His IQ is not as good as Tank. His footwork is not as good as Tank. He doesn't hit as hard as Tank. I mean, just when you just really start laying all the shit out on the line, you'd be like, yeah, in theory, it sounds like a good fight, but this motherfucker really don't do nothing better than Tank outside of him just being bigger than him. I mean, it's not a good fight for the kid, man. He'll get destroyed. But I got you.
And that's what I'm saying.
I don't know, man. I think that's a good one, man.
I think Tank gives Taylor a better fight than Tio.
Yeah, but the way he's describing everything about Lopez, I absolutely agree, and I feel even stronger, and I feel even secure, more better about that with Stevenson and what's his name. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like everything he said applies to Shakur Stevenson and fucking Devin Haney. They don't do nothing better than Tank at all. At least Lopez has the stability and the power. And when people say footwork, I don't need to see you happy feet to consider that good footwork. I like stability. I like sturdiness for footwork in the ring. I mean, Lomachenko gonna ice skate on everybody. I mean, he gonna twist your feet up no matter who the fuck.
Wait a minute. You don't think that Devin Haney has a better lead hand than Tank?
I don't think Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson do anything.
Okay, so not anything. So do you think Tank has a better jab than Devin Haney?
I think
anything.
Tank got better everything.
Oh, come on, man. All right.
Hey, look, let me say this about T.O. real quick, and I'm gonna wrap this shit up with T.O. Look, man, I seen T.O. I seen him in the Kambosos fight. I seen him in the Nakatani fight. I seen him in the fucking what's the other guy that he fought? Not Comey, but Lomachenko fight. Bro, this dude was getting his motherfucking cap peeled back, man. He couldn't. Nakatani gave him a great fight. Lomachenko, that second half, had his face battered. You understand what I'm saying? And Kambosos really just outboxed him and outmanned him and beat him. And this guy was the bigger guy. Like, I don't think T.O. has showed me anything as far as, look, because I can point to the results, right? I can look at the fights and say, okay, T.O. doesn't do this good. T.O. doesn't do this good. Against this guy, T.O. got out, whatever. You understand what I'm saying? I get it, man. To me, T.O. is not on the level of these guys that we're talking about, Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson. Not as a performer, because his performance suggests something differently. I get it. The kid does have power, but Kambosos put him on his pockets. And Lomachenko's second half of the fight battered his fucking face. I don't know, man. I don't know. I get it, man, but I only can point to the results, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he got a win over Lomachenko. So, I mean, it's supposed to be a good competitive fight because we're right there in the same spot. The only person that I'm saying is who's going to separate himself from all the bunch is Tank. It don't matter which one of them you slide in, because Zoe said earlier 140. And I'm transitioning past, I'm at T.O. next. I'm saying 142. I'm really out of 135. I'm really done with that. I don't see nothing. Man, Tank gonna stop them dudes, both of them dudes, and we ain't gonna have to worry about this.
Hey, wait. Hold on. Y'all saying that 135 done, so we're talking about guys who could potentially beat Tank at 140, right?
Oh my God!
So wait. Hold on. Slow down. So there are three champs at 140, right? We got Josh Taylor, Matthias, and Regis Prograis, right? So y'all don't give 9-3 of those guys a shot against Tank either?
Hey, man, I'm scared for Tank fighting
listen, I'm with you, Smoke. I'm wondering these guys
Tank.
Like Tank, like, do they think that Tank got it? Like Tank gonna obliterate those 140-pound guys too?
What about Jeremiah Ponce? Like, forget the champions.
Yeah, I would take shit. Fuck yeah, give me Ponce. Yeah.
Because I think T.O. loses to all those dudes.
And then, well, we got to see it. I'm not sure about that one. I'm just not sure about that. I can't say that for sure.
I mean, if you can put on your ass by fucking Kambosos and Sandra Martin, bro, I don't know what to tell. Like, really, it could have been called 2 knockdowns. Like, I don't know, man. Against Sandra Martin, I'm not seeing the T.O. I'm not seeing the same T.O. you're seeing.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's what. Listen, if Devin Haney just beat Kambosos, to me, that was an impressive win to give Devin Haney credibility. Him beating on Kambosos is what's making me saying that I favor him over Shakur to have a more competitive fight. But then they come around and say, okay, well, Lopez, he got beat by Kambosos. Okay, so Kambosos ain't shit. I'm fine with that. Then, okay, that proves my point even more with these fucking 2 pity patters down here. So if Kambosos ain't this or that, and it's a joke that Lopez fucked up and got whooped up by the guy, then cool, I'm fine with that. That just applied to Devin Haney as well. You see what I'm saying?
To me, the T.O. thing, his last impressive victory, right, was Lomachenko. He has not looked very good since then. I think he finished that fight strong, even though Loma started to fight and he like evened it up and all that stuff. But I think T.O. finished that fight strong. But ever since then, it's just been I don't know. I don't have any faith in that guy being one of the top 5 guys at 140.
Me neither.
And now if you're going to throw Tank in there at 140, now Tank can impress the hell out of me. If he, I mean, I'm already really impressed with the kid, but like I would be sticking my chest out, like, yeah, I've been down since day one. If he got in there with Josh Taylor and beat that guy, because that's really one of the things. But like when it comes to Prograis and Matthias, like that kind of shit, I'd love to see the fight, and yeah, I'd be like saying like, damn, that Tank is a beast for that. But I wouldn't be picking Tank to beat Prograis and Matthias. I like that. I think he deserves to be the underdog in those fights. I think he'd be underdog in all 3 of them. Actually,
if he needed to bring Ryan Garcia down, he definitely ain't finna fuck around with no Matthias, dog. That dude, man. And y'all say how Tank hit and all of that shit and take punches. Shit, man. I think he needs to stay away from 140 for a little while.
Man. Think about
fucking a better fight for him, right? There's the Peters of the world. The guys who's going to stand there and trade. The guys that Tank is used to fighting. Styles like that, I think, are way better than like get some off rhythm power puncher lefty and shit. Like, nah, bro, come on.
Yeah, we got to see the fight. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Now let me ask y'all this. I know we all hate to play Fanager and shit. Just generally speaking, what do you think is going to happen next with Tank? Let's go around the panel. Starting Tank, Zone, then Field, then Smoke. I mean, what y'all think gonna happen? I know we don't know. We can't, speculate on shit, but
I'll pass it, Zone. Go ahead. So, what was the question on the poll? Hold on, real quick, go. Hold on.
I said. I was asking. Well, go ahead, Smoke. What you think, did, and then so you go out to Smoke.
Right. So the cynic in me says Pitbull Cruz rematch. What I'd like to see is Devin Haney.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to see Devin Haney get past Loma, but I don't want to look past
Loma. We all know. Yeah, we all know what we want to see, but what we realistically think is going to happen.
I think the two more easy to make fights are going to be, I think, Pitbull Cruz rematch and Frank Martin.
Frank Martin, hometown boy, Detroit. Well, go ahead, Zoe. What you got? What you think?
I think Tank watches both of them, and I do think those are good fights for Tank to go into because Devin Haney got a fight, and Tank can jump right back in after that clean knockout. He's pretty good. You feel what I'm saying? So I think a warm-up fight before he go to them because he gonna wash Devin Haney and Shakur if he get those fights back to back. You know what I mean? Frank Martin, I don't see having no shot with Tank and what's the other guy name?
Pitbull.
Pitbull. I see him stopping Pitbull, kind of like Deontay when Deontay went back and fought Stavern.
I see that. All right, Big Tex.
Pass it
on. What you got, man? Texas, Houston.
Yeah, look,
you ain't get hit with the. Okay, go ahead. Making sure the dude ain't get you, man.
What do I see for Tank? If you Tank Davis, man, I've heard Tank Davis say that he's not gonna be fighting much longer. You know what I'm saying? With taking that into consideration, I would prefer him to fast track the shit. Because this is the deal right here. Theoretically, right? What would be better than Devin Haney beating Lomachenko and not being signed to any network and being a free agent in order and setting up the fight with Tank Davis coming? Because this is the thing. If he goes and he beats Lomachenko convincingly after Tank Davis just put on this performance against Ryan Garcia, this is real close. This is real close when these guys had these fights, right? So you got one fight in April, then you got another fight in May. So they finished up around the same time. The only thing that would make any kind of sense is to say, you know what? We both got the momentum right now. We need to make this super fight as soon as possible. And I think we both can cash out. You know what I'm saying? We both can make an extreme amount of money and at the same time build our legacy, bro. So to me, that makes the most sense from a financial and a legacy standpoint. And right now, Tank Davis needs the legacy portion of this more than anything. And if you become undisputed, you really solidify yourself with obviously your power and the numbers that you've been putting up in boxing, bro. So you got to take that Devin Haney fight next, or even the Lomachenko fight next. So I think that's where he needs to sit at right there.
When you say or Lomachenko, are you saying even if Lomachenko loses, fight Lomachenko?
No.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now you need that winner. You need that winner.
You're the first person to even mention Lomachenko as a potential opponent, as if he does have a slight chance of possibly winning this fight.
Oh well, no. I mean, he does have a slight chance of winning this fight.
No, I'm just saying you the one, because everybody else just talk about it like a foregone conclusion. Like Lomachenko already down eight rounds to 2, and they only got the last 2 rounds to fight.
Well, I can tell you this right here, Rylo. I'm an uncle, but I ain't a monkey's uncle. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, I ain't no fool. He getting in there with a guy who is very, very good at his craft. Okay.
Well, let's go back to this then. Since we speaking on it, we're gonna go back around. Does anybody give Lomachenko a chance in this fight with Haney?
And that's something. That's what I said last night.
I do. I give him a chance. Yes.
Yeah, I think that Haney is a real problem for him. Okay. I mean not Haney, but I think Lomachenko is a real problem. That's a
for
bad style. Yeah, I think Lomachenko is a bad style for Haney to fight.
Ooh, wait, so you give Lomachenko a chance to win this fight, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Right. But you mentioned Tank and Haney fighting as if it was a foregone conclusion that he's gonna win the fight.
He was following your question. He was just following your line of question.
Yeah, but
Okay.
this ain't got nothing to do with Lomachenko.
I got you. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Watch Lomachenko. No question.
If Lomachenko does win, you would like to see him fight Tank after the Haney fight if he was to win.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
That would be great for legacy.
Absolutely.
I think that would catapult Tank into the superstardom of Floyd.
I got Tank. I think Haney wins, and I think Tank stops Haney for undisputed, and I think he defends it against Shakur, because I think Shakur would be a mandatory at the time, and I think he stops him as well too.
That would be beautiful.
You can retire after that, bro. You can retire after that, honestly.
Damn near.
He might do a 2-year layoff, like on some Floyd Mayweather type nonsense. Hey man, take 2 years off or 18 months off, and then come back at 140. Let that clear out, like how Floyd did with 147, and then come back and let's see what the landscape looked like at 140. So I can see something like that.
So, me realistically speaking, and knowing how boxing goes, I think he's gonna take a kind of a bullshit fight in between this. Just because that's what that's just boxing. You know what I'm saying? And the Pitbull Cruz fight sounds more realistic. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They keep bringing it up. You keep hearing about it and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a way to get one of their guys paid. Is it a possibility that, I just don't see them putting Frank Martin in there with him, because I think that Frank Martin, just knowing how PBC does things, I just can't see them using Frank Martin as a stepping stone for Tank. It's just, I don't think he got enough cachet to take a L from Tank. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't really mean nothing for Tank, and would really kind of fuck up Martin. So that don't quite make sense. You know what I'm saying? I think Frank Martin need a couple of fights. Now, the one name I'm finna throw out here that I haven't heard mentioned, this guy clearly has been calling Tank out for a while, and y'all probably gonna laugh at this shit when I say it though, but a possibility is fucking Gary Russell. Clearly, it ain't about who gonna win, but it's just one of them fights that, you know what I'm saying, they could just bring up a bunch of old shit and bad blood. They've been saying shit back and forth to each other for years. And Gary Russell probably gonna get his ass stopped, you know what I'm saying, but he'll get a good check, But I got a feeling that they might dig him out the woodwork for a Tank fight for some reason.
Mr. Gary Russell is selling you wolf tickets. He's not fighting no damn Tank Davis.
Oh, I think he would. He'd go to sleep, but I think he would. I don't think he had no reservations about fighting Tank.
I think Gary Russell Jr. is all talent, all mouth, and very little action.
I agree with that.
Well, that too. Shit. I don't know what the fuck dude problem is. We already seen him lose on the highest level though. So
I got 140, man. I like what 140 kind of doing, and you guys are talking about what these guys can do at 140 and stuff like that. But man, really, most of them are paper champs because Josh Taylor got stripped and the belts got redispersed out. So I'm not too. These guys got to clean this back up. So like Josh Taylor's, he on the hook to become like back undisputed. Like how this gonna work now? Like is he obligated to fight these guys and unify again? Like what? Like what's that about? You see what I'm saying? Like where we go from here at 140, man? 140 is in shambles now.
You think so?
Yeah,
140 has heat in it.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I would say 140 got since Josh Taylor, Josh Taylor clearly is the man, but now he has a new slew of guys that if you're gonna continue to stay at this weight class, this is who you need to beat.
Yeah. He gotta. I like the fact that they dispersed the belts because now if you wanna stick around, you gotta earn that shit.
Yeah,
Ain't no more mandatory glory around this bitch. Like if you want to go touch another one of them straps, you gotta fight the motherfucker who fought the motherfucker to get that bitch.
Before I start, projecting Tank past the Progrades and Matisses of the world, I like to see him against like the Ramirez, the Ramirez, and the Williams Zepedas, right? Get past those guys because those are the kind of guys you've been fighting, but they're the bigger. But now they're bigger at 140. They're actual like 140s and all that shit. So if you can continue to do it against those kinds of guys, then I can see.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you, Smoke. I need to see that action with these elite guys before I just start putting Tank in there, because it's almost reminds me of Deontay Wilder sparking a bunch of guys, and then when he got in there with a guy he couldn't spark, he looked like complete shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to imagine that that might not happen with.
Well, hold on. Deontay Wilder most of the time is getting outboxed. I'm not gonna say look like shit, but yeah, I mean it's part of his method of madness. I ain't finna outbox shit. I'm gonna get my licks in, but when I get that real one in, your ass finna fall asleep.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna say look like shit though, but.
I mean, what I'm saying, I know what you're saying. Like, but what I'm saying is, when he got a guy that he couldn't, when he hit him with that Sunday punch and he ain't fall, he got beat the fuck. Like Deontay Wilder took one of the most brutal beatings we've seen since like Kell Brook and Earl Spence. You know what I mean? So it's one thing to get sparked with one punch, kind of like Rolly. He got hit with one punch when he lost to Tank, so it wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? It was a L none the least. But when you looked at that fight, you didn't think about Rolly like, shit, dog, he might not be the same after this one. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have that feeling. But after that first knockout that Wilder took, shit, man, he was like, God damn, dog, he might not be the same after this. I can't remember if it was the second or the third fight, but I want to say it was the second fight, man. He just got destroyed.
Yeah, second fight.
Yeah, that's when they threw in the towel.
Yeah, he got destroyed every fight outside of the first.
I mean, and he's a different guy.
He did the second one. The third fight was bad too. But one of them fights, I was like, when you kind of feel bad for the dude, like that nigga left a piece of himself in the ring type shit. You know what I'm saying?
He's not the same guy. Like, when's the last time you heard Catch a Body?
No,
he's not the same guy.
What? How is he not the same guy? He just stopped the goddamn guy brutally. Back in Deontay Wilder, he just can't fuck with Fury.
Yeah, you're right. So, and did you see what he did once he dropped him? You remember how when he dropped the guy, he used to do the shimmy shake and do all this other shit. He went right there, immediate concern and all this stuff. It's just not the same guy. Like I'm not saying he got that power. I'm just saying his attitude about his approach to it. I used to be a quote machine. He used to be out there in front, like chasing guys down, all that stuff. He's not doing it.
Yeah, he's definitely.
But hold on. But this is what this. Let me say this right here though. Y'all do realize that Robert Helenius is this nigga real friend, right? Like I mean, like it's his real friend. Like you come by the house, hey, your wife talk to my wife, our kids know each other. It's his real friend. I mean, you don't want to damn near kill your homeboy. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Because we doing the same shit for a living. I mean, I can't say that he not the same because that right hand looked pretty similar to,
yeah, I think
49 other motherfuckers, man. You know what I mean?
Even that right hand was similar to his other right hand. Wait, look that shit off.
Smoke. So are you saying in his attitude in boxing? I mean,
I'm saying his attitude. Like he was like, he was like, if you remember, Wilder used to be a guy that says, "I'm the baddest man out there," and what I'm looking for is somebody to humble me. I think he found that thing. I think he found that person, and he's not the same dude.
That comes with maturity as well. That comes with maturity as well. When you reach, there's a slight difference between 37 and 42. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I was a little more mature at fucking 42 than I was at 37.
No, I mean, and look, this is the thing right here. And I mean, hold on. And this is another thing I just want to throw out there. If you say you're the baddest man and you get your shit split twice, I mean, you just can't say that no more. Yeah, it's just you. You may not be humbled. You just like I can't go around spewing bullshit. So when I get back up, I'm still the same nigga, but I got to have some kind of truthful substance to what I'm saying.
Well,
you know,
I mean, but all we're talking about is how he changed, right? And the precipitating thing. But what I'm just speaking to is he's just not the same, right? And we can put it to. You could also throw in there. It could be the losses. It could be his attitude, approach. It could just be he's now more accomplished and ambitious. Now he got his statue. He got his tens of millions of dollars. He's got his family around him, and he's just not the same guy hunger-wise, right? He's accomplished a lot now.
Yeah. I mean, when we say, because I think that when we were saying not the same guy, I thought
High Flow hit the nail on the head, though. High Flow hit the nail on the head. AJ's not the same. And I completely agree with that. Right. He's a confidence guy, and I think his confidence is shot right now. Absolutely. To be honest with you, I don't think he's the same. I think he's the guy who
maybe he just wasn't really that good. Shit.
No, I mean, regardless of whether he's good or not, I don't think he's the same guy after taking those 2 losses and then losing to Ruiz. I mean, because he was so high on the mountain, man. I mean, that's a long fucking fall.
So listen, fall. This is what I'm saying. Like, because we when we see a fighter and then they lose, because clearly they ain't losing to guys, excuse me, that they beat. So when they get into the ring with guys who are better or are better than them, of course they ain't gonna look the same. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't the same guy. Like when you knocking guys out, you're gonna look like Wilder. He looked the same when he fought Helenius as he did when he fought Ortiz. It's just when he got in there with Fury, he looked like a different guy. But it wasn't him. To me, I think his own approach is it was the guy who was in the ring with him made him look different.
Nah, because look, even with Fury, I tell you what, the third fight, this is what I will say. Wilder looked a lot different the third fight than he looked in the second fight. I think he was a lot more determined in that third fight. He just realized that it didn't matter if I had all the determination in the world scrambled up from every ancestor ever in history. It just wasn't gonna help you win. You can be determined, but I mean, literally, man, when he got on the ropes and Fury was knocking his ass out and he was bleeding in his face and his neck was caught between the ropes, I was like, God damn, he gets fucked up. He need to just chill, man. When you ain't gonna win this one, player. You ain't gotta die behind this shit, man. Look, just shake yourself off.
That was a fight where dude could have took a knee and everybody would have understood. Everybody would have understood.
But the thing is, we're talking about how boxing is a mental game. And when you talk about Wilder before going into even the first Fury fight, and even after he had a draw with Fury, right? His approach to boxing was, I am the baddest thing on earth, and you have to prove it otherwise. Ever since he's been proven otherwise, he is not as vocal. He's not out there. He's been pretty much like he's disappeared. Like even now, they're talking about AJ in December. Wilder ain't said shit.
But I like that though. I like that.
I'm just saying it's different. I'm not. It wasn't it's fucking different.
Yeah, no, I mean I like that, but to me, you can be the same fighter and just don't be as vocal. I mean, you know, Andre Ward was a man of few words. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, we already know what he do. That boy poison your whole family to win. So, I mean,
listen,
but he didn't say shit though. I'm just saying, you know, Dre cheat, rob, and steal a motherfucker from a motherfucker to win. I'm just keeping it real.
And this is the thing though, too. Like, I think one of y'all made this point though. If Smoke, if you had came up on $5 million a week ago or a month ago, I don't think we'd be able to catch you on this video right now. I'm just being 100. Like, if I came in at $5 million, y'all think I'd be missing now? Shit.
That's the difference between you and me. I'm retired. This is what I do for my hobby. I do this because I love boxing. Like that's like this is not because I don't have enough money. This is actually what I do because I can.
Listen, I ain't gonna miss no fights. Y'all just
I'm just talking about. The thing is, I'm saying, man. Like I've been talking boxing for like 30 years with one dude. Like that guy was, competed at a high level and, trained guys and all this other shit. So like it's been a high level kind of conversation, but it's been with one person until I found YTBC. So now I can like interact with other boxing fans. Yeah, I'm not. It's not like if I had $20 million, you'd still see me right fucking here talking about boxing with you guys. You might be seeing me like from different locations from time to time.
I ain't gonna have that time, dog. I got you though. I feel you. I just might not have that kind of time for a while.
Nah, I ain't no cap though. I'm gonna be real with you. I still will fuck with y'all. You know what I'm saying? But I be rolling up on you niggas though. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I be like, yeah, Rylo, come downtown, man. I'm in Jersey.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's what I'll be doing.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. We understand. We're gonna be. I'm saying this shit we doing now. Damn, I might not be in the position to be doing this shit right now.
I'm not trying to fuck up my friend's life because I got a whole bunch of money. They're trying to recover from hanging out with me for 2 weeks and shit. Like go back to their regular lives and shit. I didn't talk to you guys about boxing.
Well, it was like you got $5 million now. Then, god damn,
yeah. I'm trying to figure out how much money this nigga got because we can't get in touch with him.
That's the problem. It ain't no happy medium, nigga. If I had a little bit more, I'd be straight. If I had a whole lot more, I'd be terrible.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over with.
That nigga said,
"Hey, we'll be treating Rylo like low place around this motherfucker, man."
or we'll all be in a central location, like you said. We'll be in a central location.
That's out the low place, man. I don't know where you at, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Listen, okay, here we go. I got one more.
Man. I just okay. Good.
This proposed. I mean, I keep hearing this rumor about this. What is it? July 22nd, or is it August 22nd? Spence and
July
22nd. So is anybody heard anything that could even be remotely close to substantial of this being true?
Shit, I'm in Atlanta, man. I don't know what them niggas doing.
Man, fuck it. I say have it either with the first date or push that bitch back to my birthday in August. And since we just can, since they don't know the date, I'm finna speak one into existence. Fuck it. Yeah, that's how I'm doing it. Because they keep changing it, bro. This is the same shit that we ran into last time. This is my deal right here. I don't even want to hear nothing about these two Negroes, man, until they decide to get their shit together and really give us something solid.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I was asking. Was it something?
Yeah, I mean,
ain't no need to talk about these niggas until they.
Yeah, these niggas bullshitting, bro.
I'm gonna talk about Spence every time this come up. I don't fuck all that. I'm gonna make it clear. I don't like that nigga. That nigga is a bullshitter. I mean, Terrence Crawford has fought though. At least, I mean, could he do better? Yes. Why is he waiting on Spence? Maybe because he just want to do Undisputed that bad. But man, Crawford be kind of going to pick up the pace and do something else. I'm not going to even call it a dunk or anything at this point. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to call it anything different because it's Earl Spence fault to me, man. That's just straight up what it is.
I'm down for hyping up the fight on for Juneteenth. I've got a little bit more gas in me. I'm not that mad. I'm not that bitter. I'm not that disgruntled. I'm tired. I do have a lot of fatigue, but yeah, I got enough in me for Juneteenth. Sure.
Yeah, Juneteenth. That's the one I want. That's really the date I want. That Juneteenth, because I'm already off that weekend. I got.
Man, Spence ain't finna fight that man at all. Man, Spence gonna end up fucking around and getting stripped, and it's gonna be some bullshit. He gets stripped, bro. I don't want to see the fight. I'm telling you now. I don't want to see the fight because every time I see Spence, he fat, he out of shape, he drunk, looking stupid. And eventually they're gonna press a mandatory on the guy. When that's dude fault, man?
It was April of 22.
Man, come on, man. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, it is. I mean, literally sitting on 3 belts.
Bro, they gotta strip this nigga now, man. At this point.
They do, man. They do.
How the fuck you strip Josh Taylor but you ain't stripped Earl Spence Jr. yet. Man, come on, bro.
Because Josh Taylor was ducking ordered fights. That's why nobody ordered shit. Boots is not pressing for no ordered fight. Stanionis isn't pressing for no ordered fight. Like that's the thing. Like we are trying to force guys into fights that they are not even pushing for.
Hold on, what? Hold on. Look, what I'm saying is, how does Josh Taylor clear out a division through a tournament, get right into immediate mandatories, and this son of a bitch been sitting on 3 belts since goddamn 2 years or a year at least right now, right?
Ain't satisfied. Remember, that was a unification fight with Ugas, so he hasn't satisfied a mandatory in at least 2 years.
Exactly. The IBF, come on, man. Or the
Okay, sorry. Danny Garcia was satisfying the WBC mandatory. The issue with the like, anyway, I'm not even going to go into the whole mechanics of it. Like, here's the thing: like Boots, right? When it comes to mandatory, when it comes to the Mandos for the challenge, Stanionis took a step.
Smoke, no. What do you mean? He because Danny Garcia had. Yeah, you're right.
What year was that? I'm asking.
I'm just saying it was. I think 2021, 2020. There you go.
So, like I said, it's been 2 years since he satisfied a mandatory.
Yeah.
Right. The issue is they're not ordering him, and the issue with them not ordering him is the fighters who are in that position aren't pushing for it to be ordered in the first place. So it's literally becoming us just trying to push guys in directions that they're not trying to go themselves. I think Boots is waiting for Spence to move up. I think Stanionis is waiting for these guys to move up. They're not pushing to fight them.
Man, look, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. You can say whatever you want to say. Earl Spence do not want this fight. This is clear as day. And he's the only one that's bullshitting. I mean, everybody else around in this position is making things happen. Charlo's made it happen, and he's satisfying mandatory and keeping it pushing, so forth and so on. Earl Spence have no logical reason why this fight between he and Terrence Crawford should not have happened yet. Terrence Crawford has always delivered within every division that he's went to, except the one with the nigga who don't never deliver on what the fuck he's supposed to do.
I agree, man.
Shit crazy.
I mean, it's so hard to.
Yeah, I don't, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like really, to me, I don't think it's either. I don't think either guy's bullshitting. I don't think either guy's ducking. I think at a certain point, I think there's a certain point where, like, if you believe in A sides flexing leverage, then that is what's happening. For me, this is one of the topics that I was talking about yesterday. I think that A side leverage fucking thing goes too far. It goes too far in certain situations, and this is one of them. I think Spence is using that A-side shit and fucking up a fight.
So you're saying it's Spence's fault because you was clamoring for it real hard yesterday. So therefore, you're saying that Spence is bullshitting with the A-side and is fucking up boxing.
This. I mean, that's a little bit inflammatory, right? I don't feel that. I mean, I'm not trying to argue the finer points of it. I'm just telling you that I don't think that he's. I don't think he's like trying to bullshit. Like I feel like what I'm saying is, guys.
Just repeat what you said yesterday, and then let's apply it to this metric right here.
Right. So, like I was saying, the cash cows in boxing, with the way that they are, when they apply their A side to the point that we don't get fights or they get competitive advantages, I think is poisoning the sport. Does
Earl Spence fit that criteria in the fight between he and Terrence Crawford?
As far as yes, sir. Yes, definitely.
So wait. When you say fit that criteria as being the A side, is that what
yes? He's using his A side leverage to the point that he's asking for stipulations that are actually hindering the fight.
Okay, so whose fault is it that the fight is not happening between the two?
I think both of them bear responsibility, which is why I think I spread the blame around.
So you're going to just sit here and just blame fucking Crawford. This is the bullshit I'm talking about.
No, I mean, like I said, it's not like I don't blame Spence. The issue is that you only blame Spence. But I blame both guys.
This is the bullshit right here. This is a perfect time to call this son of a bitch out, and no one wants to call this son of a bitch out and want to put Crawford in this shit. No, Crawford is safe. It is fucking Earl Spence Jr. fucking fault. I don't know why you guys are too pansy to say that. It's his fault. He's not lived up to what the shit he was talking about. He said that he was the bully. He said that he's going to do X, Y, and Z, and he hasn't delivered. He's a fucking liar, dog. He's a drunk, undisciplined, fat fuck from Texas that's a fucking liar.
Okay, so here's the issue, right? So here's why I don't say that it's his fault, even though of my previous statement, right? The issue is he asking for something that's like unreasonable? Yes. I don't think what he's asking for is unreasonable. I think that it's unreasonable for Terrence Crawford.
Wait, because you're just going. I need you to be
right. So like I was saying, okay. So go ahead.
Because you're saying what he's asking for, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm not clear on what that is. So you would have to fill me in on what the
without going into too fine details over too fine. I'm just saying so you can understand where I'm coming from. Because what I'm saying isn't about the specific details, right?
Okay. You got the floor and you got time. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like I was saying, when it comes to Errol Spence, I think that the demands that he asked for were not unreasonable demands. The issue is that they were deal breaker demands. So because they were deal breaker demands, it's not that they were unreasonable. It's just that because unless Terrence Crawford capitulated to those demands, then we don't get a fight. That's where my issue becomes when the
let's get.
The idea about like
skipping over it. You skipping over it, Smoke, because you're just saying as if I already know what they are, and I'm telling you I don't.
All right. So the reason why I'm saying it without enumerating what the actual stipulations were, because Terrence Crawford said he agreed to them. So regardless, like whether or not, like, because they only talked about certain things, no guarantee, for instance. Okay. To me, I don't have an issue with no guarantee. I think that's a reasonable thing in the current climate because you bet on yourself, whatever. But Terrence Crawford might not find that reasonable. So like while I don't blame Terrence Crawford for not finding those things, for not wanting a no guarantee, I can't say he's not responsible for the fight not happening. I can blame him for not taking no guarantee.
Wait. So we're going back to so let me ask you, because if that is a thing, if you tell me, and I'm just speaking from layman terms, and we ain't even, just a guy saying we're gonna do something together, and you telling me I gotta go in this and hope that we make a certain amount of money, and you gonna be in control of all the money, and then I'm asking you is if you're gonna be in control of everything, just let me see where all the money going. Let me see what you're doing. I just want to be able to see what the fuck is y'all doing.
So for me, that is already written in the law. You don't have to like negotiate that. So that's not a deal breaker thing. That's just saying you got to observe the Ali Act. But the other part of that, the issue though, was what I thought was an unreasonable request from Terrence Crawford back was okaying expenses. Looking at how the expenses, that's cool. Whatever, you already have that right anyway. Being able to okay expenses, now I think that is an unreasonable demand. That's another thing that I could put at Terrence Crawford's feet. If I'm like trying to say, like I'm just saying, like it's not as though there's not responsibility to be spread. The same way that you could talk about Earl Spence side of the street, you could talk about Terrence Crawford signing with Top Rank and never crossing the fucking street.
What's funny though? Like, I'm gonna say this real quick. I listened to a podcast with a dude was interviewing Steven Espinoza, and he talked about why certain fights are so hard to make, and he actually got into some of the details, and I was like, oh shit, I never even knew that was a thing. It makes kind of sense, you know what I'm saying? So with Terrence Crawford not being associated with any other promotional company, why wouldn't he, as a person involved in the event and one of the primary money makers, a person to be able to say, hey, let's spend money on that, or not let's spend money on that, if you ain't gonna give me my money off the top anyway? Because once you give me my money off the top, I can't say shit about nothing anyway.
Well, the issue is that I think the disconnect is it wasn't just one promoter. Terrence Crawford was going to be a co-promoter on this. The issue when it comes to okaying expenses had to do with the network. Like the network is not allowing, you don't work at Showtime. You can't tell Showtime how to spend their money.
Okay, see, I don't, okay. If that's because I don't know.
Yeah, like
what
they're
that
like
part
network,
is.
like the network is also trying to they're putting this on to get ratings and for their own eyeballs. So they have their own marketing campaign, their own marketing strategies that they're not trying to have that expense or that situation be impacted by like the boxers or the boxing promotion, the boxing
So
promoters. That's their own fucking thing.
I got you. So you think that is where the Terrence Crawford is digging in at? Is what?
Well,
Like,
I don't even know if he dug in there. Like I know, I'm just saying that is an unreasonable request. I don't know if that was an actual deal breaker request. I'm just saying, like that when I'm
right. I
when I'm
got you.
looking at all the
I
the
would say
requests
that
going
might
back and
be
forth, I think that
might
one
be
is an
unreasonable.
unreasonable one.
I would agree
Yeah.
that might be unreasonable. Mm-hmm.
Like what do I think? No
Okay.
guarantee is unreasonable. I don't think is unreasonable, but Terrence Crawford could find it unreasonable.
Yeah.
I think it's unreasonable. I think that everything that Terrence Crawford is saying is reasonable. He's a sound and logical dude. I have no reason to doubt his character, and I'm not going to do it now when it comes to a son of a bitch that I know is a scumbag. I'm not going to do that. I don't do that in real fucking life, and I don't play that game on the internet. Earl Spence is a sucker motherfucker, period. And I don't trust him in nothing he says, nor do I trust Al Heyman in nothing they says. Everything over there stinks like horse shit. Okay, so I'm not going to go ahead and say, oh, it's fair because I want to be neutral and I want to sound. No, it is Earl Spence's fault, man. He already said that he don't want to fight fucking Keith Thurman because he's mad at him for some shit from 2010. Like, dude, come on, the dude is blatantly going around drinking, having a good time, doing what the fuck he want to do, instigating shit on the internet, talking about everybody fight but his fight with Crawford. You're placing bets, bragging, talking shit, but you're not trying to fight Terrence Crawford. And every time we see you, you look like you got a fucking gut. This shit is crazy, man. This shit is Earl Spence's fault, man. I don't give a fuck what you guys say. That dude is a scared son of a bitch. He's just like any typical pussy motherfucker that when you say, oh, when he thought Keith Thurman and Sean Porter and Danny Garcia was scared of him, he was pushing that envelope. And they turned him out to be a liar because he said Danny Garcia would never fight him, and so did his fucking goofy fans. That was a lie. He said Sean Porter would duck him and he would never fight him. That turned out to be a fucking lie. Okay, everything they say about Earl Spence has been a fucking lie, dude. Everything about Earl Spence is a fucking lie. This dude don't tell the truth about anything. So it's not nothing with Terrence Crawford. It's all 100% on Earl Spence. He don't want to fight. Terrence Crawford has even had a fight in between the negotiations. This shit is 100% Earl Spence's fault, and I know motherfuckers know that. They just want to be neutral friendly.
I don't like. So for me, like I'm not taking it to a character level because I'm just talking about business acumen. Like whether or not whether he's a nice guy or has integrity or whatever the fuck doesn't mean he knows business. And it doesn't mean that like asking networks to like oversight for their own expense budgets is like it's sound business. Even if you think Al Heyman and Errol Spence are full of shit, what that got to do with Steven Espinoza? They don't work at Showtime. But even beyond that. We saw the back and forth. Even if you believe everything that Bud said, what you find is Bud exercising a whole bunch of agency, Bud coming up with counter offers to offers that they got that he receives. So that to me is a negotiation. Through this negotiation, regardless of like who you think or how you view them or whatever the fuck, it seemed to be that there's things that you could be critical of on both guys. It's including taking a fight without telling any of a fucking body, right? Like while you're in the middle of negotiation. Apparently, what you think you're in the middle of negotiation. Like
you don't have to sit and wait for this dumb. Why in the fuck would that even be a thought process, Smoke? What do you mean he didn't tell him? Man, fuck Earl Spence. He don't gotta tell him shit. He can't just sit around and wait on this idiot all day to figure out when his next move is. The dude went on and took another fight. That makes perfect sense to me.
Okay, so to me, he wasn't waiting on Errol Spence. He already had the way that I look at this thing, and maybe you see it differently, and maybe we have some like we maybe we'll be working from a different set of facts, and we can get to the same set of facts. But for me, the way that I saw the thing happening is he had two offers on the table for fights. He had an Errol Spence offer, and he had a David Avenesian offer, and he took the David Avenesian offer. He wasn't waiting on Errol Spence.
He was waiting on Earl Spence to come to a reasonable compromise within the negotiations. Okay, no one has to bend the knee to Al Heyman and beat PBC with their ridiculous ass demands. When somebody come at you with ridiculous ass demands, you can say it's not good for me and move on. And I'm perfectly sound and cool with Terrence Crawford moving on from this scumbag. I don't care because it's Earl Spence who's ducking to me. He has nothing else left. He's not, the dude is inactive. The dude's fought what 3 times in 4 or 5 years? This is crazy, man.
You know what?
You guys are capping for this dude. This is crazy, man.
Smoke, I got a question, man. And I'm just and I know you don't have to try and answer this because you may not even know. But in the past, and we could probably say in the last 10 years, we've had a number of big fights that have come about between PBC fighters and another promotional agency. And in each of those fights, the lead promoter has been PBC. Prime example, Fury and Wilder. The first fight ended up on Showtime as PBC and all of them being the lead promoter. Another time was Lomachenko going over to Showtime and fighting Gary Russell Jr. I don't remember a time where the PBC put one of their fighters on another platform to let another promoter be the lead promoter for one of these big mega clashes. So here it is with a guy we have been wondering and wanting this fight all that time he was with Top Rank. Now we get Top Rank out the way and we still don't get the fight. And even with the Tank and Garcia shit, it was all Showtime shit, even though it was supposed to be a work together with the Zone, but it was all Showtime. So at what point do they give something up and say, okay, we are going to do this for the greater good of the fight, the fighters, and boxing as a whole?
Right. So when do they give up the leverage that those fighters earned? So for points of clarification, in the first Fury fight, Fury wasn't signed to ESPN. That didn't happen until he was supposed to fight the rematch, and then he signed, and we got a delay. And in that rematch, it was like a co-promotion between the two things. But in the third fight, Tyson Fury was the main promoter because he had won. Right. It was still a co-promotion, but ESPN took the lead. The same thing was true if in the Tank and Ryan rematch. Apparently, reportedly, there was a clause in the rematch that if Ryan were to win, then Golden Boy was going to be the main promoter of that fight.
You see how
when
it
comes to guys, I'm almost done. I want to get through your answers, then you can because you just laid out a few points. I'm just going to answer them and then let you have it. When it comes to like big fights where they sent their guy over, the last two of note was when Andy Garcia went over to Matchroom and stopped AJ, and when Porter went over to ESPN and got himself stopped by Bud.
Okay, all right. So you say Andy Ruiz, he was a top-ranked fighter. He was a PBC fighter when he went and fought AJ?
Correct.
You sure?
Positive.
Okay.
PBC
he was in his second fight. He was in his second fight on his PBC thing. Like they bought him out. He left Top Rank. He fought that big ass fucking Russian dude in his first PBC fight, and he got AJ in the second one.
Okay.
He was PBC. Then I thought he was Top Rank when he fought.
I thought he was just in between. I thought he was right in between. I didn't know he had even signed with PBC yet.
Yeah, because I remember when he was with Top Rank, but I thought he was still Top Rank when he fought on ESPN.
He was with Top Rank when he fought on ESPN. Yes,
the Zone.
No, when he fought on the Zone, he was with PBC.
Yeah, but I thought. Oh, okay. So when he fought on ESPN, he was under Al Heyman.
When he fought on ESPN, he was with the Top Rank. He had one fight with PBC before he fought AJ.
Right, but I thought he was signed to Top Rank.
He was signed to Top Rank, and then he left Top Rank to sign with PBC. He had a fight with PBC, and
he
then
had that one fight deal for AJ.
Well, I mean, it was a 2-fight deal. It was like a rematch clause and all that other shit. But like, it wasn't one fight deal with PBC. He had one fight. Anyway, all I'm saying to you is that he was a PBC fighter when he fought AJ.
Okay.
And so was Sean Porter. Those are two guys who like have notable fights in like recent memory. But you also have to realize that PBC is not that old. Like, so when you go like Gary Russell Jr. and Loma, PBC didn't exist then.
Yeah, I
They
know.
didn't? You
No,
sure?
No, like that was just them fighting on Showtime, right? Like,
yeah, it was Golden Boy who was.
I
Golden Boy
mean,
was
yeah, I
big
mean,
back then
same
because
difference,
Keith
right?
Thurman was under the stable, and he was with Al Heyman, and they had like a joint thing going at first, and then PBC took off.
No. Yeah, no. All those guys were at that time were supposedly fighting under Golden
yeah,
Boy.
I'm just making a delineation. If we're talking about PBC,
but
if you're talking about
technically,
Gary Russell Jr., then that's a different conversation. But if you're talking about
but
PBC and the way PBC moves, then that's the point of clarification.
but isn't that?
Get
I mean, that's all the same entity, though, right?
no, literally, like Golden Boy sued PBC because they're not the same entity.
No. I understand. Listen, when you talk about all the PBC fighters, 10 years ago, they all fought under Golden Boy.
Yes, I mean, yeah,
So
but the names, no, like it was the other big name, yeah.
So technically, the only thing that happened, they just changed the name. That's all that happened, right?
No, no, they went to a different entity. Okay. Those guys, once you leave Golden Boy, you're not Golden Boy forever. It's not Golden Boy for life, right? They left Golden Boy. They went with the PBC. That's what the lawsuit was about.
No, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, when we talk about that whole group of guys, all of those guys fought under Golden Boy. Then you just took that same group of guys and put them under a different name.
Yes. You put those group of guys under a different name, but you also had a completely different business model. So if you want to talk about the business model, what PBC does, that doesn't have any bearing on what those same guys were doing while they're at Golden Boy.
You don't think so? Okay.
All right. Yeah, because Golden Boy was operating differently. That's what we're talking about, how PBC operates.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's still Earl Spence who don't want to fight, man.
Yeah, it's like he been making up shit after shit after shit. Every time he come up a fight with Terrence Crawford and Spence, because this how I really see it. I feel like honestly, I don't really want to see the fight no more, bro, because I done kind of got tired of all the back and forth of they gonna fight each other and then they not, and then it's not enough here, and this is unreasonable and all that shit, man. If fighters want to fight, they gonna fight. You know what I mean? And they ain't gonna find excuses.
Absolutely, bro.
And that type of shit is what I'm tired of. I'd rather just see Bud jump up to 154 and go fight Charlo. That'll be the fight to see, you know what I mean? But if this Spence and Bud finally happened, then we'll see who was really the truth at 147. I think that Spence got a slight fear of Bud, you know what I mean? I don't think he believed that he can beat Bud. Because why you keep coming up with excuses, bro? You got a lot of excuses back and forth, and you talked about being the boogeyman and being the man who could take anybody out and want nobody seeing you, and then you harassed Thurman for years and got mad that he wouldn't give you a fight, you know what I mean? So, but now you doing the same thing that Thurman did at that time, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's just the bullshit of boxing, and I'm tired of it. Like, that shit, I'm tired of hearing about Bud and Spence. Because these motherfuckers, I just want to see if they going to get in the fucking ring, man, and make it happen.
So well, question then, is anybody interested in a Bud Stanionis or Bud and Boots fight?
Now, Bud and Boots, now you talking some good shit.
Man, Boots said he had a chance. He didn't want to do it. He
said Boots declined.
Yeah, he did say that.
Boots was the IDF route.
Boots is a lying ass nigga too. All that fake boogeyman. All them dudes who fake boogeyman ain't shit, dog. I'm telling you, man. That's just how life goes. Earl Spence was a fake boogeyman. He wasn't shit. And neither is man. I don't like the welterweight division. They actually stinking that shit out. I wish them niggas are all getting in car wrecks and we can get some new people in there. Because that shit is trash, man.
You know what I wish? I really wish that they would do a Super 6 or a Super 8 in the welterweight division and put all the titles on the
Bro,
rock.
those divas will never sign up for that.
I think for the most part, the boogeyman thing has been some bullshit. I know Mike McCallum was a real boogeyman, right? Like none of them 4 kids were trying to fuck with him. I think Luis Ortiz kind of a boogeyman. He was a boogeyman for a minute, for a hot minute, for like maybe 6 months. But like, not like Dylan White was never a boogeyman. AJ is never, but Wild's not a boogeyman. Like these guys are, I don't know. I feel like the boogeyman narrative is mostly about scapegoating people.
Nah, there's real boogeymen, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, who?
Like,
I don't think Shakur is one. They're trying to say
Valero-
he's a boogeyman now. Like,
Valero was a boogeyman.
who?
Benavidez is a boogeyman now.
There's no damn boogeyman. Morrell's looking for that dude right now.
Valero. I said Valero.
Oh, Edwin Valero. Okay. Yeah.
Hold on. But see, Benavidez will answer the call. Let's see though. So Benavidez just whooped up on his opponent, and he did say himself though. Hold on. He said my short list outside of Canelo would be Andrade. I'm cool with that. Morrell, I'm cool with that, and Plant. He got Plant, and now we down to the last two other options.
No, he said Charlo. Plant was scheduled already. It was Morrell.
He said Charlo. He added Charlo.
Yeah, Charlo, Morrell, and Andrade.
Yes. He said those guys, and Morrell said he wanted them. So I'm sure we can see that probably the end of this year.
Hopefully.
Benavidez has been cooking.
I think
that's more though of like being like a duck than versus boogeyman. I'm saying like people are trying to fight Benavidez. No one's like saying like, nah, I'm not trying to fight Benavidez.
No.
The only time they duck it, bro, if they duck it, it's got to be a boogeyman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody's ducking Benavidez.
Yeah, I
And
got
people want to fight
Morrell beating. I got Morrell beating Benavidez.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, keep dreaming.
Yeah. I don't know about it. I had to see if I see something closer to the fight. He just don't have enough fights. I get the trajectory of what we think we might see, but coming off a 1 round knockout with only like single digit fights.
Coming off a 1 round knockout after a 12th round knockout where he put the guy in the hospital.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah, but that's 9 fights.
That's not gonna be
the thing is, he ain't got the level of competition to let you know anything really about him still.
Does Benavidez have it? Does Benavidez have the level of competition?
Yeah.
Oh, listen. He got,
besides Plant, he ain't got shit.
Listen. So outside of Canelo, who would be the next best 168 pounder not named Benavidez?
Morrell.
Hell
Based on what?
Based on amateur pedigree, eye test, and skill level.
So his level of competition leaves him where?
I didn't say level of competition.
Listen, right. So
I didn't say that.
No, I got you. So I'm asking you, he beat who to put him up there to be ranked 3?
Bro, listen, I said amateur pedigree,
I'm not talking about what you think about him. I'm asking you, listen, when I say
you're asking me what I think about him.
I got you. I know. I'm not asking you your personal opinion about him. I'm asking you for the documentation on what he's done to be where he's at based on what you're saying. So when if I said Canelo is the top dog at 168, we know what we're going to refer to about.
There's no doubt about that. He's undisputed.
Listen, I got that. But what I'm saying is, because to me, none of the guys that Canelo beat is better than David Benavidez, but we still got Canelo at number 1. So what I'm saying, with David Morrell, has he beaten anybody at 168 pounds that makes you think that he should be the 3rd, 4th, or 5th best guy in the division? We might think that he can beat Andre Durrell or fucking Billy Joe Saunders and all of these guys, but he doesn't have not one of those types of guys on his resume to be placed.
Well, he's a young dude who's just getting started in his pro career.
I know. That's all I'm saying. He could very well be better.
But he has a title. He has a baby belt, and he has a shot. He's first. He's first in line for the Canelo fight, as far as I'm concerned, over Benavidez, because he's been the WBA regular before Benavidez got that interim title.
Man, come on, bro. You can't be serious. And you can't really believe that, bro. That he deserve a fight over David Benavidez, bro. Like that.
I think he does.
Logical. That don't even make sense, bro. Like,
it's called knowing the sport and knowing how it works.
Yeah, bro. You don't have enough fights to be considered over David Benavidez.
No, it doesn't matter how many fights he has.
Let him get this out, because he needs to explain this. Because we already know. I mean, like, because everybody knows, like, the fight is between Benavidez and Canelo, and you're saying that it should be
Why?
David Benavidez.
Why? Benavidez should fight Morrell because Canelo's busy. Canelo has plans. He's got 2 fights.
And we ain't talking. Listen,
if you sit around waiting for Canelo, you're gonna end up like Andre, and then you're gonna sound a lot like boxingologist with Andre.
Okay, we're talking about Canelo being ranked 1. Who would be ranked 2 to you, Hyplo? Who's ranked 2?
Morrell in the WBA.
I'm talking about. I ain't talking about a sanctioning body. I'm talking to you.
I'm talking about official rankings, bro.
I'm not talking about official rankings. So what I'm asking you is, when you rank the 168-pound guys, how do you rank them?
Who's the second best guy?
Canelo 1, and you say Morrell, right? So why do you say Morrell?
I just told you, bro. He's a young fighter. He's a good amateur pedigree. I'm using the eye test, and what I think, based on my years of experience watching boxing, I think fucking Morrell is better than fucking Benavidez. Benavidez is straight up and down. If you don't put your head right in the middle of his gloves, he can't do that fast shoe shine shit. Morrell leans to the sides. He's got the tactics. He's got the skill and the pedigree to beat a fucking Benavidez.
Okay. Okay. So if you think Morrell and David Benavidez fought, you think Morrell will win, right? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, hang on. I'm going in the garage. I might lose you guys. But if I do,
that's what he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying.
Let me go to you for a sec, Phil. Let me go to you for a sec.
Okay. What's the question?
Now, when you rank guys in the division, do you rank them based on who you think will win in a fight between those guys?
Yeah, typically, I think it's 2 different kind of rankings, right? I think it's accomplishment rankings, and I think it's who I think is the best in the division rankings.
Right. Okay.
So whenever somebody's asking me, I got to clarify which one they're talking about.
So what we're asking about here is, or the topic that came up was, who is the next guy in line to be fighting the guy who got all the belts? How do you go about picking that guy?
Okay. So we're talking about the undisputed guy. Let's say somebody's undisputed. How do I pick who's gonna fight him next?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. So the first thing I would do is I would see how long you were in the division, right? Did you become undisputed while this particular person was in the division and you just never got to fight him?
I just got to
yeah, if this person became undisputed while you were in the division underneath your watch, I think that counts, right? I also think that if you have, because obviously we got these sanctioning bodies that's going to enforce these mandatories and whatnot, right? So I think whoever the guy who's been sitting in the division the longest and has established themselves with whatever baby belt that they want to give out these days. I don't know, Kentucky Fried Chicken belt, whatever they call that motherfucker. That's who probably needs to get that mandatory enforced upon the top guy.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I can dig that.
Yeah.
Smoke, how would you potentially place the potential opponent for the undisputed champ in a division? How would you place that guy? What would be your criteria? Smoke?
He probably, you know how it is when he probably moving Money.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Zo.
Zo Money. Go ahead, you got it.
Oh, Zo.
All right, you asking the question? Ask that question one more time, sir.
We got a clear champion in the division.
How
do you place the guy who should be the challenger for that champ in the division? And that we just assuming that there are no more champs in the division.
And right, no more champs, and which it isn't. But we're not talking about the baby belts. We're just talking about the actual champion.
You could include whatever you want to include. I'm just saying, there's a guy with 4 belts.
Right.
Who's next up?
David Benavidez when he beat Caleb Plant. Because Caleb Plant was the man. That's the last person to fight Canelo. And Canelo gave him a shot. He lost. And then the fight that everybody been wanting to see with Caleb Plant was, because they was the 2 top guys at 168. Charlo and Andre just got to 168. You see what I'm saying? So, honestly, there is nobody else that, you could put at the top 2. I had Caleb Plant 3 and David Benavidez 2. And after that, they can fall where they may, let the chips fall where they may, but them the top 3. Then you can add Charlo at 4 and then Andre at 5 or Andre at 4 and Charlo at 5, however you want to do it. But I personally, that's who I got. I got David Benavidez deserved his shot. He did what he had to do.
I definitely think so too.
And he got the experience, you know what I mean? And he been whacking niggas for quite some time. Even though he done had the issues with his outside the ring and his belt losing, getting stripped, and just at the end of the day, bro, he been a top guy for a long time, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's time for him to get his shot. If Canelo got the belts, then Canelo need to give him a shot. Like, don't nobody want to see no fucking John Ryder. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. You got
hold up, bro. But let me say this real quick, Big Zo. I mean, does Benavidez? I'm not gonna say he deserves a shot, because truth of the matter is, you could have been had this fight, but you fucked it off not once but twice.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, do I think you're a good fighter? Absolutely. Do I think you could potentially be the best in the division? Absolutely. Do I think you deserve it? Nah, I don't think you deserve it, because I would prefer to award it to a nigga who's been doing everything right, who puts himself in positions to fight, like a nigga like John Ryder or potentially a David Morrell, all those guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, whenever you fuck yourself over, you got to go to the back of the line. That ain't got nothing to do with me. But from a fan perspective, yeah, you need to get your ass in there with Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? You need to get in there with Benavidez. Yeah, absolutely.
But Benavidez did go to the back line. So if you feel like John Ryder fought his way back into this position, who do you think is more deserving in the WBC for the WBC challenge?
Let us finish. Everybody got to get it out first. And then you want to respond to Phil. That's gonna go. Listen, I determine it based on what I'm looking at and keeping up with the current situation in boxing. Smoke, you kind of alluded to it. That's why I said I'm gonna go and speak on it too. I agree with what Smoke may be about to say. Benavidez have put his time in, suffered his consequences, and like he said, could have been had it. That's the consequence. He could have been had it, but now he's back again, and he's won fights that has put him back in contingency.
Exactly.
So, he's redeemed himself with me, and he absolutely deserves his shot. I don't know if that means Canelo has to be a part of that, but he deserves his shot at the WBC belt because he's the current mandatory and he's satisfied legal and legit obligations based on the rules that are put in place. He's followed the black and white back to redemption. Now, Morrell could be the same. He deserves his fight too because he's the WBA. He's earned his right. Whether that is Canelo or not, I don't know. But he deserves his shot at the WBA. But both of these guys are doing the best possible thing, trying to fight each other to consolidate the number one guy who deserves that spot. So I rock with both of them. And whoever wins, they deserve that spot. So that's how I come to the conclusion of I say Benavidez and I do say Morrell, and that's why I like the fight being table so we can get a true contender consolidation. Because once we get that, think about it. Benavidez mandatory for WBC and he'll have the WBA. That's a good position to be in. Or Morrell have WBA regular, and he'll have a WBC mandatory spot. So it's perfect to me. I think both of them are in a prime spot.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Zone, on that right there. My thing is, I just think Morrell has been in his position longer than Benavidez has. That's why I'm going with Morrell over Benavidez right now. You know
for Canelo or I agree with Morrell for WBA. I agree with Benavidez for the WBC equally. And it just depends on what Canelo wants to do. Because the WBA super title doesn't require mandatories. That's for the WBA regular to do. But I do know the WBC will put pressure on the title holder to face their secondary titleists. So I don't know which one. It feels that Benavidez would be more of a priority based on the rules and regulations of both sanctioning bodies in comparison to Morrell. But are we talking Canelo?
So just a point of fact, right? I think when they got rid of all those WBA belts, they put in the stipulation that the WBA regular has to fight the super, I think, every 18 months or something. So that's why there's rumors of Tank being ordered to fight Dev and all this other shit.
Yes, I was about to say they changed it.
Tank
because they were supposed. Hold up, real quick. The WBA wanted to consolidate all the belts, and the only reason why I know this was because of the whole situation with Stanionis and all those guys. This is when your boy, the Cuban, had the belt, the WBA belt. They was gonna fight a tournament. And then because they wanted to consolidate it. So basically what they did was the WBA put a new stipulation in that says that whoever has that secondary title has to fight, it has to have a shot at the super champion every, I don't know if it's 18 months or 15 months or some shit like that. So it falls underneath the same regulation as what people would typically think of how the WBC works. I just wanted to put that out there. But Smoke already kind of cleared it up for y'all.
Okay.
So the rule for the WBA is every 18 months because, so I'm looking at it right now, and he's had it for 2 years, and I haven't heard any talks of that about Canelo having to kind of do something for this mandatory, technically. So he's had it since June 2021, and he's been defending it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and it's April 2022. So we'll be past 2 years in September. 2023. So we'll be past two plus years and some months, but I haven't heard anything on it. So let me look up y'all cook.
So
I don't know if they put. I want to say they put the stipulation in when he already had the belt. So I don't know if they count the time from when they put the rule in to 18 months from there, or are they backdating when he got the belt? I don't know how that works.
The other part of it is that Morrell, the WBA convention, Morrell was talking about pressing his claim at the next convention, but he hasn't pressed it yet.
So I got a question then. So how much?
It's the same thing with the WBO. You gotta put your name in the hat for it.
How much respect do we give that fight if it actually is to be made next? Morrell versus Benavidez, or Benavidez versus Morrell. Is that is that an A+ fight for everybody?
Hell yeah.
That's an A+ fight.
Hell yeah.
Because of the hype that they keep hyping him up with.
Yeah, I think that shit got to get a mad respect.
That's gonna get some dudes. But this thing right here, Zoe, I don't give a fuck about that. This is the thing. When I make my assessment, I'm tuning out all outside influences. I'm giving the shit love because I think Morrell can fight, and I damn sure think Benavidez can fight. And I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers to me are two of the best in the division. Yeah. If you ain't fighting Canelo, then the shit, how the cookie crumbling is exactly how we want that bitch to crumble, inside of the motherfucking ice cream bowl. And that's just how we gonna do it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I feel that.
I love that.
I think personally that Morrell, I think that he just doesn't have enough time right now as a champion, to get the fight first. Like Benavidez has already been WBC champ. And yeah, he did fuck it up with stupid ass decisions. And I don't stand for that shit at all. I feel like that was a kick in the ass on his part. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, he done got back on his shit. You feel what I'm saying? And he just beat one of the top guys at 168. I don't think Morrell would beat Caleb Plant, to be honest. But I think it'll be a difficult fight for Morrell. You know what I mean? Because Caleb Plant was really washing niggas. You know what I mean? Even if he was out boxing them, he was beating the hell out of them before he seen Canelo, and then he saw Benavidez. You feel what I'm saying? Like, he was whooping people's ass. So that's another interesting fight. On top of that I would like to see. I think he needs to earn the respect to fight Benavidez. I don't think he's on Benavidez's level. You know what I mean? Personally, because Benavidez done too much in the division for me to just hand it over to Morrell, saying he deserves to get a fight next with Canelo.
December 2022 is when it went into effect. But it says they haven't ordered anything for David Morrell and Canelo as of yet.
Okay. Are you talking? That's for the WBA, correct?
So 2022. So when they put it into effect, Morrell already had the strap. That's what I thought. That's what I thought would happen.
That was the WBA's.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. WBA. Yes.
Yeah,
he already had the strap. Yeah.
Yes. And so we're 22. We almost would be a year removed. So we may start hearing some rumblings after next May.
Yeah,
I mean, shit. Hey, if him and Benavidez fight, it won't be shit to say anyway. It's gonna be all taken care of.
Actually, that's gonna work out for. I'm gonna tell you, that's gonna be a good coin for Benavidez because Benavidez, if he beat Morrell later this year, then they're probably gonna bring that up on both sanctioning bodies, WBC and WBA, by next month, and at minimum next September. So Canelo got probably 2 more fights to play around with before he has to see Benavidez or probably get stripped in both sanctioning bodies. That's gonna be crazy.
But so he got 2 more. He got 2 more fights before he got to see either Benavidez or Morrell.
Honestly, I don't think he's gonna
unless they fight each other,
bro.
Yeah, unless they fight each other.
To be honest with you, I don't think Canelo want to smoke with Benavidez. I think he'd rather take Morrell. Because Morrell is inexperienced, and Canelo could eat off that and make that a super huge fight, promotionally wise, and also he could. That's a champion, you know what I mean. And most people are giving Morrell because Morrell do have very good skill and he can punch, and he got good
fight. He's not gonna be able to
I think Canelo would take that fight over Benavidez because Benavidez is a risk to Canelo's record, you know what I mean? Because Canelo just lost to Bilbo, you feel me? And I don't think Canelo could take another loss right now, you know what I mean? That's why I think he would take the Morrell fight over Benavidez because I believe Canelo will wash Morrell, but I think he would get stopped by Benavidez.
So money, let me tell you though. I'm gonna tell you why I think he would take the Morrell fight because he's a fucking Cuban.
Right.
Mexico versus Cuba. Like that's old as shit. Yeah, I mean that just make more of a problem in society. You see what I'm saying? That's like a I
don't see how a guy that didn't knock out Caleb Plant is gonna knock out Canelo.
I mean, that's just to me from a promotional standpoint, that's an age-long fucking fight right there. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't gonna make it. Morrell gonna fight. I like Morrell. He's a little too active. If he fuck around and step up in competition, he might not make it to Canelo, depending on who he fight. He might not, but listen.
Hey, listen. Listen. So we all in agreement that if Morrell Benavidez fight, that is a fight fans, a fight fans party right there. If
that's old, bro. That's some old school shit. Let me tell you something. Them niggas gonna be trying to stop the fuck out one another. I can guarantee you, because again, it's Mexican versus Cuban. Like they gonna be trying to kill fucking one another. Now, I don't know who's gonna come out victorious, but I know it's gonna be a whole lot of motherfucking blood spilled in that ring, bro. I'm telling you what it's gonna be.
Yeah, it might be a bunch spilled outside the ring too, in the fucking stands and shit. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Hey, no cap though, for real. Like that shit gonna get crazy, man. I'm going to that one. I'm not. Maybe you know what? Maybe not. I'm not. You know what?
Man. Because it might end up in Arizona, man.
Yeah, I'm not going
to Arizona or Texas.
I'm not gonna go to that one. They're gonna be thinking I'm a Cuban up there. I'm gonna fuck around and get stopped in the stands. Nah, I'm a chill.
Benavidez, it's gonna be good for Benavidez, man. And if Morrell was to win, it'd be the marquee name to solidify a Canelo fight. And then I think if he was to beat Benavidez, then I believe that Canelo would. But I think if Morrell beat Benavidez, they probably have a rematch.
Man, this is what I say right here, bro.
Scraps, hell yeah, shit.
Yeah. This is what I say, bro. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I gonna be honest with you, man. I want to see Canelo, but that Morrell and Benavidez really sound real good to me, bro. I ain't gonna bullshit you because I know what's finna happen with that one. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I know what's finna happen with that one. Somebody's finna get stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's finna get stopped.
I think that I like that fight too. When it comes to why I'm not mad at the John Ryder or the Benavidez fight for Canelo is because I think his undisputed run at 168 has a couple of asterisks on there, right? And one of them is that John Ryder Callum Smith fight, like the controversy around that result, like going Smith's way, right? So you clear up that controversy as to like who really was a champ. Then the other thing was that WBC got added on after the fact. There was like a vacant, and then the WBC guy he fought to solidify that strap was like Yildirim and some technicality thing. I think regardless of whether or not Benavidez fucked himself off, he's been the class in the WBC. So him fighting John Ryder, knocking that guy off, fighting Benavidez, knocking him off, that takes care of the asterisk on that 168 the undisputed run for me.
But
That's good. Listen.
Yeah. Okay, I don't have no problem with that. That don't sound bad.
I don't think none of us really have a problem with the John Ryder fight in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Canelo is due for. Because I was one of the guys who said when Canelo went up to 75, I still had him pound for pound one because that was a feat that most guys don't really take on. I'm gonna win all these straps and then I'm gonna go take on the best guy at 175 or one of the best guys at 175. That usually don't happen, man. You know what I'm saying? And then it ain't like he got stopped or something. You know what I'm saying? He just lost to a guy who was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So, and people realizing this motherfucker is a lot better than what we've been thinking all along. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. A lot of people, man, a lot of people was kind of thinking, look, I'm going to be real with you. A lot of people was kind of saying Bivol was the weakest champ at 75.
Oh, hell no.
I'm just saying, like a lot of people on YouTube were saying that. You know what I mean? Like, he gonna go up and he gonna fight Bivol because he be the weakest champion. Won't he fight Better Bees? Like people were saying that. There was a group of individuals spouting that, but my deal is, regardless, hell, Bivol, to me, honestly, has gotten. This is the deal with me. Bivol is a lot better than I thought he was. You know why? Because I said this time and time again, and I've said this on other channels. This motherfucker has gotten better each time he has stepped in the ring. The last fucking 5 fights I've seen him, he's gotten better and better and better. Think about it. When he fought Canelo, then he fought Zerto right after that. I'm like, man, this motherfucker's a dog, man.
He's been more dominant in his wins.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He keep getting better, bro.
Yeah.
He really do keep getting better.
But you got to remember, he only like 30, 31. He younger than Canelo, so don't.
That fight really fucked me up though when he did Zerto like that. I was like, damn. Yeah. That really.
You and Rollo thought Zerto was gonna split that boy, man. I already knew what the fuck was going down.
I didn't think that. No, I didn't think that. I had Bivol winning the fight, but I thought it was gonna be like a split decision. because Zerto can punch. You
Mm-hmm.
feel me? That's really what I saw. You know what I mean? I didn't think that Zerto was gonna win, but I knew it was a factor that Zerto could possibly get him out of there. You feel what I'm saying? And I know is a smart fighter and he can throw them hands, and he got knockout power. You feel what I'm saying? So I was like, boy, this 50-50. I don't know who the fuck gonna win this, but when he just dominated, like I was like, fuck. I was like, Bivol the real deal. Like I had already knew he was good. Like I've been on the Bivol train for a while. You know what I mean? And I knew bro was nice, but I didn't know he was that nice. You feel what I'm saying? Like that took me to another level with Bivol. And when Canelo went up to fight Bivol, I said, I told my partner, I said, listen, this is a big fucking mistake for Canelo. You think you're going to do him like you did Sergey Kovalev? You got another motherfucking thing coming, because that boy can box. And he
he did it because the speculation was around that Bivol was the weaker of the champions.
Yeah,
that could be.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? That's why he did it.
There was a fight or
it was
two
like he was taking
where
the
Bivol looked
weaker route.
pedestrian.
Yeah, it was like he was taking an easy route instead of taking on who people consider was more dangerous.
Well, right. That better be knockout ratio, I think, is like one of the best, if not the best in boxing. That's why
you can't get better than 19 to 19. You can't get better than that. You can't.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, what, 100%? Shit.
Yeah, I think he's stopping everything. So I think the perception is like well deserved. It's just that Better Be now is just getting a little long in the tooth. So B-Wall is caught up to him. But before that, like, Better Be should have been like, he should be considered the class. And he's also the unified guy too.
Now we talking about top at 175. Better Be at top. Ain't nobody beating him. I'm just being real.
Hold on, no.
He get in the ring. He get in the ring. I'm telling you, he get in the ring with Bivol, it's over. Do you understand me?
This is what,
bro. He punched.
We need
like
Canelo to stay
brain.
out the way. We need Canelo to stay out the way so we can see
I'm telling you, if Bivol
undisputed
get that
fight at 75, we need that
be
shit
a
bad.
Dangerous.
We need that.
I want to be front row for that shit.
We need that.
So that's the thing. And so this fight has been marinated longer than every other fight in boxing, right? It's been marinated longer than Wilder, AJ, longer than Bud and Spence. This B-Ball Better Be fight, right?
Yeah, because they've both been champions longer than both. Yeah.
And for whatever reason, nobody is talking about how them not fighting is like fucking up boxing. Do you think it's because like we're not really like tripping off the Eastern Europeans like that? The style matchup seems to be compelling. Like, why is it? It's because they're not making a lot of money down there. Like, what the fuck is this fight falling under the radar?
I think,
bro.
America don't see. America don't see. Honestly, I think it's because America don't see them as much. You feel me? And they not as huge in America as they is in the other world. You feel what I'm saying? Like around the world, them boys are mega stars. But in America, they semi-stars because we haven't seen them like promoted well enough to know that these motherfuckers are real killers and they should be on the pound list because they some motherfuckers for real. But we, when it comes to Eastern Europeans, we kind of like brush them off. You feel what I'm saying? Like the motherfuckers, okay, yeah, they good, but they ain't really shit. You know what I mean? To us, because they ain't coming over here fucking with our people. You know what I mean? Not saying that in a racial way, but the separation in boxing. And
fuck it, man. Make it racial. Nah, I'm just playing.
Come on. Let's go around the back. Let's bring it around. What you think about this fight? Let's say the Better Be at Bivol. And would it be a big fight to you? You know what I'm saying? Smoke, let's go around the panel. Smoke, Zone, Phil.
Well, let's let Jimmy just jumped on. Let Jimmy go on
here.
And listen, we'll skip me. I go last because y'all eating.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
So look, Jimmy,
let Jimmy go.
Being Rollo, you cook on it, and then Zoe, and then Big Smoke. Circle around. Go, Jimmy, go ahead.
All right, bro. Cheers, thanks for having me on. Salute, lads. I hope you guys are having a good evening. Better Be versus Bivol, for me, it's one of the best fights in all of boxing, all our combat sports. I used to favor Beterbiev, but I think he's kind of pushing the nail a little now. So I'd favor Bivol now, younger guy, faster, defensive style. But in my opinion, I don't think Bivol wants to fight. You know, he had an opportunity to fight Beterbiev. His manager said they walked away because there wasn't enough money in that fight, and the Canelo rematch had more money in it. When all the champions were on ESPN, Bivol was the only guy that went to the zone. So Bivol probably is the best light heavyweight in the world, but he's never really wanted to fight Beterbiev, in my opinion.
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay, hold on. We coming around. We coming around. Slow down. We coming around. We coming around.
Write it down. Write it down.
Listen. Hey, Jimmy. I'm sorry. 1 second. When you say you said a little long in the nail. That means he's getting old, right?
Yeah.
Right. I just want to clarify. I thought that's what you meant, but you know, I just wanted to be sure.
Like he's past his prime. It's not just the age; it's the injuries, the surgeries, and in his last fight, I felt like he looked like he was gassing out a little.
No. I mean, that's just vernacular that we're not used to hearing here in America. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just want to clarify that.
We do long in the tooth here, not long in the nail.
Yeah. I was pretty sure, but I just want to clarify. Come on, Phil. What you think about this one?
Man, can you hear me loud and clear?
Absolutely.
All right, check this out, man. This the kind of shit that I live for right here. And I'm saying that serious because I don't know why this fight ain't happening. I know a lot of people, you know, talking about the Canelo, the rematch and stuff like that. I'm really like, because me, Zone, and G discussed this shit the other day. You understand what I'm saying? If I'm going for undisputed. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's the fight that needs to be had. That's one of the best fucking fights in boxing, period. Because stylistically, it's just so unique. You understand what I'm saying? And then you got Beterbiev who stopping every fucking body. And then you got Bivol who honestly has gotten better and better and better with each fight. You understand what I'm saying? And I agree with Jimmy. I think Beterbiev last fight, he did look a little sluggish. You know, I don't know if it's because he's getting older. I don't know if it just he had a bad day. I don't know what the situation may be.
Was
but
that one with Joe Smith?
No.
He had one after Smith last fight. Oh, Yard.
Yes, Yard.
Okay, continue.
Yes, it was Yard.
Continue.
So I don't know how to look at that, but this is the deal right here, man. These guys honestly have been fighting great competition within their division. I think the Yard fight was good. I think the Smith fight was good. I think the Zerto fight was good. So I don't have no problems with the opponents that these guys have been beating in order to get to this point right here. But we rarely get a situation where we know in fact who the two best guys are in the division, and all they need to do is fight for undisputed. You see what I'm saying? So for me personally, this is like a monumental fight for boxing. I don't give a fuck if they from Eastern European. I don't give a fuck where they from. The moon, it don't matter. These motherfuckers can fight, and they need to get into the ring like ASAP. Yeah. And let me tell you something. If I'm Beterbiev, I'm really pushing for the fight, bro. Because I don't want to be able to keep getting better. I'm not going to lie to you. Because now, at one point in time, I'm like, Beterbiev, no questions asked. That's who I'm going with. But at this tenure, I can't really say that no more because Bivol has been looking extremely good, extremely polished. He's even tweaked and changed his fighting style slightly during the course of his journey that's led him up to this point. So all he's doing is just keep adding more and more elements to his repertoire. And that's only going to serve for worse for Beterbiev because, I mean, let's be real about this shit. This nigga just a stopping machine. That's what the fuck he do. He stop you. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like the nigga just adding different shit to the toolbox. That nigga bringing out that he like, I got the toolbox, open that bitch up, and all he got in that bitch is a hammer. He finna fix everything with the hammer, okay? And that's just what it is, bro. So he need to go ahead and get that fight as soon as possible. That's all I'm saying.
But Beterbiev, bro, he can box too, though. He not just
and I mean,
that's not his calling card, though.
Man, that nigga stopping shit, bro.
He set it up.
He is.
He can set it up, but
everything. That motherfucker.
Yeah,
He got thunder, and he got thunder in the right and a tornado on the left. He got two mean killers on left and right. You feel me? I agree with that. But he can box, bro.
Now let me.
He can box.
Let me,
I'm telling you. And if he get in that fight with Bivol, it's gonna be a chess match to see who first can take each other's power and who first can land the first shot. Cause when it's gonna be fireworks, that shit gonna be like almost kind of like that fight with Brandon Rios and Mike Alvarado back in the day. That's what I see. That's what I see that going. I see that being a major, just a bomb burner. Just I'm talking about you get in. Let's see what you got. If you could take my punch like I could take yours, you know what I mean? That's gonna be an amazing fight. I think that's gonna stop the world, honestly, because that's a fight people been wanting for years. You know what I mean? So I already know that it's gonna be a bomb burner. Like that motherfucker gonna be on fire. But Bivol is a step above him, I believe, because Bivol, man, listen, he an underrated boxer. Everybody talk about his stopping power, but he can box. That man can box, bro. I watched him get in tough situations and get out of that motherfucker. Like, hold on, bro, step back. You could throw, I could throw too. What's up? You know what I mean? Let's get it in. And he's shaking shit. That actually having head movement, stepping back, punching motherfuckers on the back foot. I'm like, damn. But Bivol is also a very skilled puncher, and if you sleep on Bivol, he will get your ass out of there. That's why this fight is so amazing to me. You know what I mean? I agree with y'all 100%, but I think niggas is underestimating Bivol. That's what I really think.
Let me say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this about this fight, which is so crazy. You know how politicians will say some shit like, "Let's not let a good crisis go to waste" and stuff like that. With this, I think it was only the WBC had some type of stipulations on some like Russians and shit. You know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck that's really about as far as an individual, you know, in a sport. But with this whole situation with the Russia and everything, what would be a better time, a more promotable and exciting time to promote two Russians fighting for undisputed in boxing, which is rare in itself? And we ain't had an undisputed light heavyweight champion since Roy Jones.
Without getting into the geopolitics, I kind of want to do the breakdown and then maybe go to the geopolitics.
No. I'm just saying. So at this time, with everything aligned in boxing, and then the things that are aligned outside of boxing, I don't understand how they're not clamoring to make this fight. Because as we see, all fight fans are excited about this fight. I don't understand. I guess it's the lack of even being talked about of making the fight that it's not really talked about. But if that shit get put on the slate, that shit rises right to number one for me. I don't know about y'all, but that shit is right to number one for me. I don't think there's a fight that I want to see worse than that fight right there.
Yeah, man, come on, except for Spence and Crawford. That's the only fight I want to see worse than that.
Just to put a fine point on it, the thing outside of boxing, if they're both Ukrainian, then yeah. Or if it was even a Russian versus Ukrainian, maybe. But like, because Russia is seen as a bad guy in this particular thing outside of boxing, yeah, nobody's really like clamoring. The way the U.S.-Russian relations have been, like historically, no one's really clamoring to see a couple fucking Russians fight. But to get back to the fight,
I ain't got no problem with Russia, man. They doing the same shit everybody else doing. They want the country to be strong.
Listen, I'm not without getting too bogged down to politics. I just want to talk about the fight for just 1 second before we get to because I heard you guys do your thing, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying. My point is, if Canelo was cracking like Better Beef, we wouldn't have this conversation. Like, it's cool. Like, Better Beef can box and all this shit. He can punch. But that dude got a mean streak and another gear that I don't see these other guys having. Now, I agree with what Phil is saying. Bivol is coming on. And Better Beef is not getting any younger, as Jimmy pointed out, with his injuries and all this stuff. And I think everybody saw that Better Beef.
We're going to get the nail.
Yeah, exactly. he's had a lot of yesterdays. But the issue, though, for me is, I see Better Beef just being a mean fucker that can hit really hard. And when he turns it up, when he goes into this other gear, I don't see what the hell these other dudes are gonna have for that. We saw a purple arm or some shit with Bivol against Canelo. That arm would be black if that was Better Be hitting him. You know what I'm saying? I right now I still have Better Be, but that window is closing. I agree with Phil, and I agree with Jimmy. Why we're not getting this fight? Why it doesn't have a lot more interest in it? I'm still like trying to work that thing out because. Maybe it's just that, like, even in the YTBC, I don't really get it. Like, people who are hardcore fans aren't really like they give lip service to it, and then they like spend all day on like Benavidez versus Canelo kind of shit.
See, I think the only drawback from them guys is their lack of English. If they could speak English enough that they can talk for themselves, you know what I'm saying? Just speak, because I know Better Be can speak a little bit of English. I don't even know about Bivol and his English. But I think that plays a big role.
Bill speak a little bit. He speak a little bit. Yeah.
Because that plays a big role in guys, you know what I'm saying, at least appealing to American people. But for me, it's just as a fight fan, man, I don't think that there's a fight I want to see more than that one, man. I can't name one. Not even Spence Crawford.
Bro, these dudes been on top of their game since before the pandemic, bro. And that shit happened fucking 4 years ago almost.
Yeah.
Come on, man. It's getting crazy.
Yeah, I'm undecided still, man. Just really short and sweet. I like the argument for Bivol and the argument for Batavia. I'm undecided, man. I just passed the wrong.
That's what I'm talking about, dog. Yeah, it's not often we have a fight where motherfuckers really don't know who they gonna pick on the fight, dog.
Yeah,
like that is.
That's what it is right now, bro. Like
that shit top of the list for me, man.
Man,
give me that shit. Put it on for $59.99 or whatever the fuck they got. Put it on for, man. I am front and center for that one for sure.
Hey, 100%. Just to always, I like to give everybody an update too. Hey, we got about another hour to keep cooking, so we good to go. So nobody ain't got to rush. Take your time, and that's because the Phoenix Suns games is going to be coming on, and I'm definitely going to be watching that. But everything else is clear. Right. We good to go. Let's keep cooking until y'all.
Let's go Nuggets.
So go ahead. I guess the next question, Rylo and Jimmy, it's on you. Go ahead. Y'all do your thing. Let's keep cooking.
Oh, what's the question?
Right, whatever you got, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's on you, Jimmy. You need to speak the feet.
Okay. I guess I want to ask the panel, in your opinion, what makes a fighter the best pound-for-pound fighter in the sport? Is it his resume? Is it his accomplishments? Or is it just the eye test that this guy is got the full skill set?
Ooh, you gonna set? You tell us first.
Well, you tell us what you think, and then you pick who you want to answer. You get your answer, and then you pick who you want to answer, and then we'll pass it from there.
Yeah, we'll pass it. Go ahead, Jimmy.
For me, bro, it's a little bit of everything. I think consistent competition. So more than the eye test, that you actually prove it in the ring that your skills are legitimate. Because there's an old saying, right? The eyes lie. So I think resume is important. I think accomplishments and just your overall skill set as well. You can prove that you don't have to literally fight every way. So you don't have to be a back foot fighter or a front foot fighter. You just have to show that whatever style you do have, you can adapt it and change it, and it can work against different styles. Slip boxers, power punchers, whatever. I'm done, bro.
Who you want next, Jim?
Wait, Jimmy. You pick who you want to go next, and then that person will pass it. That's how I go.
Okay, bro. So, it's I gotta go with Smoke, the OG, right? You know what I'm saying? So.
All right, Smoke.
Smoke is on you. Well, shit, let's pass it to Big Zone in. We'll Smoke come back in.
Zone 6, bro. OG, it's on you, bro.
All right, for me, so my pound for pound list is just based on who I really think can beat who, regardless of weight class. So the person that I would say that can beat everybody in the whole entire game of boxing is Terrence Crawford. If you make Terrence Crawford, let's say he's But he's about 5. He's 5'8". Let's say we make him 6'8". He beats Tyson Fury and everybody at heavyweight to me. If you put him and say let's make him 6'2", I think he beats everybody at cruiserweight and at super middleweight and at light heavyweight. If you keep him at around about 5'10", I think he beats everybody at middleweight. And what's dangerous about that is I think now he could challenge some of the middleweights at 160. 154, I definitely think he could beat Male. I think he got a good shot at beating Male. I think he got a good shot at beating Castano and anybody else that came up from 147 to 154. I definitely think he beats everybody at 147 right now and anybody at 140, 35. I just see Crawford beating Tank, Wilder, everybody. You know what I'm saying? If I was to make a pound for pound boxer as of right now to something else change, I think him and Canelo, man, I think Terrence, like Canelo at 154 when he was at 154, I think Terrence Crawford would be able to beat Canelo at 154, no different from what Mayweather had done. So mine is really based on what I really think can physically happen in the ring, based on their performances, eye test, and skill set. But it got to be something that they actually can do. It can't be just some made up shit. It got to be what they actually can do. And I think Terrence Crawford got the greatest skill set in the game of boxing right now. Let's see. Zoe, go ahead. Do you think?
To me, pound for pound, personally, I think pound for pound is based on, first of all, because it's kind of like many different ways to be pound for pound, but I think, it's about who you fight. I think it's also how active you are. And I also think pound for pound, it's about getting all the titles in whatever division you're in. I think the only way you should be able to make the pound for pound list personally, this is just a personal observation, is that you win all the titles in your division. That way you can call yourself the man. And then possibly move up to another division and clean out that division. That's how I think pound for pound should be. You know what I mean? When it comes to pound for pound. So, like, I kind of agree with Zone. You know what I mean? I think Bud is the best fighter in the world. You know what I mean? I don't really think too many people could see him from 140 all the way up to 160. You know what I mean? Like, I just see Bud as superior in skill and adaptation in a fight. You know what I mean? And that adaptation is rare. We haven't seen many people that know how to adapt in a fight like that since Floyd. And I'm not saying that he's Floyd or anywhere compared to skill like Floyd, but I just don't see nobody that can adapt like Bud can in a fight. And I watched Bud be on the end where he got hurt and still watch the dude, you know what I mean? Like, viciously, you know what I mean? And to prove that you can't fuck with me. So I just think Bud the number one fighter in the world. So when it comes to pound for pound, I just feel like when you clean out so many people in your division and wash them out, you know what I mean? Like, you deserve to be on a pound for pound list. You know what I mean? That I think you have to beat the top guys, such as that. That's the only reason that's my only knock against Gervonta Tank Davis. I just really want him to fight the top guys like we was talking about earlier, Lomachenko and Devin Haney, Shakur, and also possibly I still want to see that Teofimo Lopez fight. You know what I mean? I would like to see that fight, Gervonta against Teofimo Lopez, whether it's at 35 or 40. I would still like to see that fight because he was a part of that, rising of the fire in 135, at the time he was there. You know what I mean? We were talking about Teofimo, Devin Haney, Gervonta Davis, and also who was the other? Lomachenko at the time. They was kind of like the four kings at the time. So when it comes to pound for pound, I just think that it's about fighting the best. That's what made Ali the best. Like, he fought the best, and he didn't make excuses on why he wasn't going to fight. He took on the most dangerous opponent of his life in George Foreman. Nobody thought Ali was gonna win that fight. They thought he was gonna get killed. You know what I mean? But in the same sense, Ali knew I'm the greatest, and I'm gonna prove that I'm the greatest in the world. And he did. And he didn't make no excuses. He didn't talk about fucking promotional and all that extra ass shit that we get today. You know what I mean? So that's what makes pound for pound, you know, I feel like you have to fight the best. You have to. Because like we still got a lot of questions about fucking David Benavidez. A lot of questions about you know, Canelo still in certain aspects of what divisions he was in, and a lot of questions about Floyd, even though he went 50-0. You feel what I'm saying? It's still a lot of questions because they didn't follow the blueprint, I believe, that Sugar Ray Leonard them left. You know what I mean? They fought the best, the top fighters in the top rankings of the divisions. You know what I mean? And that's what made them great. That's why we still talk about their name to this day. So when it comes to pound for pound, I believe you just have to fight the best. And if you're not going to fight the best in that division, then you need to move up and fight the best in the next division. You know what I mean? I just don't think that, like, you don't deserve pound for pound unless you fighting top quality competition. Like fighting them little fly-by-night motherfuckers. Yeah, you win, you get your clout up, but nobody really gives a fuck about that when it comes to pound for pound. You know what I mean? We want to see the best fight the best.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's what I got on.
Right. Pass it on, so who you got?
I got my boy Phil. Come on with it.
All right, so
shit, we got to put a clock on you, Phil.
Nah, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
That boy, my boy Zoe over here, man. My boy got lungs like a goddamn professional scuba diver over there without the oxygen tank. Hey, so look.
What I was scoring last night.
So look, check this out, man. Check this out, man. So for pound for me, so I kind of rate these guys based on a couple of different aspects. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, the traditional way is no matter what size you are, we compare your skill set to your peers, your guys that are also boxers, and we say, hey, how would you fare if you and this guy was the same size, right? So in a sense, it's obviously an eye test, right? Because we're assessing your skills. Now, when you make assessment of skills, you have to compare those skills to something, right? So we look at their skill set and we see how they perform against their constituents, right? So that kind of solidifies the skills, right? So I think you include the performances against guys that within their weight class, right? And then we take that skill set and we say, okay, if we drop him in this weight class, how would he do? That's a traditional way, right? Now, you also have another aspect of this. You have motherfuckers that's actually living a pound for pound lifestyle. You understand what I'm saying? Because they're skipping over and skipping into so many weight classes, right? You talk about Manny Pacquiao, 8 divisions. You talk about Inoue, 3 divisions. You understand what I'm saying? You talk about somebody like Adrian Broner, 4 divisions, right? You talk about a Canelo Alvarez, okay? So you got these guys right here are actually living a pound for pound lifestyle. You understand what I'm saying? Because they are going to different divisions and they are dominating guys within the division, right? So I think that plays a major aspect into how I do my pound for pound, along with the skills and the abilities of the guys that's within that top 10 or top 20 or however many guys you want to put in there, you know. So yeah, obviously it's all about the skill set, and outside the skill set you have to have something to pin that skill set to. So you have to see what those guys do against opponents. You understand what I'm saying? Because you can go on here, man, we just assessing skills. You wouldn't have to fight no fucking body. You just go in the gym and just work out all day, right? So you got to have something to compare it to. And I think that's when people kind of bring in the resume deal. But I'm not so much sold on the resume, because this is the deal. If you're the best fighter in the world, okay, or your skills is really good, then you're gonna end up dominating the guy, right? It's kind of like the Wilder deal. You know, a lot of people like to shit on Wilder's resume, and that's cool. But if this guy's a top 25 guy, this guy's a top 50 guy, and he's right at number 45, and Wilder fights him, Wilder beats the fuck out of him like he's a number 45 guy. I mean, he damn near murders him. So, I mean, that's kind of the same. That's kind of the same aspect is what I'm saying. So you assess the skills, and then you assess the performances that involves the skills, and that's how I make my pound for pound.
All right. Who you got?
Well, shit.
I guess there's nobody left but me and Smoke, right?
Yeah, Smoke kind of looked like he went on a hiatus.
All right.
No, I'm here.
Well, look,
Let me
go then.
I'm here. Yeah, you go ahead.
Let me go then real quick. I know, like y'all all talked about the how we used to do the eye test, and if you take a guy and make him bigger or smaller. I used to go by that theory, but Canelo changed my mind, and I'm not even a real Canelo fan. But what Canelo did when he got to 168 changed my perspective on what I see on pound for pound. And Jermell Charlo solidified what I feel about pound for pound. So for me, to be pound for pound, you just need to take care of the guys in your division for sure. Yep. And until you do that, you know what I'm saying? Because we always talk about going up and weight and all that shit, but a lot of times we have a hard time getting guys to take care of guys in their own divisions, let alone going up and down in weight. So I have a lot of respect for Canelo and what he did at 168, and then to do what he did and go up to 175. And that's why I rate Canelo so high on pound for pound, because he did what I want a fighter to do. So for me, it is all your constituents are the guys in your division, and you fight those guys and you beat those guys, especially in the fashion that you beat them, like Canelo did or Jermell Charlo. To me, they like 1 and 2, and you could throw Crawford in there with 3. You know what I'm saying? 1, 2, 3, however you want to do it. But I would probably say Canelo 1, Crawford 2, and Jermell 3, or Jermell 3, Crawford 3, Jermell 2, and Canelo 1. Because the eye test is one thing, but we have to see it, because sometimes we get surprised or an upset or whatever you want to call it, and then that changes the game. And we need to see these fucking fights. Yes, we need to see these fights, because if Canelo goes up and beats Bivol, clearly there's no shot for anybody to be claiming number one if Canelo knocks out Bivol or some shit. But we got to see it. We got a chance to see it. And the thing about Canelo fighting Bivol, even though he lost the fight, he didn't get beat the fuck up. He wasn't all bruised up, battered. The corner wasn't getting ready to throw in the towel, no shit like that. Canelo held his own at a weight class he probably shouldn't have been fighting at. So I rate a guy and his accomplishments inside the ring, not just the eye test, because my eye can tell me something, but when these guys get in the ring, we can be completely surprised. Nobody thought that Tyson Fury was finna get in here and knock out Deontay Wilder. That catapulted him when he did what he did. You know what I'm saying? Right. So when we have the ability to see a guy actually do it, it trumps whatever we think that a motherfucker could or might do. You know what I'm saying? To me, that trumps anything that I think might happen in a fight. You know what I'm saying? Because we just as much as we put Crawford up there, he might get in there with Spence and get knocked the fuck out. But clearly, if he get in there and knock Spence out, he elevates himself. But clearly, if Spence get in there and knock out Crawford, he elevates himself. That's gonna put Crawford right on out the fucking gate, and that's gonna put Spence probably at number one. So it's just about what we can see. So for me, is what I actually see inside the ring. You know what I'm saying? I need to see you do it. And to me, nobody has done as much as Canelo. And to me, that's why I still have Canelo number one. Nobody has done as much as Canelo inside the ring to me.
Right. All right. So for me, it is definitely skills. And are you a complete fighter? And that's can you fight every kind of style from every distance in every direction? Right. That's what a complete fighter is. How close are you to being a complete fighter? How skilled are you? And then how have you solidified and verified those skills against a level of competition? Right. So for me, like the difference for for instance, between like a Tank and a Better Beef, I feel like Better Beef has shown not only has he stopped everybody, but he's fought different kinds of styles in the way that he stopped everybody. He's fought different kinds of things. Whereas I feel like Tank has fought like maybe like 2 styles for the most part. Even though he has an excellent like knockout ratio and he has excellent skills, he hasn't shown it against every kind of style, right? So that's like why I would probably have Better Beef on ranked higher than Tank on a pound for pound list. Both guys I think are like supremely skilled and all that other stuff. But when it comes to like ranking like 1 through like whatever, for me, Bud Crawford is the most complete fighter in all of boxing. He is the most skilled fighter in all of boxing. Like I can get behind like an accolade, like collecting all the belts. But when I look at a guy like Canelo and I see the way that like him collecting all the belts really was fighting Callum Smith, Billy Joe Saunders, and Caleb Plant. That's how he collected all the belts. That's not cleaning out a division to me. That's not sure. Like that's not enough variance in even styles for me to do a thing. And that's just about his 168. I do think he's one of like top 3, top 5 pound for pounds. But also, but I'm just talking about my
man. I can't follow both chains of thought.
It's okay. Let me get through it, and then I'll let's see if at the end of it maybe you'll catch up. If not, then go ahead. But
wait,
I acknowledge that right now you might be lost. But
one second. Slow down for a second. Let me.
Who's that?
Hold on, one second. That's my boy John. That's my boy Beats. Hey Beats, you'll be next to get your position on the pound for pound thing. But let Smoke wrap up his so we can have courtesy, so we can rotate it around.
Yeah.
Appreciate you for joining, Beats. Go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah. Right. So So when it comes to the best, I think it's Terrence Crawford, and then probably Canelo after that. Just because I think Canelo is he's displayed it more, over his career. But I got guys like Stephen Fulton up there because of the criteria I have for when it comes to being a complete fighter. But I just don't have him like number 2 or number 3 or kind of stuff. The ranking of it gets a little bit like murky, but I definitely can appreciate the like accolades when a guy cleans out a division, depending on him or even just collecting all the belts. But let's say you go through and collect all the belts and you did it against guys who fought like multiple kinds of styles, kind of shit, like Josh Taylor. I think that his run, and also Mel Charlo, I really like those 2 guys' runs to Undisputed, whereas like Devin Haney, not so much kind of thing. So it's not necessarily collecting all the belts for me, even though I think Devin Haney is an excellent boxer, supremely skilled and all that shit. And I think he's deserving of pound for pound. It's just like where the rankings come in is it gets a little bit murky for me. But just as an overall, my methodology is overall, I like skills and being a complete fighter. That's like the end all for me. And then verifying that thing through the level of competition.
All right, Beats, it's on you.
All right, Beats, welcome to the panel, brother.
What's going on, man? Well, that was about to follow. There's a lot of stuff.
I'm sorry.
Thanks for having me. I normally don't get on for these.
Are you up to speed? So we're
for
just
the most part,
we're giving our explanations of what we say pound for pound, how we rank pound for pound. Not necessarily who, but how we rank pound for pound.
There's like a crazy delay for my camera for some reason. So after I speak, I have to wait for a second for it to clear.
Okay, do your thing, brother. You got the flow.
But as far as I'm concerned, the pound for pound, I think it's overrated, to be quite honest.
Yours personally, because what you think?
In my experience, as I did kickboxing and boxing in high school, and I did MMA for a few years while I was in the Navy. So it boils down to two types of people for me, which is like a warrior and a boxer. Because I like someone who will go after a challenge no matter what the weight class. They don't care. They just want to fuck somebody up and show they're better. Whereas a boxer tends to protect themselves and stay in his weight class, and that's why they always hit their catch weight and everything else. That's why my number 1 boxer had to be John L. Sullivan, because he fought anybody. He did not care. So...
yeah, John O'Sullivan didn't fight black people.
He fought anybody. That's the thing.
As long as they weren't black.
Matter to him.
Literally, he's like, I'm not like he didn't. The reason why we got the transfer of like John L. Sullivan, that lineage, is because those guys wouldn't fight black people by design. Like actually, they by stated purpose. It wasn't until Tommy Burns got like, embarrassed by the King of England. Like basically the whole world like embarrassed that dude into fighting. But those guys, those early guys, they weren't fighting black guys.
And it's also tough to really document them because so much of their fight footage and the documents and their fights from the time. John L. Sullivan, I'll be honest, I have no idea who that is. I mean, I've heard of him a few times, but there's just no way for me to really find hard proof of his career, fight footage, and then I've got to research his opponents, and then it's just, man, it's like too difficult, man.
So Beast, what we're asking you you kind of gave your disposition in a sense, but like we're just asking like, as far as the current state of boxing, not who you rank, but what makes you want to rank a guy high or one in your own personal opinion? You know what I'm saying? It's not, don't consider what other people say. We're asking you personally. How do you do it?
I rank it for pound. It really goes back to, for me, how hungry they are. Like their level of ferociousness in a fight. As they get tired, do they find that secondary wind and get more aggressive, or do they kind of play defense more because they know they're gassed? I prefer somebody who has an unlimited gas tank.
Okay, that's a very interesting approach. All right.
I just don't like people that play it safe the whole time. It's one thing to hold him back, but Mayweather Jr. higher because he plays a lot.
No. What the question was, what makes a pound for pound king? Like, so you could choose anything. You could say his star power, his ability to connect to casuals, his accomplishments, like the different divisions he's won, his resume, his overall skill set that he's shown throughout his career. What makes a pound for pound king?
Well, if you're going for attributes, it's speed and accuracy.
Okay.
So you're saying that a guy who is a very accurate puncher would be pound for
That's
pound?
what made Sugar Ray Robinson so good. He was extremely fast.
That's cool.
Okay. All right. That's very interesting. Like, definitely a lot different from everybody else on the panel. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, type of fight.
So listen,
like,
we on the rotation. We got it. We got to smoke. So look, man, pound for pound really got a clear definition. What I heard was undisputed, accolades, and that's cool because it is subjective. So it is a personal list. So everything you guys said is absolutely correct in regards to your personal list. But coming out of it and being a little bit more objective, if we were to stick to what it was made for, it was made based on Sugar Ray Robinson and giving him his credibility for his skill set. I'm not sure if they included accolades in there because I did hear you say Canelo Alvarez, Rylo, and Terrence Crawford has the same trajectory, if not or just as good. Maybe not the resume, but when we talk about accomplishments, he definitely did leave 135 as the king, and he left 140 as the king, and he's currently at 147. Now, at 154, you can argue that there was a lot of stones left unturned from Canelo based on his detractors, and he did take an L to Floyd Mayweather, a smaller guy coming up, and it was pretty much just for Triple G, who could be considered not in his prime, which kind of deviates a little bit from pound for pound. And then we start talking about Charlo. Charlo has already lost, not to knock him because he lost, but I don't think that Harrison is on the level of Crawford. And I don't know if Mayweather is on the level of Crawford for his physical fighting. Crawford is Mayweather, the good version of Mayweather times 5. when we talking about Mayweather at 130 and 135 and what he did to Gotti, we have an issue with Mayweather at the 147 and 154 range. But Terrence Crawford has not deviated from that since coming from 135.
Yeah, so that nigga literally got all knockouts at 47. Like, right. You can't argue that shit.
Exactly. So when you guys are talking about pound for pound and then kind of detracting from the eye test and giving all these warrior salads, y'all are describing a top 10 list, a hot list, who got the most belts and shit, and Canelo changing. Canelo ain't changed a goddamn thing, because as much as he could have went up there and beat Bivol, Terrence Crawford would go up there and get a fight with Jamel, one of the guys on your list, and become undisputed in a goddamn another weight class. This man got a potential opportunity to be undisputed in 3 goddamn weight class in the 4-belt era. And let's not forget, he kicked off the whole trend. No one else was checking for going undisputed. Not Canelo, nor Mel, nor Maul, nor your favorite fighter, your favorite boxer's favorite boxer. He kicked off the trend. Then everybody followed his trend, including Usyk and everybody else that you guys could possibly name.
So I just got a thing, right? For just personally, I think that Terrence Crawford is the 99-cent version of Floyd Mayweather. Like you can talk about all his knockouts at 147, which is cool, but one of the things was like level of competition. And when it comes to Sugar Ray Robinson, right? The term, or the like concept of pound for pound predates Sugar Ray Robinson, but that pound for pound list is the thing that was popularized after Sugar Ray Robinson. But that thing was popularized after he achieved at a high level. It wasn't just a skill set. It was against fucking real killers, right? So it's not just, like he knocked out everybody, but like it was a bunch of nobodies. Like the way that Terrence Crawford's been doing.
Well, and you know what? Wait, because you saying Terrence Crawford knocking out nobodies?
Right.
Like David Avenesian. David Avenesian is an absolute nobody. Jose Benavidez is an absolute nobody. But Jeff Horn is an absolute nobody.
Listen, you don't got to go through it. I'm just asking you. That they're nobody. Right? Okay, that's cool.
Jeff Horn beat Pacquiao.
Correct. That's cool that Jeff Horn beat Pacquiao. That's nice. You guys beat Pacquiao too.
He went from nobody to somebody.
No, he didn't. No, he stayed nobody.
Yeah, no, that's
no. He stayed nobody. Like his entire resume is predicated on him beating.
Let me ask you something. Hold up a second. Hold up, everybody. Hold on. I'm sorry, Smoke.
Yeah, you got it, man.
We're gonna let you go. And Zoe, you get him. Come on, Smoke.
All right, cool. Jeff Horn's entire career is predicated on beating Manny Pacquiao. We know who the fuck he fought before then, and losing to Terrence Crawford. We don't give a fuck who he fought after that. Like, and in between that, he has to put not too fine a point on it, he lost to a fucking full out bum right after fucking Terrence Crawford. Like, that guy is a nobody. Like, to say that he is like Floyd Mayweather, like, whatever the fuck you say about the guys that he fought, those dudes fought people. They weren't nobodies.
Okay. So let me give you Zoe. All right. I think you wanted to.
Yes, but he also fought Manny after his prime and dodged the fight for years.
Hold up, Beats, because I think Zoe wanted to retaunt what Smoke said. I'm actually curious to hear what Zoe got on this one, because I'm Smoke. I think you smoking on this one. Come on, Zoe. Let's see what you got.
Okay, this is to Smoke. How do you say that Crawford has fought nobodies?
Oh, easy. I don't know. What do you mean? Like, how do I form with my mouth? How to form the words? Like Jose Benavidez is nobody. David Avenesian is nobody. Jeff Horn is nobody. Like, that's 3 of them. Like, he hasn't had very many fights at 147. So if you take 3 guys out of a guy who's only had like 7 or 8 fights, that's like damn near half his list. There's nobody.
No.
But Jose,
right. What happened in those fights? Smoke. What happened in those fights?
We already talked about the whole point of it. Okay, listen, hold up a second.
What happened in those fights? Your question. Is
that a rhetorical question, or do you want me to answer it?
I want you to answer the result of those fights.
Okay. So like we were talking about, the reason why I said he's a discount bargain basement
No,
Floyd
I'm
Mayweather
asking you the
is because
result
I'm
of those
answering your
fights.
question, bro. I'm answering.
There's
I'm
a
answering.
point.
Just hold
There's
up
a
a second.
point.
Just be a little bit. Just be a little bit patient. We'll get there, because I already answered your question, and apparently you missed it. The reason why I said he's a discount bargain basement Floyd
I didn't
Mayweather
ask
is
you.
because while he is knocking those guys out, they are nobodies. So for you to come back and ask me what the result was when I already in my answer I already
'Cause-
told you what the result was, it seems
Right.
like you don't really understand
'Cause-
what the hell I just said.
No, I do, because I got an answer for you. Because my question to you about that is, when a guy you're saying like Floyd Mayweather, when he fought nobodies, what was the result of those fights? Robert Guerrero was a
I didn't say
nobody.
Robert Guerrero was somebody. Robert Guerrero had already okay. Yes, Robert Guerrero was somebody.
Okay.
Still is somebody.
So based on what? Based on what?
Based on the
did
people
what?
that he fought. He
I'm
fought.
asking you. Okay,
I'm sorry, Joel
now listen.
Casamayor. How about Joel Casamayor?
He did what to him?
Wait
What did he do
beat
to
him.
him?
Beat him.
Okay, and who else?
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Who did Jose Benavidez beat at all? Who the hell did David
I'm
Avenesian
asking
beat at all?
you-
Bro, not who else. Who did they?
No,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
asking
Smoke,
you.
let me
I'm
give you the
asking
best
you.
name.
Wait,
And I'm
wait, hold
asking
on.
you, like,
Hold
and I
on.
already answered you,
Hold
and then
on.
you asked me another
Listen,
question.
yeah,
You
I
answered
got
me.
you,
You asked
Smoke.
me who
It's
he
me
beat.
and you.
Right, I
Smoke.
got it.
It's
You
me
asked
and
me a
you.
question. I answered it, and then you asked me more
Yeah.
people. And what I'm saying,
No.
but going down this rabbit hole of more people,
Right.
to make the point, is I'm only comparing it to Buzz opponents. So right now,
Okay.
Robert Guerrero, me saying Joel Casamayor, that is better.
Right.
Okay, good.
Right. Slow down. Hold on.
No. This is a good one. Because
Okay.
YouTube, let's pause this. Hey, let's let these guys get through this. And we're going to leave y'all to have this. I can't wait. Let's let everybody else cook. And we're going to say this too. I'm going to stir it right back up for you guys. Let's just rotate around because we're getting at that mark. But just for you two guys, we got to go to overtime. I watch that from a distance. We're going to come back to this one. So let's go ahead, y'all. Let's start wrapping up for this game, man, and everybody get their shout outs and their last thoughts. But let everybody else cook. Let Jimmy cook, let Beats cook, and Zoe cook, and we get out of here. And y'all two can move all the furniture around you want. I'm sure everybody will be interested in listening to YouTube all day.
Mm-hmm.
Beats, go ahead, close us out, man.
Okay, bro. Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was interesting debate.
Jimmy, let me you next. I want you kind of last. Beats, what you got, man? Appreciate you for joining, man. It's been a long time. That's my partner, man, from the Navy. Beats, you got anything, or you on mute, or what? All right, Zoe, go ahead, man.
Maybe wait 1 second, Zone, because I know he said that. Hey, he had that delay.
Yeah.
Give him a sec. Give him 1 sec.
I am. All right, I'll leave him for a second.
Okay.
All right, Zoe, go ahead. Do your thing real quick, man. Tell them where they can find you. Give your last thoughts.
Last thought. Good shit, fellas. Good topics today. Good speaking on boxing. Let's keeping boxing alive, making the sport grow more, and also bringing different aspects that these promoters can see live, and also help them make the fights that we really want to fucking see. Because really, boxing is about the people. You know what I mean? And if the people don't get what they want to see, then they're not going to support the fights. So hopefully this can broaden the standards to greater fights in boxing to make boxing great again in the number one sport. On YouTube.
Yes, sir.
YouTube, shout out to the YTBC and the Lions Den and everybody, you know what I mean? I love this, man. This is awesome. This is good that brothers can come together and bring knowledge and show good characterism between brothers, you know what I mean, talking about boxing. I think this is excellent. And I also know that this gonna start some revolutions in boxing that we probably end up seeing some of the greatest fights in the next few years, you know, behind comments. Because I know that the promoters be watching this. And I know they be paying attention, so they really want to see what the people want to see. So we can help their decisions. And y'all know me, Alonzo Hunt, you know, a.k.a. Zoe Money, you know what I mean? You see me on YouTube real soon.
All right. Peace out, man. All right. Hold on for a second. Let me give Beats one more chance. Yo, Beats. There you go. Close us out, man. Last comments. and we're gonna let you go ahead and take over. What you got to say?
Man, I'm really glad I got to get on here because I love hearing different opinions, and it's different to hear you all try and break it down so analytically. And I don't understand how most people can't sit down and have a legit conversation about it. I mean, for me, it's simple because I see things like a fighter would be. So I mean, it makes me very narrow minded on certain things because I see it from a very specific position. But it's always good to branch out and hear other people's opinions of it.
All right, bro. I want to catch up with you, man. We're gonna communicate, man. Stop trying to look all tough, man. You man, rough you up on the boat, man. Let's try to look all tough on here. All right, man. We'll catch up with you later. All right, Jimmy. Go ahead, man. Close it strong, man. You know, do your thing, man. And you need to do your research on John L. Sullivan, man.
I will do, bro. I will do. No, Zone, thanks for having me on, bro. I missed your last one, and I caught the end of this one, so there's a bit of a time difference. But no, it was a great show. It's good to see you making lives again. I used to watch your stuff back in the day, so it's good to see an OG making videos again. You had a great caster panel, So yeah, good panel, good debates. And I want to say, me personally, bro, with Terence Crawford, I think a lot of fans hate on his resume, but Sean Porter, Jeff Horn, Kell Brook, Kavalaskas. I mean, these names are just as good as the guys that Mayweather was fighting. Guerrero, Berto, Baldomir. Ortiz. Maidana. How great were those welterweight champions? So it's subjective, bro. I think Crawford does get a lot of hate, and I think a lot of it comes from the Errol Spence fans. But yeah, man, a great panel. Good luck. I look forward to hearing Smoke and Rylo go at it. So God bless you all, and take it easy.
All right, man, Jimmy. Before you get out of here, man, I don't know if you know this, but I be messing with you because I told everybody. I said I like Jimmy, man. Jimmy got some heart, so I be messing with you because I actually like you. I want you over here with us quite often, actually. That's why I be messing with you. Yeah, I like that.
I'll try and catch you, bro.
All right.
Cheers.
Yeah, we'll see you. All right, man. Before we really get to kicking, let me say this. So when these guys do their thing, we could just flow off. First off, appreciate you for tuning in. We're gonna keep making videos. I'll be back next week. I'm gonna take a break after today's event, and we're gonna set up for the next few fights, which is the Canelo fight and the Devin Haney fight coming up here shortly. But right now, we got to move some furniture around in the apartment because Rylo and Smoke look like they're going to have a good one. So what we're going to do is we're going to let them battle it all the way out. And when they get done, we're going to wrap it up and close it out. And we'll see you guys next week back with the Get It Off Your Chest Thursdays and back with the Free Smoke Fridays and probably after the results of the Canelo fight. And we'll keep doing it like that pattern. So without further ado, Smoke versus Rylo. Y'all two go ahead and cook. This should be a good one.
Woo! All right, here we go. Real quick though, what the game is on TNT tonight?
I don't know. I ain't even.
Okay.
Because I found it. Okay. It's probably TNT, most likely.
Okay. I found it.
But let's see what y'all two got, man. Y'all really get this seems like this gonna go.
Yeah, man. Because man,
because y'all two some intellectual dudes, and I like y'all two paired together. Because this would be a good one, man. Y'all I ain't finna say nothing else. Y'all two go ahead, man.
All right. Smoke, my man.
Rylo, let's do it. Let's get into it.
Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. All right. So look, man, we going like. Okay, so with Terence Crawford, I get it when we talk about him. There's guys that we probably would have wanted him to fight rather than some of the guys that he did fight. And clearly, we could say the same thing with Mayweather. So when you say guys like Andre Berto, what was my man's Maidana, and Robert Guerrero and Carlos Baldomir, You know what I'm saying? Some of these guys are only like, I can't name another guy that Carlos Baltimore beat besides Zab Judah. You know what I'm saying? And clearly we can say Mayweather fought him because he was the champ. Cool. That is cool. You know what I'm saying? That's absolutely cool. But Terrence Crawford fighting in an era where nobody else is the champ but Errol Spence. So when he was at other divisions, he ain't had that problem. When he was at 140, he ain't had that problem. When he was at 35, he ain't had that problem. He only got that problem when he got to 47 and one guy had 3 of the 4 belts. And the one belt that he didn't have, Terrence Crawford didn't have no problems going to scoop that belt up. So when we talk about him fighting bums, he's only fighting the guys that are available to him. And if we say that, I don't know how we can argue that his opponents weren't as good or better than some of the guys or most of the guys that Mayweather fought outside of Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying? And if outside of and the only guy that we could put on the Pacquiao level right now for Terrence Crawford would be Errol Spence. So I don't know what's the difference. You would have to explain this to me, brother.
Well, I'll endeavor, right? So the two things. When you're doing a comparison list, it's not really just about like being critical of one guy, right? Just about the comparison. So like, while I can talk about Maidana or Baltimore or whomever else, like, you know, talk about their cons, right? Their weaknesses. You still have to compare them to the other guys, like the guys they're fighting, right? So like, let's take Baltimore, like one of the weakest guys, right? Like Baltimore beat Zab Judah, right? Zab Judah's going to Hall of Fame, right? When you look at the other guy, comparing it, right? We got David Avenesian. Yeah, like no matter, like I don't think.
Wait. Are you saying?
Gotta wait. No. Let me get it all out. See, this is. I think I understand like why. I think I understand why you don't understand. You get triggered, and then you can't listen anymore. Just write your objection down. Just write your objection down, and then like once I get through it, maybe I'll address it.
Slow down, then. You're right. Slow down. Let me.
Am I talking too fast? Okay.
No. I'm finna get my pen and pad.
Okay, cool. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, you
can tell me when you got
10 seconds.
You tell me when you got
10 seconds, brother.
Yeah,
give me 10 seconds. All
Right,
I'm good. I got it. Go ahead.
Cool. Already living up to the hype. Good God Almighty.
Yeah. All right, cool. Right. So I think that part of it is, instead of comparing the two, you're just being critical of one guy. The other thing is, I think your timeline is off. Like when Terrence Crawford got to the division, Errol Spence was not a 3-division champion, 3-belt champion. He had 1 belt. The other belts were he just had to happen to have. In modern day boxing, we have these promotional organizations that are siloed off into network deals. Like, that's just the politics of boxing, right? And it so happened that Errol Spence was in line with the other like top guys fighting for the champions, not that were within that promotional and that network. We'll call it a category. Or really just it really silo just works. That's the one that works. So they're siloed off over here. They got 3 belts here, and you got 1 belt in this other one, right? So Terrence Crawford had a choice. He could either resign and stay where he was, and hopefully they will come to some kind of understanding about, and then have some like cross promotional fight, or he could have gone to where the other belts were. But that's not what happened, right? So, well, what he did was he resigned. But that's not an issue of Spence being a 3-belt champion and then Bud got the other belt. No, the timeline is just off. But none of that actually addresses the comparison of level of competition, especially like 147. I mean, we can go through like the 135. Maybe Gamboa is better than Castillo. Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe other weight class. But if you just talk about 147, because that's where this whole disconnect, like the conversation started, but knocking out shit at 147, and therefore, like, yeah, he's the Mayweather. Like, pump your brakes. That dude was fighting champions. Those champions had fought like Hall of Famers and champions. Like, those are some real dudes. And the other guys fighting David Avenesian and Jose Benavidez and Jeff Horn. Go ahead.
Okay. So when we're talking about Terrence Crawford coming up to 147 pounds, right? It's only a couple of guys. So neither one of these guys fought Mayweather or Pacquiao, who are the apex of the 147-pound division. Clearly, right? Didn't fight neither one of them guys. One guy fought Porter, and one guy fought the other guy fought Porter. One guy knocked that guy out. The other guy won a decision. One guy fought Danny Garcia, won a decision. He didn't get a chance to fight Danny Garcia. One guy fought Kell Brook, KO. The other guy fought Kell Brook, KO. One guy fought Jeff Horn. The other guy didn't fight Jeff Horn. KO. Jeff Horn fought Manny Pacquiao. Somehow, some way, as much as people wanted to debate it or whatever, he clearly didn't get knocked out by Pacquiao. He ended up getting the win, but he knocked out Jeff Horn. He knocked out a guy who somehow got a win against Manny Pacquiao as well, and Ugas. That's kind of a wash. I mean, Jose Benavidez, he only lost 2 fights. And one of those fights was a knockout loss to Terrence Crawford. You can say Leonard Bondu at the time. I think he was undefeated or maybe he had lost to Keith Thurman already. So Leonard Bondu lost 2 fights and he got knocked out by Spence. And, that might be a good win for him. Just as Jose Benavidez was a good win. That's a comparison win. So where is this comparison of like when you say like what Bud is doing, if they're nobodies, he's making them look like nobodies. When Mayweather fought a guy who I consider almost a nobody and got Robert Guerrero, he went 12 rounds with him. That was the guy he was supposed to knock out. Marcos Maidana. He had one good win against Victor Ortiz, and he had a good win against, how good is the win against Adrian Broner now? Those are his 2 best wins. You know what I'm saying? He had to have a rematch with Marcos Maidana. So what I'm saying is if you saying he's fighting interior opposition, he's making them look like that because they're not going the distance. The difference is when he's fighting guys you say are bums, he's making them look like bums because they don't get to a decision. Mayweather didn't do that. So how are you saying that Mayweather is so much better? And even when we compare these guys as opponents, how are you saying that Mayweather's opponents are so much better than Terrence Crawford's opponents?
Yeah, I keep doing it, and then you keep like mudding the water, right? So part of your thing was comparing Bud to Spence, right? And that's cool, but that's not really what we're doing. We're comparing Bud's to Floyd Mayweather. Like a different debate is whether or not Floyd Mayweather's competition is better than Spence and Bud's combined. And I think Floyd Mayweather still wins that fight. Right, still wins that debate. But even before that, but just let me get to
tell me how.
The issue is this. The issue is this, and we'll get to it. Even if you were to say Marcos Maidana's best wins were those guys, and how well does the Adrian Broner win play out? Better than every person that Jose Benavidez beat before he faced Terrence Crawford. The way that win looks is better than everything that David Avenida has done, better than everything that Jose Benavidez has done. So when we talk about the nobodies versus somebodies, like it's the nobodies on Floyd Mayweather's resume, even those nobodies have way better fucking wins. Like there's still guys who are either in the Hall of Fame, probably going to get into the Hall of Fame. They have wins over those guys. But I'm not even going to debate whether or not those are the best wins or not. Like I'm just saying those are not the only names on those resumes. Even if those were, he still has other names on there. Meanwhile, these other guys that I've characterized as nobodies on Bud's resume, they literally are nobodies because they beat literally nobody.
Okay, so you're saying for Mayweather and the guys that he beat, they beat somebody. Give me the guys who are the people Mayweather beat that have people on their resume. Then that's what I'm asking.
Right, I'm saying like the people that he fought at 147, all of them to a man, have people on their resume.
So let's go from the back. Let's say Andre Berto, right?
Yes, Andre Berto.
His best win is who?
I mean,
right.
Maybe the win over Victor Ortiz. Like, but you're saying best. What I'm telling you is those guys fought somebody. He's been in the ring with Devin Alexander's been in the ring with Sean Porter's been in the ring. Like what you thought of the fights and like which one is the best win, that is a separate conversation from they didn't even step in the ring with anybody. Who the fuck did David Avenesian fight?
Absolutely nobody.
That's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to the comparison, you might call Maidana nobody relative to like other things, but it certainly isn't relative to fucking David Avenesian.
Yes. And what I'm telling you is David Avenesian in the ring with Terrence Crawford, that's exactly how he looked. How did he look? Like a nobody.
Yeah,
when he got in the ring.
Because he is a nobody.
Rounds. Yeah, and he didn't go 12 rounds.
No, because he is a nobody.
I got you. And that's what you're supposed to do when you fight nobody.
Yeah, but I'm saying Maidana is not a nobody.
I got you.
That's why those look different. That's why it looks different when they fight each other. Because Bud is fighting nobody and getting them out of there.
So when you say Marcos Maidana, he got a couple of people on his resume. I'll say Kell Brook had a couple of people on his resume.
Kell Brook definitely had a couple people on his resume. Now, if you want to talk about, there's Marcos Maidana's resume. He's got Sean Porter, and he's got
Marcos Maidana.
Kell Brook. When you talk about Kell Brook, we got the win over Sean Porter to get that belt. He stepped in there with Triple G. He stepped in there with Bud. They Rob Salkins and shit. That don't even fucking matter. Like those are nobody.
He knocked out Amir Khan.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. So he got Amir. He's got Amir Khan. That was like after he fought Bud. I don't know how that helps Bud, but okay, let's put him on there as far as his overall resume. But he got in there. So the guys on his actual on his win-loss record for his entire career will be Sean Porter and Amir Khan.
Those could be his best wins. Okay.
Right, those were, and then the other two guys that are notable that he actually fought was Triple G and Errol Spence.
So
so he's got four guys that he actually that we can speak of when it comes to Kell Brook. One of the guys though that we were talking about, he fought after.
So let me ask you this. Who did Marcos Maidana lose to?
I mean, he lost to.
Who did he lose to? Right. Who did he lose to?
He lost to a few people.
Name those people he lost to. I can tell you one of them was Amir Khan.
Did Marcos Maidana have like 4 or 5 losses?
He may have, but I'm telling you, one of those people was Amir Khan. Amir Khan got in a ring with Bud Crawford. Now, I'm not saying the triangle theory, but what I'm saying is Amir Khan got a lot of people on his resume. And when you talk about guys who've been in the ring with motherfuckers, Amir Khan been in the ring with a lot of motherfuckers. And when you you made the point, I know, and you made the point about guys at least getting in the ring with motherfuckers.
Yes, I also made the point. I think we're talking about two different things, right? Because right now you're talking about the people who are somebody that Bud fought, but I wasn't talking about the people who are somebodies. I was talking about the nobodies, like those dudes are actual nobodies.
So you're saying like a David Avenesian, right?
And a Jesse and a Jose Benavidez and a Jeff Horn. Even Jeff Horn, like you can say, he got a win over
Jeff Horn.
I get you. Jeff Horn has a win over Pacquiao, so he got in there and he had a good win over with somebody. So like I get it. I got you with it.
Victor Ortiz lived off one win, just as Jeff Horn lived off one win.
Yeah, but Victor Ortiz, it depends on the way you are saying that he's living off of one win. What I'm saying is the only guy he actually had on there, period, was Manny Pacquiao. Before he got in the ring with Manny Pacquiao, there is nobody that you can point to that you know who the fuck that guy is. He beat Jeff Horn, and then he fought another dude that you don't know who the fuck that guy is, and then he lost to Bud. And then he never fought another dude that you know who the fuck he is, right? When it comes right down to it, hold up a second. It's not that he's living off of one win. It's like he only fought one guy. Meanwhile, Maidana, while that was his best win, he had fought Josecito Lopez. He had been in there with other guys.
And what I'm saying to you is, Terrence Crawford did to those guys what you're supposed to do to those guys that you're saying are nobodies.
That is fine, but that's a little bit downstream from the conversation. Whether or not he had the results.
The somebodies that you're saying are only names because we knew them. Andre Berto. You know what I'm saying? Like when you say Andre Berto, we can't even name a great win for Andre Berto for real. Luis Collazo?
Okay.
Luis Collazo, maybe?
Well, but what I'm saying is we can name his fights, bro. Like who in the fuck? Like name a Jeff Horn fight before he fought Manny Pacquiao.
I got you.
That's what I'm saying to you. Like even regardless of your thing, like you can say that he's doing to those guys, he's getting the results because of these guys. But what I'm saying is, I think the competition that Floyd Mayweather fought would have done the same thing to those Bud opponents. I think Maidana would have knocked fucking David Aveneja's dick in the dirt too.
He probably would have. And what I'm saying to you is,
like the fact that Bud did it, okay, cool.
So
other guys would have done it too.
So what about if Robert Guerrero fights Bud Crawford? What do you think that result is?
Well, since we're not talking about the opposition fighting the guys, we're talking about the opposition and the opposition. That's where I'm comparing the oppositions.
Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, now if you take a Robert Guerrero who didn't have many great wins, if you put him in there with Bud Crawford, what happens in that fight? If we're going to speculate what happens, what happens?
Right, I got you. But since we're comparing the opposition, the fights that would be happening would be opposition versus opposition. When it comes to the nobodies, the Carlos Baldemirs, the Robert the Ghost Guerreros, I guess the Victor Ortizes and the Andre Bertos, since those are the nobodies that you were saying is on Floyd's resume, let's put those guys up against the David Avenesians, the Jose Benavidez's, and the Jeff Horns.
So does Jose Benavidez beat Andre Berto? Can you definitively say that Andre Berto beats Jose Benavidez?
Would be able to beat Andre Berto.
Can you say the Mean Machine Mikalauskis, does he not beat Andre Berto? Can you definitively say he doesn't?
Hell no.
He doesn't.
He might beat Robert Guerrero. Maybe he beats Guerrero. Maybe I don't know.
But he doesn't beat Andre Berto.
He doesn't. Like, I'll put it like this: David Avenesian don't fucking beat Robert the Ghost Guerrero.
Okay. I'm not. Listen, you keep bringing up David Avenesian as if
because that is his last. That's literally his last fight, man. And we're talking. And we compare this to Mayweather. Like, let's talk about Mayweather's last fight versus Bud's last fight. Like, I would say, like, and I mean, like, real boxer. I don't mean like Conor McGregor. I mean Andre Berto, right? That dude, I think, is way better than fucking David Avenesian.
He might be. So who is he supposed to fight?
Who is he supposed to fight? I mean, now that's a different conversation. Wow. I mean, he was supposed to fight.
Listen. No. Right. So outside of Earl Spence, who is the guy who would have been a better or acceptable opponent for Bud Crawford as opposed to David Avenesian? Because he was ranked.
Right. So I think Stanionis would have been better. I think Booth would have been better. I think Virgil would have been better. Well, Virgil took himself out of the hat. So did the other one. Like this. But if you just ask me who is available, not like why didn't they fight? Who I think are reasonable,
better fighters,
who are better opposition than David Avenesian. I think Keith Thurman is better opposition than David Avenesian. Even at this fucking stage in the game,
right? So I could say the same thing. Keith Thurman would have been better than fighting fucking Andre Berto. Danny Garcia,
right? I got it. But the issue is this. Yeah, right. I understand it, but the issue is both of those dudes are better than fucking David Avenesian.
Okay, I got you. So Crawford didn't fight him, and Floyd didn't fight him, because those guys were around when Floyd was fighting.
Yeah, but
Andre
I got
Berto.
you. But Floyd did fight. I hear you. They didn't fight those guys, right? But Floyd did fight guys, and Bud did fight guys.
When
we're talking about
Andre
like
Berto,
specifically,
listen,
like I didn't say. Like
saying,
here's the thing.
When
if I was to say that, like, go ahead.
Listen, when he fought Andre Berto wasn't fighting when he fought David Avenesian. Andre Berto wasn't available when he fought Andre Berto. Keith Thurman was better. Danny Garcia was better. Earl Spence was better. He didn't fight those guys. That's what I'm saying.
That's absolutely great. But this is, you do realize that now you're off a tangent. Now you do realize you're off on a tangent, right? Like the issue is not whether or not Bud could have fought somebody better than that is a separate conversation that you brought up. That's fine. We can have that conversation.
Because
that has absolutely no bearing. It has absolutely no bearing. Could he have fought somebody better than David Avenesian on whether or not David Avenesian is as the same level, equivalent competition of Floyd's competition?
I'm just making a comparison because we're saying
I know, but
Bud Crawford could have fought a way better guy than David Avenesian. And what I'm saying is, when Floyd was in that same predicament, there was guys way better he could have fought than Andre Berto.
I got you.
And
if you want to talk about that, if you want to talk about that, if you want to talk about fighting the best guy available and how they are comparable that way, then we can have that. But that is a tangential conversation.
Because you keep bringing up David
and their level of their level of the quality of opposition of the guys they actually fought.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is, in that scenario, when one guy had the opportunity to fight a guy, Bud chose Avenesian, Floyd chose Andre Berto. And what I'm saying in comparison, when those two guys fought, Berto and Avenesian, there were a plethora of guys that they could have fought that would have been better. So what I'm saying is, in comparison, how much better or worse is David Avenesian than Andre Berto? Because to my recollection, David Avenesian had never lost before he fought Bud Crawford. Andre Berto had lost a couple of fights before he fought Floyd Mayweather.
And this is like kind of not too fine a point on it. Wins and losses are not the only metric of quality of opposition. You can the thing that solidifies your undefeated record is your level of opposition. So when you have guys like Tom Schwartz like being undefeated when he faces Tyson Fury, that's cool that he's undefeated, but he hasn't fucking fought anybody. He's a regional fighter from Germany. So like, and the same thing applies to David Avenesian. Yes, Andre Berto lost guys because he was fighting fucking champions. That's why he has losses, right? Like he wasn't fighting nobodies from nowhere. Like, yeah, I don't fight like this thing. Like,
but when he was fighting nobodies, he was undefeated, right?
Who?
Andre Berto was when he was fighting nobodies, he was undefeated, right? And that's
I think when he's fighting somebody, when he fought, even he didn't lose his first step up fight. I'm just saying, like when it comes right down to it, this idea about undefeated being the metric of quality of opposition, it can be if they actually fought somebody.
No, it's not.
But just saying undefeated in and of itself doesn't speak to the level of doesn't speak to the quality of opposition.
I understand. So what I'm saying to you is, when you fight a nobody, you're supposed to make them look like nobody. Bud does that. When he steps up his competition, he looks almost or just as good. So what I'm saying to you about this is, when you talk about comparing Floyd and the guys that he fought, how much better are those guys than the guys that Bud fought? Because when he fought guys who we would say weren't that good, even if we're not saying they're nobodies, Floyd didn't get him out of there. What I'm saying to you is, Bud did. So we don't know what Bud does versus the so-called somebodies. So anybody on Bud's resume that you might consider a somebody, he got them out of there. When Floyd
here's what I'm saying. But the guys that we're talking about,
when Floyd fought the somebodies, what happened? Because he only got 2 knockouts at welterweight. That was Ricky Hatton and Victor Ortiz. Those are the only 2 knockouts he got at welterweight.
Right. Here's what I'm saying to you is the guys on whether or not he would have knocked him out, we'll never know because he didn't fight him. But one thing for sure, I wouldn't describe the nobodies on Floyd's resume, the so-called nobodies on Floyd's resume, I wouldn't call them nobodies if they're on Bud's resume. Like the guys that I said were nobodies, I didn't say Amir Khan. I don't think Amir Khan would have beat Floyd. Would Floyd have knocked him out? I don't fucking know, but that's a separate argument. Like you're talking now about what happened in the fight. Sure. And not only that, just because you're nobody doesn't make you a bum. You can. Some guys have proven themselves to be bums and also be nobody. I think that David Avenesian could be a bum. I think Jose Benavidez could be a bum. He seems that like when he steps up against when he steps up level of competition, he doesn't seem to be very good. Right? Like you know, at a certain point, Navarrete was a nobody. At a certain point, Jaime Mugia was a nobody. That doesn't mean that you're a bum. What you were supposed to do is get bums out of there. You're not just supposed to get nobodies out of there. But all I'm saying to you, like when it comes right down to it, like when you start doing this Floyd Mayweather like Bud comparison and Bud's result, if you have these question marks with guys, I don't know how we're going to then say, yeah, now he's like Floyd. Meanwhile, the guys that he fought, like all of those, like put Boldemir. If you would replace David Avenesian, Jose Benavidez, Jeff Horn with Robert the Ghost Guerrero, Andre Berto, and Carlos Boldemir, then Bud's resume is better. like straight up, like objectively, it becomes a better resume. If he didn't fight the David Avenue, Jeff, and he fought those other guys, these so-called nobodies on Floyd's resume, then that would make Bud's his run at 147 better.
So what I'm saying, so what I'm saying to you is Carlos Boldemir beating Zab Judah, is that a better win than Jeff Horn beating Manny Pacquiao?
Is who beating
Carlos Boldemir? Carlos Boldemir beating Zab Judah. Is that a better win than Jeff Horn beating Manny Pacquiao?
Ooh, I'm gonna go with no. Yeah, I'm gonna go with no.
So that's a guy you're saying is a nobody.
Yeah.
And Carlos Boldemir then has to definitely be an absolute nobody
no, not because it's a better win. Again, because if Carlos Boldemir only had that guy on his resume, then sure, right? If all he had was, but instead he has not only Zab Judah, but he also has Floyd Mayweather, right? So those are great, right? I'm just saying, but Carlos Boldemir also has a couple other guys.
Jeff Horn has Manny Pacquiao and Bud Crawford, right?
Right. But I mean, do you want to go through? Okay, let's take a look at the great Carlos Boldemir for another guy on his resume, right? So we
Canelo.
He lost to a straight bum.
Who?
And looked horrible doing it, right? I think he's lost to like a couple of guys. Like I mean, like Tim Tszyu is it's actually aging pretty good. But that one for the Oceanic title. Yeah, not looking good. But I think Boldemir has actually some.
You're breaking up some now. You're breaking up a bit. Smoke, you went all the way out now, bro.
Sorry, bro. Yeah, so we also have have a Canelo on Boldemir's resume, right? So we got three Hall of Famers. We got three Hall of Famers right there. So I'm just saying, like, when it comes to like the number of guys he stepped through the ropes, Carlos Boldemir is still like beating Jeff Horn, right? But because Manny Pacquiao, let me land my plane, and then so you get the whole thing.
Wait. You said three Hall of Famers. What's the three Hall of Famers again? Because you broke up. You went all the way out for a minute. Like you cut all the way out.
Oh, so okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. What my point was my thing was he has another Canelo Alvarez. Yeah, the three Hall of Famers.
Floyd Mayweather,
Zab Judah,
Canelo, Floyd Mayweather,
yes,
Zab Judah.
and Zab Judah.
Okay.
Right. But because Manny Pacquiao was such a good win. Like that is still a better win, right? Even though like Manny Pacquiao has since lost to Ugas. It's still Manny Pacquiao, and it's still like Jeff Horn has that one on his resume. So as a single win, that's pretty fucking good.
Because they only got one win.
I'm not mad at that at all.
Because both of those guys only have one good win, which would be Zab Judah.
I don't know if he has one good win. We're talking about Hall of Famers. Like he only stepped in the room. Like let's say
Carlos
I don't know
Boldemir, his best win would be Zab Judah, correct?
I go with that.
Okay. Just as we would say Jeff Horn's best win would be Manny Pacquiao, right? So if Jeff Horn fought Tim Tszyu, who could potentially be a Hall of Famer. That would be 3 equal Hall of Famers, right?
Now what issue is, right? The issue is best versus only, right? That's where we're coming into an issue. The best win would be Zab Judah, right? But he also has a win over Arturo Gatti, another Hall of Famer, in Carlos Baldomir.
Okay.
So, like, right, we can go with best and instead it to one person. But when you have different guys, then that's my point. That's why I'm calling dude a nobody, because his claim to fame was as a nobody beating an ATG and then losing to like a Hall of Famer, a pound for pound guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like literally Jeff Horn.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Carlos. That's not the story of Carlos Baldomir.
Okay. So, and the thing is, and you got to consider this as well. Because when we go 10 years ago and comparing guys' resumes, every guy 10 years ago going to have a better resume than every guy fighting today. Everybody, dog. Every single fighter 10 years ago, when you go Shane Mosley, Antonio Margarito, Kermit Cintron, all of these guys got more good fighters on their resume than any of the guys we're talking about now. Because they just fought more of each other than these guys do now.
Oh, well, cool.
So
Then we can pack it up then. Because, right now you just conceded the point that Floyd Mayweather has better opposition than Terence Crawford. Now you're just talking about why. Because it was 10 years ago and it was better opposition out there. That's cool. I'm right. I mean, we can argue about that point, but it's still like, the debate's over.
No, because we're arguing about the contemporaries. Because Bud Crawford can't go back and fight guys from 10 years ago. He can only fight his contemporaries.
Which is why he won't catch up to Floyd, in my opinion.
And what I'm saying is we only can compare these guys to their contemporaries of today. And what you're saying about Floyd and the guys that he fought, every point that you can make about who Floyd fought, I can make the same argument for the guys that Bud fought. Based on this,
and it's true, and it's true in a couple of cases for Bud.
And for instance, Floyd, right? You can't compare to Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? Well, I mean, I could compare it, but I would just have Sugar Ray Leonard edging Floyd out. That's it. Like, I don't have an issue with this thing. Like we can do the comparisons. I don't mind doing the comparison between Bud and Floyd in this situation. I'm just saying that Bud has some guys on there that are like the Birdos, right? I think like Kell Brook and Sean Porter and Amir Khan, those guys are like the Birdos. But I'm saying David Avenesian is not. Jose Benavidez is not. They're not like Baldomirs and all this shit from 10 years ago. Like if you'd had Thurman on there, then yeah, sure. If you have those kind of guys on there, then you can get to the comparison from 10 years ago. But you don't get there with Jose Benavidez. You just don't. That's not an issue about contemporaries versus non-contemporaries. That's an issue of fighting guys who have done like really fuck all in the sport.
Right. So basically I think I got it in the synopsis. So you're saying when you take Bud's bottom and Floyd's bottom is better than Bud's bottom.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now my whole thing about it is being discounted. Yes. And I'm saying that Floyd's bottom might be comparable to Bud's best at 147.
I might not necessarily say that, but I will say this because I always say this: none of the guys fighting today can compare to guys of 15 years ago, and for various reasons about the lack of activity and competition. So I'm in agreement with you in that sense, but in essence, we still have to compare them to their contemporaries. So when we compare them to the contemporaries, it's very similar in what they did in their time and Bud in his time. Floyd in his time and Bud in his time are doing very similar things.
You're saying similar. No. I don't know.
Because listen, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. When you add a guy like Shane Mosley to a Floyd Mayweather's resume, the closest thing to a Shane Mosley would be Sean Porter. I would say. Can you think of a guy close to like a Shane Mosley in this era, what Shane Mosley was in his era? Who would you say that would be?
Hey, real quick, do you guys want interjection? Are you guys kind of good to separate a little bit?
Come on. Yeah,
go ahead.
What you got?
Okay. I'm not gonna jump in on the debate. I'm just gonna add information because I don't want it to be like it's me and Rylo together. All right, so this is my area where I really do damage it on Floyd Mayweather. Well, first of all, that's not entirely accurate when we compare the resumes. Because first of all, when you look at David Evanesian, we got to just go with the facts. And I don't really deal with the fake interpretations about what is and what ain't. I like to talk about what is, period. So David Evanesian did beat Shane Mosley, if we can recall that. I don't know how that got lost, but he did beat Shane Mosley just as well as Floyd Mayweather did. And Floyd Mayweather, this was one of his contemporaries, to borrow a term from Rylo, and it was something that was big and massive for Floyd Mayweather. However, David Evanesian beat Shane Mosley. That's what gave David Evanesian the credibility to start rising through the welterweight ranks. Another thing is, I'm not coming outside of the box of welterweight at all. So when I'm starting to break down these resumes, for you to even have a conversation with me, you're going to have to know who Floyd Mayweather opponents fought at welterweight. A lot of them hadn't established anything at welterweight at all. So when you start talking about Sean Porter, okay, Sean Porter stopped Andre Berto, and Floyd Mayweather went to a unanimous decision with him. Floyd Mayweather had an opportunity to become undisputed by possibly, fighting Kell Brook, but he chose Berto. So he doesn't have a Kell Brook, which is a prime fighter on his resume, as in Floyd. Amir Khan did beat Marcos Maidana as well, too. And Floyd did, but so did Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford is stopping these opponents as well. Jeff Horn did fight Pacquiao just as well as Mayweather did, and Jeff Horn and Mayweather both beat Pacquiao. Now, the key to this is knowing that Bud was on a trajectory to fight the WBO champion, which was Pacquiao at the time. I don't know if the fight would have materialized, but he lost to Jeff Horn, and Terrence Crawford proceeded with his course and stopped Jeff Horn, who also beat Manny Pacquiao. That can't be erased or overlooked. When you start talking about Floyd Mayweather beating Zab Judah is not in the Hall of Fame. Zab Judah just happened to beat Curry Spinks on a one-off, just like Jeff Horn beat Pacquiao on a one-off, right? So if you're going to start, exalting Zab Judah as this Hall of Famer, he's not, okay? And you're going to start talking about what he might be. He did a one-off situation and then turned around and lost to Carlos Baldomir. It's not like Floyd beat Zab Judah once he beat Corey Spinks. No, Baldomir did that. And then Floyd beat him and came back and fought Zab Judah. Somehow that keeps getting lost in translation as well, too.
So I have just a point of clarification. There were 2 points. One is something that you said. Were you saying that Amir Khan was in his prime when he fought Bud?
I don't know what he was in. I don't.
Okay, I know. I thought you said that he was in his prime. I just want to
you wouldn't have heard me say that. Smoke.
Okay, cool. No, that's what I'm saying. I thought that's what you said. So if you didn't say that, that's cool. The other part of it is I never said Amir Khan was nobody. I didn't say Jeff. I never said Kell Brook was nobody. We're talking about the nobodies on there. If you talked about David Avanesian, I did say David Avanesian was a nobody. He does have a.
I didn't say anything that you said. I'm saying adding information to the conversation as I comb through it. I'm not contesting what you're saying.
Okay,
I'm bringing context to what I look at. So when I say, because I'm in the belief that Terrence Bud Crawford resume is probably on par at minimum, and I'm suggesting that he may possibly be past him. So what I made the statement earlier that he's a better, superior version of Floyd Mayweather at 147. No, I really meant that. Floyd Mayweather is a discount Dollar General version of Terrence Crawford. When you start looking at the performance coupled in with this resume, and we digging in at 147, because we can get context tonight on this one, because 147 is my wheelhouse. So when you start talking about, you can't use De La Hoya, obviously, and then you start talking about Ricky Hatton. What did Ricky Hatton accomplish at 147? He beat what, Collazo, who had a good go at it with Berto, who ultimately got stopped by Sean Porter, which feeds the resume of Terrence Crawford. Because what makes Sean Porter good is him stopping Berto. And what makes Berto somewhat credible to most of us is his fight with Collazo at minimum, like Rylo said, but Sean Porter stopped him. And Mayweather went to a decision with him. And then clearly Crawford and Mayweather hadn't fought, or they didn't fight, or they couldn't. So we're looking at the comparable resumes.
Okay, so right now it seems like we're about to open up a debate on two fronts. So before I get into that thing, like Floyd being the discount version of Bud at 147, I'm down for that. I'm fully jetted up for it. I just want to make sure we don't have some more points to clarify when it comes to Rollo. So it doesn't become this 2v1 kind of thing. No, I don't mind a 2v1. By the way, I'm all for it. I just want to make sure
it won't be 2v1 because
we're just combing through the facts. We just combing through the facts.
All right, cool.
Because I twist your head all the way off the cap, and I don't want.
Oh, okay. I mean, I hear you. I mean, don't start congratulating yourself before the fucking fight, right?
It's not gonna work out for you. You know, you ran with the good conversation with Rollo because. You can't word salad your way through this one.
I hear you. Listen, I will use simple terms that everyone can easily understand. Like the idea that there's a Jose Benavidez on Floyd's resume is fucking laughable. But whatever. Well, we can get into it.
Okay, so then we can conversate about the trash. We're talking about what makes them both credible before we go into what makes them not credible. We're not going to do that one first because we got to establish that Floyd Mayweather and Terrence Crawford both are elite welterweights. They are both good welterweights. My claim is which one is better between the two in their current run at 147. And I'm telling you that I favor Terrence Crawford run over Floyd Mayweather's because everything that you could point to, I can kind of look at on the top end and rebuttal. We can shift through who's not good later. Because one thing you said on the low end was David Evanesha. I've already clarified that by saying he beat Shane Mosley, who's on Floyd Mayweather's resume. And they both went to the cards, and Terrence Crawford stopped Evanesha. And Evanesha is a player within 147. I watched 147, and I know that he made his way up through the rankings.
I hear you, and I'm with you, right? So, do we understand that that fighters have primes, and some fighters fight outside of their primes? And one of those guys is Shane Mosley, and one of the examples of him fighting outside of his primes, not the only example, but one of the examples, and we can find many, is David Evanesha.
I can't. This the problem. This is documented. I don't do primes though, so that argument.
I mean, that's you, but that's why your conclusion is kind of squirrely because this is the issue. Right. In 1996, Floyd Mayweather was Floyd Mayweather Jr. In 2023, Floyd Mayweather is still Floyd Mayweather Jr. He is not the same fighter as he was when he was at 147. Like, it's cool that it's the guy with the same name, but they're not the same fighter.
No, but Shane Mosley, here's the thing. It was argued that Shane Mosley was kind of past his prime when he fought Mayweather, though. See,
I'm with that.
Hold on, whoa. But I'm not with that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you the names on the resume because
that's fine. But that's one of the reasons why your conclusion is the way that it is.
You can't use prime because it's inconsistency. You can't. You're not a medical doctor. We're not going to play these games where you know who is and ain't in their prime because then you're relying on your eye test.
Okay, I mean, that is one way that you can do from prime, but then there's a way that you can objectively. But hold up a second. There's also a way that you can objectively say that this guy is past his prime. Does anybody think? Do you think that Roy Jones was in his prime in his last pro fight?
Okay, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about.
I know you don't, but that's why you think you're going to win the debate, because you don't actually want to address the things that knock down your conclusions.
No, you can use Shane.
You're saying I can't use it. We can use it. You just are talking about why you don't want to use it.
No,
we can still use it. Just because you found a way that you don't want to doesn't mean that we can't do it.
Okay, we're talking about Shane Mosley though.
I'm going to use Shane Mosley. See, that ain't gonna work over here. I'm going to use Shane Mosley because we're talking about Floyd Mayweather being a discounted version of Terrence Crawford. That's where I'm standing on that.
I understand that, and you're now understanding on the fact that David Avenesian was credible because he beat Sugar Shane Mosley, and I'm not necessarily mad at saying he's a credible guy because he beat Sugar Shane Mosley. That's not that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so Avenesian is credible, and he got stopped by Terrence Crawford.
Right. What I'm saying is Marcos Maidana is beyond credible. It's not just credible. And what I'm saying is, if you're doing this comparison, Marcos Maidana is superior to David Avenesian, so there's no way that Floyd Mayweather is going to be the bargain basement.
Okay. No, what I'm saying to you is you try to discredit Avenesian. So I need you to
in comparison to Floyd Mayweather's.
No. Listen, what I'm saying. I'm telling you, is David Avenesian credible for Terrence Crawford or not? That's what I'm asking you. Because
again, is he credible for Terrence Crawford? Sure, he is credible for Terrence Crawford. Is he even credible? Is he even credible as a welterweight beyond a Ricky Hatton, which is the thing that I was addressing? Is he a credible welterweight beyond Ricky Hatton? Sure, I'm not even mad at that.
I'm not even comparing. Listen, I'm not going.
But I mean, you brought up Ricky Hatton, which is why that's what I was addressing.
I wasn't comparing David Avenesian to Ricky Hatton, though. You're about to.
Right. The reason you brought up Ricky Hatton and said that he hadn't fought anybody, he literally hadn't fought anybody because I brought up David Avenesian, and so I'm saying it's fine. That's fine if you want to bring up. It's fine if you want to bring up David Avenesian as a credible welterweight.
The ground rules. I am going to specifically talk about what I am talking about. I'm not doing any catchphrases. I'm just trying to comb through Terrence Crawford resume. You said, "Who the fuck is David Avenesian?" I have an answer for you. And I'm asking you so we can figure it out together. He got knocked out by Terrence Crawford. David Avenesian was a credible welterweight. Is he this Hall of Famer? Absolutely not. Is he a former world champion? Absolutely not. He beat Shane Mosley. Okay? He had a decent welterweight run. He also lost to Kovalevskis as well. So I'm asking you, does that make him somewhat credible? And you just said yes. So
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now,
right. So the issue is right. So I think what I was rebutting was the idea was bringing up the fact that Ricky Hatton hadn't fought at 147. Since you brought that up, I was then talking about David Avenesian's his thing. Like, I find it to be credible as a 147 pounder. Do I think that because he's a credible to 147 pounder that he is now superior to Marcos Maidana? Of course I don't.
Okay, let's talk about Ricky Hatton then. How many fights did Ricky Hatton have at 147?
Zero. That's why I'm with you. That's why I went to where you went. I was agreeing with you and rebutting a different thing. Like, I would agree with you that one guy is a legitimate guy at 147. But like Ricky Hatton is not a legitimate guy at 147, and David Avenesian is a legitimate guy at 147.
This is what you're trying to do. You're trying to just relax, calm down.
Oh my God! Now you're gonna regulate my emotions. You're not gonna win that way either, bro. Like, you don't need to police my emotions.
Dude, release it. But what I'm saying is, you can release it all you fucking want, but let's move things to the left. We covered that you and I agree that Avenesian is credible. Let's move him to the left. Now we're talking about Ricky Hatton.
Well, right, because you brought Ricky Hatton up for the 50th time. The other part of this thing is, part of what I'm saying to you is, even though we have David Avenesian as a credible opponent, we don't have him being superior to. I don't know. I'm not interrupting you guys. Can I get it out? Can I get it out? Can I get it out? Can you guys stop policing my emotions? Stop telling me what I'm doing. Just chill and let me get it out. Chill. You listen faster. Listen faster. So let me get this out.
Slow down.
Like I was saying, you stop it. Let me get it out, bro. I'm talking to Zone 6 right now. Now you just interrupted. Like I was saying, what we're talking about is whether or not the overall debate is whether or not Floyd Mayweather is a bargain basement as a discount version of Terrence Bud Crawford at 147. So while I can agree with you about David Avenesian being legit 147 pounder and Timothy Hatton not being one, Ricky Hatton not being one, that doesn't make David Avenesian a better opponent at 147 than Marcos Maidana. So this entire thing, this back and forth, does not at all inform us of who is the actual bargain basement guy at 147.
Okay, you yield the floor. I will do it like that. You just tell me when you yield the floor, and I'll reciprocate.
Yeah, I yield. That's it.
Okay, all right, Rylo, please take notes. He said that David Avenesian is credible, and he said Ricky Hatton is not. So now he introduced Marcos Maidana. You're saying, what about Marcos Maidana? Because I have no issue right now about Marcos Maidana. What I did say about Marcos Maidana is that he did beat Adrian Broner, he beat Josecito Lopez, and he did lose to Amir Khan. And Amir Khan got stopped by Terrence Crawford. So therefore, is Amir Khan and Marcos Maidana two credible opponents for both fighters that we're talking about?
They are incredible, but your conclusion that Amir Khan is now superior, right? Hold up a second.
You yield the floor. You yield the floor, bro. Just answer the question.
Bro, like, I don't understand, like, why you guys got so many rules for me. I don't have rules for you guys.
It's not rules.
Am I too wild for you?
No.
Well, is that why you telling me how to answer questions?
I'm gonna give it back. I just asked.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you got it. I didn't know you weren't done. That's all good. Go ahead.
No, I'm literally gonna say. I'm literally about to say that. Okay. So we both can agree that they both are credible, Amir Khan and Marcos Maidana, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Rylo, can you please note that? I yield the floor.
Great. Right. So both, since we're not talking, when it comes to credible, if you want to comb through their resumes at 147 and pick out the guys who are credible 147 pounders and not credible 147 pounders, we can do that. Because for me, Kell Brook, that Bud faced, is not a credible 147 pounder because he hadn't fought in the division for years.
Huh?
Oh, I gotta wait till he say yield.
So sorry, yield time. That's it.
Okay.
Oh shit!
I disagree.
Oh shit!
I disagree that Kell Brook is not a credible opponent, considering the fact that Kell Brook is one of the prime welterweights that we all consider to be a champion that had multiple defenses on the IBF side of the house that faced Errol Spence Jr., although he lost, but he also beat one of the most credible welterweights in the division in Sean Porter. He also beat Kevin Bizier and Jojo Dan. Those were two credible welterweights. They weren't top 10 like Sean Porter and the notable suspects and the usual suspects, but Jojo Dan and Kevin Bizier was ranked in the IBF, and they became mandatories that Kell Brook satisfied, and they are credible welterweights at the time. Kell Brook is absolutely credible as a welterweight. So I absolutely disagree with that, because one of the things that people wanted to see from Floyd was him face Kell Brook for undisputed, therefore making him credible. People wouldn't have called for an uncredible fight for Floyd Mayweather. Kell Brook would have definitely been more credible as opposed or in comparison to Andre Berto on his way out the door, considering that that would have been an undisputed fight. So to suggest that he was not credible because maybe your time frame and whatever you consider, you explain that. But Kell Brook is absolutely credible. I yield the floor.
Yeah, there was a moment in time when he was a credible welterweight. It wasn't when Bud fought him. At that point, he hadn't fought at welterweight in years.
Do you yield?
Yeah, I yield my time. Like, yeah, there was a time when Bud Crawford was a credible 140 pounder. He's not a credible 140 pounder now. He hasn't fought there in years. If he goes down there and fights again, and we see what he looks like at 140, great. But like, if you go to a higher weight class and you stay there for years and then you go down, like, how are you credible? Like, you haven't proven anything in that division. That's some shit that you did when you were at that division years prior. That was, at that point, he was a credible welterweight. Yeah. And when Bud fought him, no.
So are you saying in 2020, 3 years ago, Kell Brook was not a credible welterweight?
That's exactly what I'm saying. The guy that climbed between the ropes against Bud Crawford was not a credible welterweight.
How many losses at the time did he have at welterweight? Since he was not a credible welterweight, how many losses did he have at the welterweight limit at 147, since he was not credible when he came in and faced Terrence Crawford? Although Kell Brook, his own self, said this was the best shape he's ever been. Do not discount Terrence Crawford, because I'm in the best shape. There will be no excuses when I take this fight, and I'm ready, and I feel that I can beat Terrence Bud Crawford in 2020, damn near 3 years ago. And he only had lost one fight prior to that.
Right. So if I was to rank, hold up. You asked me a question, then you answered it. That I was going to answer it anyway.
I yielded. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. There you go. So what I was to say was, you asked me a question and then you answered it. But my issue, the way that I was rating him as uncredible, as at welterweight, it wasn't based on his wins and losses at welterweight. It was how long between times since he competed at welterweight. Just because he was in the best shape of his life didn't make him a credible welterweight. It could have very well been that some other bummy ass dude at welterweight could have beat him. We just don't know. He just happened to be in there with the best, or maybe the second best at welterweight. We haven't determined that thing yet. But yeah, like I get that Spence is the only guy that beat him at welterweight. The issue was the years that passed between that Spence fight and when he actually fought Bud. That's what makes him a not credible welterweight, in my view.
I'm waiting on you. I'm going to make sure you got it out. You yield? No, he yielded out the conversation. Maybe he'll come back in. I don't want to assume he just dropped off. He probably got to get some information together real quick, Rylo.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So he's saying he's not a credible welterweight because he didn't fight at the division no more.
Because bro, like, so do you think that Usyk is a credible cruiserweight?
Do you yield the floor? That's all I need to know.
Yeah, I was yielding. Go ahead.
Okay. So what was the time frame that make you say, and respectively, that was too long of a time frame for Kell Brook to be credible? Where did his credibility start to decline at what time period?
It started to decline when he went up 2 weight classes, and then fought Triple G. It got his eye socket busted. Then supposedly had trouble making weight to fight Errol Spence, and got his eye busted again. And then didn't fight in the division for 3 years. That's the thing that made him not a credible welterweight.
So he wasn't a credible welterweight, right? So it wasn't a credible welterweight when he fought Spence then.
Okay, so if you were to parse everything I said to that,
I'm asking you.
I got it, but I know that you're asking me that, but that's not what I just said. So, like, for real, like, I mean, I got it. I get that you're asking me. I get it. The thing that started to make him a not credible welterweight was that when he moved up, then a thing happened when he came back down. He was having trouble making weight, and his promoter was talking about how we should just relinquish the belts and not compete there ever again. But then but Kell Brook said, "Fuck that! I'm going to compete there anyway." He got his eye socket broken. Then he left the division for years. It's all of those things, not just hey, was he credible when he fought Errol Spence? He wasn't as credible as when he fought Errol Spence as he was when he fought Sean Porter. You know why? Because he left the division and got his shit busted up, and then came back down and got his shit busted up again when they said that he was too damn big for the division.
So what? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. He was asking Rylo questions.
Yeah, there you go. That's my time. Yeah, you.
All right, Rylo.
So you're saying it was when he lost to Spence that he then, after that, became a non-credible welterweight?
Well, it was that he was also, after Spence, he didn't fight at welterweight for 3 years.
2 years. Okay.
Yeah, that's not accurate. It wasn't 3 years.
It was 2 years.
So that's inaccurate though. You can't say 3 and
Wait a
2.
minute. I thought he fought him in 2017. He fought Errol Spence in 2017 and fought Bud in 2020. How's that not 3 years?
Because he didn't fight in 2018 or 19. He came back and fought in 2020. What are you talking about?
No, he fought. He
fought Errol Spence in 2017. He didn't fight again in welterweight until 2020. That's 3 years.
Right, 18, 19, and he fought in 20.
Okay, I got you. He hadn't fought since 2017.
Listen, he hasn't. Listen slowly. He fought Errol Spence in the year of 2017. I agree.
January 2017.
No, it was May 27, 2017. May 27, 2017.
And he fought Bud in what year? What month and what year?
In November. He didn't fight him in I would say what, January. Okay, so listen. He fought him in May. He had to sit out for medical reasons. See, you're leaving that part out, dude. You're saying you're adding extra to it. He got his eye socket re-injured, so he had a medical injury. So from 2017, that's a legitimate cause to sit out, dog. Then 2018 came around, he's still healing. And then 2019 was a pandemic that nobody had ever saw, Smoke. So why are you doing that?
Okay, hold up a second. He didn't just sit out and then sit out the pandemic. He went up and fought at the 154-pound division during those times. The time that he sat out was he fought out the exact same amount of time between Triple G and Spence. Then he got his shit busted up, and then he went to 154. And he fought 3 guys there. That's what he was doing. He was a 154-pounder in between that, not just sitting around waiting for a shot.
Okay, so he was active. So okay, I got you. So he was actively fighting. So he was getting back down in weight, but he was returning back to a division that he had success in, that he had only lost to one person at, which was Errol Spence. Kell Brook stated that he was back into the prime of his career in top fashion, top form. And when he went into the fight, he conceded and gave Terrence Crawford full credit himself. So how is he not fucking credible at 147? You're just making up shit now.
Okay, I'm not making up a damn thing. I'm telling you that while he was active in a different division. That's what makes him not credible in the other division. Like I'm just saying, when it comes right down to it, right? Like if you fight, like let's say you have like Floyd Mayweather had a pretty brilliant fucking career at 130. When he moved up to fucking 147, he wasn't credible at 130 anymore.
Okay, let me ask you this. So let me ask you this.
You don't just hold your place forever and ever. Amen. You got to go back there and show, especially if one of the reasons why you left the division was because you couldn't fucking make weight in the division.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so we'll put that in the middle. We'll put that in the middle, Rollo, because
right. So you saying Brook was uncredible based on not fighting in the division for 2 years and 6 months.
2.5 years. There we go. That's fine.
Okay. So
can I ask a question real quick?
What are you asking?
Who does it feel?
Yeah, because I don't know.
I just want to get some clarity. Yeah, no, I'm asking a general question to get a general answer for whoever can answer it. From the time that Kell Brook fought against Errol Spence, how many fights did he have at 147? He had how many fights did he have after Errol Spence at 147?
1.
2.
Bud Crawford.
2.
And
he had 1 fight after Errol Spence. It was Bud Crawford.
Bud Crawford.
Okay. He had 2. He had Bud Crawford and America.
Bud Crawford.
No, America was that at 147?
That was at 54.
Yeah, I think America was at 54.
That was at 154. That was 154. So he had 1 fight. Okay. So I'm gonna be honest with you. He wasn't. He may have been active, but based off he only had 1 other fight at 147 after he lost, bro. So his last 2 fights at 147, he lost both of them. I would deem that not credible at that weight class. That's just my own personal opinion, because he wasn't active enough at it. Right. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead. I'll let y'all cook.
Right.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Now let's establish this.
Let me ask Phil.
Wait. Hold on. Because we're saying
you gotta answer this one. Are you finna tell him? You gonna tell him?
No. I just want to ask this question about not fighting at a weight class.
I just need to ask you this. Phil, are you saying that Kell Brook is not a credible opponent when Terrence Crawford fight him at 147?
Yeah, that's what he just said.
What I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this right here. Kell Brook went up to 160 pounds, okay, and he had 2 more fights at 147 after he went up to 160 pounds. Once he went up to 160 pounds, he wasn't really in the division anymore. He came back to the division to, for one, defend a title that he had at the division, and then for 2, to try to gain a title at the division. I don't think he would have came back to the division for either one of those things if either one of those things wouldn't have been on the line. So for me, do I think Kell Brook is a credible welterweight when he was active? Absolutely. When he decided to leave the division, nah, I don't think he was. I mean, he hadn't done anything since he lost the straps, technically speaking.
Right. Yeah.
So the question is,
was he credible?
Does not make him not a good fighter. I think he's a credible win. Yeah, he's a credible. See, look, hold on. It's difference between a credible win and a credible welterweight. When he fought against Crawford, I don't think he was a credible welterweight because he hadn't been fighting that division.
Wait. Slow down. Now you really got me with a whole bunch of questions. How can he be a credible?
Hold on, Rylo. He said he's a credible win. He just
but not a credible welterweight.
I think he just made a concession to fight at the weight class. I think everybody knew Kell Brook didn't really belong there, but it was a good fight for Terrence Crawford to get. It was one of the only fights that Terrence Crawford can get.
I don't think Ricky Hatton was a credible win. It was a credible welterweight, but it was a credible win.
So let me ask this again. So Phil said it was a credible fight for Terrence Crawford at 147.
So, I do think it's the credible fight. Absolutely.
Okay. So let me ask you again, Smoke, because maybe we didn't phrase it. I didn't phrase it right. Do you think Kell Brook is a credible win for Terrence Crawford at 147?
I think that Bud. The reason why I'm saying this is because we're excluding people because we excluded Ricky Hatton. So in the spirit and the same thing, if we're using Ricky Hatton as a non-credible opponent at 147 at the time he fought Floyd Mayweather, I think that Kell Brook is also not credible opponent at 147 when he fought Bud Crawford. I do think that both of them are still good fighters. They're still good wins. They're still credible opponents. They're just not credible at 147 pounders.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
Ricky Hatton didn't have any title defenses or nowhere near with Kell Brook. So you're saying Kell Brook is not a credible opponent on Terrence Crawford resume at 147. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that he was not a credible 147 pounder.
Okay.
Asking you what I'm asking. Hold up, Zone. Are you saying when he fought?
Hey, what I'm asking you is because we're talking about this resume. I'm asking you, do you think Kell Brook, when he fought Terrence Crawford, was he a credible opponent on his resume? Yes or no?
Oh, you asking me or you asking Phil?
No, I'm asking you. I ain't asking Phil nothing. I'm asking you.
Oh, you asking me? Yeah, I think Ricky Hatton is too.
Oh, okay, cool. So, like I said, Kell Brook is credible.
So is Ricky Hatton.
No, I didn't concede that Ricky Hatton was fucking credible.
Right, but I'm saying I am answering that. When I conceded the thing about Ricky Hatton being not credible 147 pounder, I never said he wasn't an incredible opponent. So like this movement of the goalpost for Terrence Bud Crawford, I mean, we can do it. And if you think that it's rhetorically effective, that's cool. I'm just telling you that, like, when it comes to credible at 147, I don't think that Bud at that point, Kell Brook was any less or more credible than Ricky Hatton.
We already established this. This is what we established. So we're talking about the fighters that they fought at 147 and what value they bring to their resume at 147. Okay. So we're saying, and I'm saying that Kell Brook brings value to the resume of Terrence Crawford.
I agree with that.
That Ricky Hatton.
I mean,
bring credibility to Floyd resume. I'm not at the comparison point yet. You keep trying to get us to compare Ricky Hatton versus this person. I'm just telling you what Ricky Hatton hadn't done as opposed to whoever else, not even Brooke. I'm just saying in general. So we already excluded.
Listen, if you want to flatten the line and talk about credible opponents.
Hold up. Let me give a better example. One that don't have anything to do with any of these guys to describe what I'm saying. Right? When Lomachenko fought against Rigondeaux, right? Do I think Rigondeaux was a credible opponent? Absolutely. Do I think Rigondeaux was credible at the weight division that he fought Lomachenko at? No, not at all.
But we're not even.
That's what I'm saying.
We're not. It ain't even no confusion on what you saying. We know exactly what you're saying.
Okay, all right. You good? Well, we good then. Oh, well, y'all go ahead. Y'all good then.
But I'm saying the same thing. We're not saying different things.
I'm a mute.
You're saying he's using you as a proxy to murk the waters up, and you're allowing him to do it by explaining.
No, all he's doing is reiterating my point. He's not making a different point than me. He's making the same point to me with a different example.
I'm making my own point. That's what I'm saying. But
yeah, our points are identical. Our points are identical. He just used a different example.
So let's get back to yielding the floor because he keeps saving you. No,
he's not saving me. You drowning. You the one who needs saving. What the hell? You're the one moving goalposts left and right. Like I need saving. Like is it credible or is he credible at 147? Which one is it? Do you want a credible opponent or do you want a credible at 147? Make up your mind.
Do you yield the floor? Let's get back to that because he came in and disrupted.
Yeah, go ahead. I yield the floor. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying to you, I'm not about to debate with you about the structure of the debate and the terms and terminology used in the debate. You do that quite often, Smoke. I'm not finna play that game. What we're talking about here is Floyd Mayweather's run at 147. And we're talking about Bud's run at 147. You're making this way more complex than what it is. Just be honest and we can figure it out together.
Well,
so, I yield the floor. Go ahead, man.
Okay. I am all about the honesty. Like the inference or the implication that I'm being dishonest when we're talking about a guy who hadn't fought in the division in years with two broken faces versus a guy who was undefeated but just coming up and fighting a guy at 147 who came up from 140 himself. Like, yeah, I don't understand how this has become this bogged down. Like, if you want to discount one, then in my opinion, you're discounting both. Or we can discount none of them and just talk about the guys they fought at 147.
Dude, that's what we're doing. That's why Rylo's even taking notes. Who do you want to discuss next?
Oh, I'm sorry, you. Go ahead.
Who do you want to discuss next? Because I'm allowing you to name the people.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm just saying, right. So when it comes down, like for me, I'm just talking. We can go through instead of saying whether they're credible and not credible at 147.
Okay,
we can just talk about whether they're good opponents, right?
Let's go to Robert Guerrero.
Yeah, because we got to establish that because we can't allow anybody to swerve in and out when the argument is convenient. So let's do Robert Guerrero. Robert Guerrero, is that a credible opponent on Floyd's 147 resume?
Yeah, I think. All right. So I mean, to flatten this whole thing, I think both guys had credible opponents. I don't think there's a thing as a non-credible opponent at 147 for either Floyd or Bud.
Okay, cool. So I disagree with that 100%. I think that Robert Guerrero is absolutely not credible at all. He's never won a championship or no world championship, no major world championship at 147. He did not beat any credible opponents at 147, and he's been beat every time he stepped up by the credible guys, such as an example of Keith Thurman. And I haven't ever seen anybody or any reason to suggest that Robert Guerrero is a credible 147 pounder and should be credible on a Floyd Mayweather's resume.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to start subtracting guys from Floyd's, then you're going to have to start subtracting guys from Bud, because that same thing that you just talked about applies to Jose Benavidez and Mean Machine.
And here's the thing about Benavidez. I agree with Benavidez, but I disagree with Kowalowski's because we watch Kowalowski's put himself in position and climb up through the rankings. That's why Kowalowski's actually got there because he beat Evanescence. We watched this together. This is not news. Just because you may not know who Kowalowski's is or you tracked him, then that's on you. But Kowalowski's is a credible welterweight in this time period right here, right now. He's earned his way up. Robert Guerrero didn't do that. That's the difference. Making one more credible than the other. I'm saying that Robert Guerrero ain't credible at all. But even if I say let's work it and compromise and we want to compare it to degrees, I'm saying that on a spectrum that Kowalowski's is more credible than Robert Guerrero. I yield it to you.
Yeah, I think that Berto was a better win going into the Mayweather fight than anybody fucking Kowalowski's fight going into the Bud fight. So
wait. You saying because you just took that kind of left?
Yeah, I'm saying that going into the Mayweather fight, Robert Ghost Guerrero had just beaten Andre Berto.
Okay.
Going into the Bud fight, Kowalowski's beat exactly fucking nobody.
Okay. So you're saying beating Andre Berto, that made him, regardless of when it happened, that made him a credible fight for Floyd.
And if we're saying that Kowalowski's is credible, right? I'm just saying,
listen, man, you keep
because it's a comparison. I don't know why you I get it. I get the thing. We're comparing the two guys.
Listen, Smoke. You got to remember. I'm just taking notes and I'm asking questions.
Cool.
And I just want to jot this down to see where we're going, because you know what I'm saying. I'm not even necessarily. So you're saying Robert Guerrero beating Andre Berto then makes him a credible opponent, right?
I'm saying that Andre Berto is. I'm saying that Robert the Ghost Guerrero is incredible. But here's really my argument. My argument is. I got you.
Smoke. You keep taking this. Right, listen, slow down.
I'm trying to answer your question, and while I'm answering, you start interrupting me.
Then question. That's the problem.
So go ahead.
That's the problem.
Restate your question, and maybe I'll answer it again different.
I'm asking a very simple one. Robert Guerrero beat Andre Berto. Does that then make him a credible opponent?
Okay. Just so we understand one another, right? It is my position that all of their opponents at 147 are credible opponents. The issue is that Zone is saying that some opponents and I get through my thing, bro. Like, this is why you're lost, because you don't listen. That's why you're lost, bro. You gotta follow this. I am saying that they all are credible. Zone is saying that some of Floyd's are not credible. So now we're getting to this whole thing of like how Floyd's people are not credible. So he is saying that Robert Ghost Guerrero is not credible. I am saying, if you want to take Robert the Ghost Guerrero off, then you're going to have to take fucking Kowalowski's off and Jose Benavidez for that same metrics that he's trying to exclude these other people. That's what's going on right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you this one more time. I don't know if you're gonna give me the same answer, but I'm just gonna ask it one more time. Robert the Ghost Guerrero fought at welterweight. He fought a guy named Andre Berto. He won. Does that then make him a credible opponent at welterweight for a guy who is the welterweight champion?
Okay, let me go through his entire list before Andre Berto. The point, just so we understand.
I don't need
the reason why I only singled out Andre Berto is because he said that Kowalowski put himself in the.
I ain't said. You keep talking about what
Christ,
Zone
dude, I don't know why you're so lost about this. It doesn't
I'm
come
not
down to
talking
one
about
guy.
Zone.
The only reason why I brought up one guy was in reference to a point that Zone 6 was making. I'm not saying the only reason why he's credible is because he beat Andre Berto.
Okay.
See, this is the problem. You've already said that you think they both have a credible resume. And I'm telling you that I think Bud, before we got here, Bud has a better run. And he looks to be the superior welterweight based on what we have of their welterweight career. You're coming in and changing it and saying you disagree because of what Floyd has done. I'm saying I understand that, and I can respect that. But I'm telling you why, for me, you're trying to pick through what you believe is contradictory in my metric, but you're failing because you're not answering questions or you're not listening. Because what I'm saying is very clear. You're not listening. I told you I agree. Benavidez is definitely not a good person to be bragging about on nobody's resume. But what I am telling you is that Sean Porter and Kell Brook are good. You're not finna sit here and tell me, a person who watched the welterweight division like a motherfucker, that Kell Brook is not a credible opponent on it. Although you just conceded and said, no, you're not saying that. You really believe they both are, but you're arguing with me just to argue because I'm saying that Floyd Mayweather shit ain't credible. So you're trying to revenge argue when you've already conceded that they're both good. And I'm telling you why Floyd ain't good.
Right.
So if they're both good, you should just sit back and listen to me shit on Floyd.
Right. So here's the issue. First off, I am not the one that's confused as Rollo. So I am listening. He's the one that's confused. The other part of this whole thing is the metrics that you're using. It's having a double standard. So we're having a couple of different debates. The overall debate is who is the discount guy? Is it Floyd? Is Floyd the discount Bud, or is Bud the discount Floyd? But the way that you're going about saying that Floyd is the discount guy is by using a standard to discount Floyd's opposition. The problem is you're not applying that standard across the board. So your conclusions fall down. Are you all the way caught up now, or is that too much of a word salad?
No, I said that Benavidez, I'm telling you who's not credible. Me and you going through together to make sure that we can't contradict ourselves. Rollo's writing it down. I don't know if you even remember that. So we're combing through together. You don't even have to do this or participate because you already said that they're both good. So you're just you're just triggered based on what I am saying. See, you're saying they're both good. And I'm saying, okay, cool. But I see flaws in Floyd Mayweather shit and more of them as opposed to Bud's. That's why I'm able to say that Bud has a better resume. And every time we comb through it, you keep interjecting and talking about the style of the debate, actually, and we're not covering any ground. So you think there's a contradiction there, and there's not.
Right. I mean, to get into this meta conversation, okay, we can describe the debate that we're having. The issue is that you're applying a double standard. The stuff that you are trying to discount Floyd for, I can apply that same standard to discount Bud. For me, both guys are credible. You are the one making the affirmation that one guy is credible and one guy isn't. So if you're going to say that one guy is credible and one guy isn't, then you have to apply the standard to both guys.
And that's what I'm doing. But we also know that no scenarios are twin scenarios, Smoke. They're not fucking twins, dude. I can't give you a perfectly God balance on both of the scales of justice. There's going to have to be some give and take on what we know about boxing. And it seems that you're lacking the understanding of what was going on with the welterweights in both of these guys' resume. So do you look at boxing or do you just skim through the shit?
I think I do both. But the issue is that I think it's an either or situation. And what I'm saying is the metric that you're using to discount Floyd's competition applies also to Bud's. So if you are going to start talking about how guys are not credible on Floyd's resume, then you have to apply that same standard and metric to Bud's resume. And for me, they come up as not credible too.
And I am doing that. And when we conclude,
so Zone, can I ask you a question, Zone?
We're going to have a pile to compare who has the least credible people. You know that's where we're headed, and that's why you're trying to fucking avoid it. Because you know that fucking Floyd Mayweather don't have no goddamn credible opponents like people try to act like he do. That's why.
I mean, listen, if you're gonna say that, then you gotta apply it to. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to get a good understanding of what you guys are doing, and so Zone. So basically, y'all comparing to see who's more credible, who has the more credible opponents at welterweight, correct?
We're doing a resume comparison, yes.
Okay, all right. So, I keep hearing, and I just want to make sure I get this right. I keep hearing my man Smoke say that you're trying to discount one person's resume because you think the other one is better. Now, are you trying to discount the resume, or you're just trying to say one is better than the other one? That's why I'm getting confused. Because I mean, you still can think Floyd shit is good. You just think Bud shit better. So I'm just trying to get a.
That's
just trying to get an understanding.
That's exactly what I told him. I said, I think we both agree that both runs are good. Okay? But neither of them ain't no fucking Tito Trinidad or no Sugar Ray goddamn Robinson. But we both are saying that they both are good. And I'm saying that Terrence Crawford is better. So we're taking a deep dive and a look at where the flaws are between the both. And I was hoping we could pile them up at the end and see what's really real. He won't allow that to happen because he's
exactly.
Wait, hold on a second. The reason why is because you're saying that one guy has credible opposition and one guy does not.
Okay, so Smoke, let me ask you something. Wait, Smoke.
No, Rollo, because I did not yield to you. I'm trying to catch Phil up because maybe Phil can help us do this shit and it might balance some things out. He keep trying to describe the debate and talk about what words are being used and not used and understanding the typical get the smoke shit. He want to talk about the structure and the conversation rather than the goddamn topic at hand.
Bro, you are the okay, sorry. Okay, so the issue is this. I already said that both guys are credible, and then we can get into a comparison of which guys are better. But you didn't want to go there. What you want to do is stuck on how some of Floyd's opposition is not credible. That's why I'm saying, like, if you want to get into this whole conversation of credible and not credible, we can have that. That is a tangential thing. It's a sidebar. It's kind of related to it, and I'm fine with having it. But all I'm saying is, if you're going to have this thing as this guy is not credible, then apply that standard to both guys.
Smoke, we will do that. But for some reason, when I ask you a question about a guy, you keep deflecting and not answering the question because I'm just jotting down so we can start comparing these guys. But I say something about, let's say, for instance, a Robert Guerrero, and you just go on a tangent instead of just answering the question, because then I'm going to ask you the same thing about another dude on Buzz resume, but you just won't even answer the question.
Correct, because the question itself, what you're doing in the question, in the way that you framed the question, which is why I had to go through the answer. Let me frame the question. Hold up a second. You're saying that the reason why I said Guerrero was credible was because he fought Berto. That's not what I said. I mean, goddamn. I got it, bro. Like, I can't win for losing this thing. Do you just want me to concede? Because at this point, the record keeper, at this point, for me, the record keeper is actually derailing the conversation. Whoever it is jotting down notes, he is not being able to keep up with the conversation. And so now I have to actually go through this thing and then clarify with another guy who is actually not even listening to what the fuck I'm saying.
All right, smoke. But look, smoke. Hold on, smoke. I'm listening. Hold up, 1 second. I'm listening. So let me kind of smooth some things over, right? So this would be my first question, right? Because it sounds like you want to know about the structure of this thing. So how many opponents has Bud had at welterweight, and how many opponents has Floyd had at welterweight? Or is it even comparable, or even the same amount of opponents?
No, they don't have the same amount of opponents. Floyd, I think, got about 10 at welterweight, and Bud got probably about what, 7?
6 or 7. So that's okay. So 7 to 8. So that's pretty comparable, right? So all right. So you can kind of skim through it and just kind of see and just go through the names. I think you should start with the first name. Okay, and then you start with Bud's first name, and then y'all just comb through it that way. I mean, that's it.
Phil.
I've been trying to do that, but shit, for some reason he think I'm trying to.
Yeah, because you keep talking about what guys is not credible. You're not just listen. If you just want to compare the guys, let's compare the guys. If you want to start talking about who is credible and who's not, then that is a different conversation. We can do that too.
So Smoke. So just let me get in for a sec. So, like, when I asked you about a guy like Robert Guerrero, because he didn't have a lot of fights at welterweight, and I asked you, I said, just the win over Berto, because I can't think of another win that Robert Guerrero had at welterweight. Does that make him a credible welterweight? For some reason, when I ask you that question, you just go off. You could just be like, yeah or no, because he did some other stuff. Or yes, it does, because Andre Berto was an XYZ. I'm going to jot that down. That's all, dog. It wasn't no retort or nothing, bro. I'm just trying to keep some notes, bro.
The thing is that your question to me underscores what the actual problem in this whole thing is. I'm rebutting a point that Zone 6 made about Cal Velasquez. when I mentioned Andre Berto as an example, right? Because he said Kyle Velasquez worked his way into a position to be a credible 147 pounder against Bud. And I'm saying that's cool, but while discounting Robert Guerrero's legitimacy as a 147 pounder. So my counter to that, my counter to it was that Berto, to me, was a more credible 147 pound win than everybody that Kyle Velasquez fought. Does that mean that is the only guy that he fought that made him credible as 147 pounder? No.
Okay.
All right. And what I was saying about Kovalevskis is he's had a volume of fights at 147, and he's a true 147. Robert Guerrero came up with an established career from other weight classes. This not a bad thing. This not a good thing. This is just what we know. There's no argument. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just bringing it to the table. And I'm saying we can apply what I said to Bud's people as well, too. That doesn't mean because I'm doing it on this side that I'm not going to do it to the other side. We just can't get through it because I'm trying to connect with you to see if that's something that you can consider. You're saying, and he asked you, is it credible for Robert Guerrero because he beat Berto? And you saying that's what makes him credible. And I'm like, okay, cool.
I'm saying that's what makes him as credible as Kavalauskas. Like my issue is the fact that you keep talking about how Bud's guys are credible, but Floyd's are not.
That's the problem. You keep wanting to take. See, this is what I'm not doing.
Yeah, he fucking up.
I'm not taking Zab Judah and trying to fight. I'm not trying to have a boxing match with the resume. I'm not trying to pick out, let me see who's the strongest person I can pull from. I'm not playing Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh with you. I'm not doing Blades. I'm not trying to pull out my best card from Terrence Crawford's fucking resume and slap it on the table versus yours. No, I'm trying to look at them in a vacuum. And either you think they're credible or not, because when you do that, you can't predict where we going with this, so I can catch you in a fucking lie. That's the truth. See, I don't want you to tell me. I want to know what you think about motherfucking Robert Guerrero, so I can stick your ass to the wall to see what your standard is. Don't worry about what I'm going to say about Kovalevskis. We just need to worry about what we going to say about Berto.
I'm not worried about anything. I'm just having a conversation. My point is this: if you want to talk about comparing the guys' resumes and their level of opposition, that's cool. We can have that conversation. If you want to have a separate conversation about who has actual legitimate opponents at 147, that's cool. We can do that too. But you're conflating the two and then blaming me for the confusion.
I'm done with that because you still finna do the same thing again. Had a conversation about the conversation. Is one Manuel Marquez somebody that strengthened Floyd Mayweather resume at 147 because he beat him? In your opinion?
Okay, here we go. Marquez.
Okay.
Smoke.
What about it? What about Marquez? You just said his name.
Is Juan Marquez a credible welterweight?
All of those guys are credible. I don't know why you guys are asking me individually. I already said that both guys are credible. It is this guy who keeps talking about who's credible and who's not.
Okay, so Carlo, this is what I'm saying. And then maybe now Phil can jump in and then you can just sit back, get the smoke. What I was saying was Marquez is not credible at 147.
I agree. Absolutely not.
He didn't fight anybody. He doesn't have a win. He lost to Bradley. What did he do?
Not a single win in his whole career except for Manny Pacquiao at 147.
And that's the same thing that we're saying about Jeff Horn. So let's say this. Let's say, okay, he's credible at 147. And I'm saying he's not credible because you're trying to say, based on your standard, that Jeff Horn is not credible. See, I didn't get to speak my piece on Jeff Horn, really. You said Jeff Horn is not credible because he had a one-off home run shot on Pacquiao. But that's the same thing that can be applied to Marquez. So if Jeff Horn beat Pacquiao and Marquez beat Pacquiao, although Marquez may not have that much work at welterweight, I'm cool to concede that they're both credible, which goes into your point that they're both credible. See, we agree on that.
Well, now if you want to compare them, right? Like here's the thing. As long as you say that they're credible, I'm always going to. That's where we agree. The only place we disagree is when you start talking about some guys are not credible, right? But the other part of it, just to compare the two, like while they both beat Pacquiao, Marquez knocked him smooth the fuck out. So if you could compare the wins, right? Since Bud's doing all this shit against the guys, then Marquez knocked Pacquiao cold.
Absolutely.
So let me wait. Let me slow down, Zone. Hold on, Zone. Because I want to ask, are we combing through each guy? Because I thought that's what we were trying to do. Because when we dissect a guy and say, what did this guy do at welterweight? And we can decide how good he was as a welterweight. Is that what we're doing? Yes or no? Smoke.
To me, we seem to be having two conversations, but only acknowledging one, right? It seems to be that we're having a conversation about who has credible opposition and who has the best opposition.
Oh man,
I'm just trying to have a conversation about who has the best competition, who has the best one. But he keeps going about it. Who is actually a legitimate 147 pounder?
Okay.
Smoke. Let me ask you something. Let me
throw this in here. I think Crawford is better because I prefer knockouts over everything that Floyd Mayweather has done. What he had 10 fights, and Bud has had 7 fights, and he got 100% knockout ratio in all his fights at ratio. So by virtue of performance, I'm more impressed by that as opposed to a guy who has how many knockouts at welterweight?
2.
Okay, so I'm cool with that. 2 out of 10, that's a 20% knockout ratio. That is not that impressive to me. Okay, paired with the level of opposition. I'm more impressed with Terrence Crawford 100% knockout ratio with a consistency of title defenses as opposed to Mayweather's brief retirement and some brief inconsistency.
Right. So and I understand like the challenge, right? And the way to one of the ways to we can look at this thing to see what the quality of win at 147, what those other guys did at 147. I have no problems with that, right? The issue that I think one of the disconnects that we've had is saying that guys are not legitimate.
Description on what I said. I'm not. Just tell me what you think. We ain't even got to talk about the conversation, Smoke. I just gave you a printout on what I said.
Right. Okay. All right. So, right for me, style of victory doesn't make you a discount or not victory. Like it's just wins and losses. Like like one guy has more power. That's all you're talking about is a guy who has like perhaps more knockout power. But you could also be talking about virtue of a guy who is just a naturally bigger guy. But also, it could be a quality of opposition, and that's the thing that I would like to get into. Like perhaps the reason why he has the knockout ratio percentage that he has is because the level of opposition is not the same.
Okay, so we want to get back into that. Okay, level of opposition. I'm going to start from the top. Sean Porter is great opposition to me. That's high level.
Yeah, I allow it.
Yeah,
I think he's excellent opposition. I think he's high level.
Kell Brook is high level.
I mean, not the version of Kell Brook that Bud fought, but he was at one point.
Okay, well, the version that Mayweather fought, it welterweight wasn't that valuable either, and then he knocked Pacquiao after the fact. So at the time that he fought him, Marquez hadn't knocked out Pacquiao.
Yeah, I get the fact that he had knocked out Pacquiao yet. I'm not mad at that. I'm just saying when it comes down to Kell Brook, then what version of Kell Brook that Bud faced, to me, was not elite 147.
And I can concede to that. And I'm gonna ride with what you gonna ride with. I'm gonna try a different approach. Okay, cool. So I don't think that Marquez was credible at all because he hadn't established anything at welterweight.
Right. Yeah, right. Was he credible? Right. Is he credible at the moment that he walked in? So is that? I mean, I got it. So here's
Okay,
my issue. Here's my
slow
issue,
down real
and
quick.
that's what I keep saying. That you keep toggling to this conversation between comparing the resumes and who is credible. So if we're going to go back to the conversation of who is credible, if you want to start subtracting people based on the fact that by virtue of the fact that they weren't fighting in the division or hadn't done anything in the division, that is where I go. That is where I start discounting guys like Kell Brook.
I just Smoke. Did you not hear what I said before that? I said I'm gonna roll with how you want to do it, all the way, 100%
He agree with you, Smoke. He said,
okay, cool. We're taking Kell Brook off, so Kell Brook is no longer legitimate.
Bingo. There you go. That's what he said.
So we're now going to start subtracting guys. Okay, that's cool. So let's subtract the guys that we think aren't credible.
So I said Marquez, by the logic that is set, Marquez is not credible.
All right, so the guys that I don't think are credible, are credible, like 147, like guy, like whatever. Like, well,
just use the standard that you just used.
Right. I mean, but my own standard is I think they all are credible. But now I have to go to a different standard because you wanted to subtract guys. So now I got to go to a standard so we can subtract some people.
No, you don't. Smoke.
That's what's happening right now. I think they're all credible. Yours? You don't think they're all credible. So now we have to have a conversation. If you want to just go by what I say, then let's stop talking about who is credible and who's not, and just compare them.
That's why I say,
because that's what I'm saying. They're all credible.
I'm calling bullshit. You said that you think they're both are credible. I said I respect that. I said, but however, I think Terrence Crawford run is better. You said, I'm not sure, but I do think they're both credible. So that's a draw. And I'm going through telling you why I don't think the guys on Floyd Mayweather resume is credible, so that I can show you that Bud's
okay. No, I got you. The issue that I'm having with saying, like, what have they done the issue that I'm having about discounting guys because of or the way that they're being characterized, saying that they're not credible because they hadn't fought in the division. Like, that's fine. That is I get that. I get that kind of framing, right? The issue is those guys. Can I get through this? Can I just get through? The issue is holy Christ, dude. I'm just trying to land my plane. The issue that I'm having.
You don't have to fly it because you.
Holy fuck! How are we gonna move forward then? Like, is it? You can just talk to me. You can just talk at me, and I won't say shit.
No, I'm saying you don't have to. You can just chill because it's Phil and it's Rylo on there. We could comb through it, and you could just chill. You said you're out the equation. You said.
Oh, hold up a second. I'm out the equation of who is legitimate. That's the equation I'm out of. Not whether or not we can compare the guys to find out who's the discount version. Okay, the discount version, where I'm saying that Bud Crawford is the discount version of Floyd. I'm not out of that equation. I can be out of the equation of who's legitimate. If that's the thing that you want me to be out of, I'll just get out. I'll go to the back until you guys figure that out.
So what I'm telling you is, let me make sure we clear so we won't have no misunderstanding. I'm telling you that I believe and think that Terrence Bud Crawford, 8 fights, or is it 7? 7 fights at welterweight compared to Floyd's 10 at welterweight is better, in my opinion, based on a lot of.
It's 11. 11 fights, 10 opponents.
Which one? Oh, Floyd.
11 fights, 10 opponents. Marcus Maidana twice. That would make 11.
Okay, so 11 fights. Okay, I'm wearing.
Okay.
Okay, so he got 11 fights. I'm saying his 11 and his 7. I like Bud's 7 over the 11. Now, I'm going to give you what I believe and what I like. It don't matter. I'm not asking you your opinion about what I believe. You can just add what you believe, and if it's in opposition, it's in opposition. What I'm telling you is I like the performance. That's the basic thing I'm going to start with. I like Terrence Crawford performance as opposed to Floyd Mayweather's. Floyd Mayweather's had 2 knockouts, which is like a 20% or less than 20%. And Bud has 100% knockout ratio in that welterweight run along with those championship fights. That's where I'm at with it. right, Rollo, go ahead. You cool. You and Phil. I guess he
I was trying to comb through when we started comparing these guys and who they beat, because in each of these fights, it seems as we're trying to figure out who had better opposition in their run at welterweight. So I thought we were going to comb through some of these guys, or at least the top half, or at least the bottom half, to see who were better opponents. So, for instance, now we know that nobody on Terrence Crawford's resume is as good as Manny Pacquiao.
Right.
But the good thing about Terrence Crawford's run is it's not quite over yet.
Well,
so
one thing about it is he beat a guy who beat Pacquiao as well.
True.
That holds value to me. Now, I ain't saying they got to hold value to somebody else. And I don't need your opinion about my opinion. Just give me what you think.
But they both have that on there. They both have that in common, right? They both have guys on their resumes that beat Manny Pacquiao.
Right.
The difference is that he also has Manny Pacquiao there too.
Right. What I'm saying is Manny Pacquiao got beat by Floyd. And Terrence beat Jeff Horn, who also beat Manny Pacquiao. So that's solid. And what makes Jeff Horn stand out even more, because he was coming off of the win of Pacquiao and went right into the fight with Jeff Horn for a title.
So what do you say to the fact that Floyd also has a win over a guy who beat Manny Pacquiao, not just Manny Pacquiao himself?
Right. Well,
and not only does he have a win over that guy, but he has a win over a guy who beat Manny Pacquiao in a more impressive fashion than Jeff Horn by your own metric about like how Bud is better than Floyd.
Right. Give me the guy. Who you talking about?
Marquez.
Okay. So when he fought Marquez at that given time, Marquez hadn't fought Pacquiao. So based on what we're saying about the time and the specific opponent, like I said, Jeff Horn had just came off, so we can stick with a strict timeline. For me, Jeff Horn just came off beating Manny Pacquiao. It would have been Pacquiao possibly versus Terrence Crawford because he was in line, because he was undisputed at 140. So he got to pull the card of, hey, I want to go ahead and face whoever's the champion at the WBO side of the house. We know that's how it works. Jeff Horn was slated to lose to Pacquiao for us to see that big face-off between Crawford. Jeff Horn pulled off the upset. That's good for him. And then Terrence Crawford immediately went and beat him right off his win off Pacquiao. When Mayweather did it, it is like backdated credit and shit, because Mayweather hadn't beat Marquez when Marquez had knocked out Pacquiao. Mayweather had came off of an 18-month layoff and fought it with a weight stipulation and then beat Marquez to a unanimous decision. Marquez then beat him afterwards. So I don't see how that credit feeds into the direct lineage of him fighting Marquez to strengthen Marquez as an opponent at the time when he fought him.
Because I think Marquez came off the loss against Bradley, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. He hadn't beat Pacquiao yet. He beat Pacquiao.
He hadn't beat anybody at welterweight.
So he hadn't. He was defeated.
Or actually, he's the only person that Marquez ever beat at welterweight.
So I'm not. So for me, I would not count that as something as of value as opposed to the run in which their similar opponents beat Pacquiao. Beating somebody afterwards is great for the overall ATG argument, but when we're comparing resumes, I got to look at that time frame in which you beat the person. But however, I don't, to be fair, I don't do primes and I don't do excuses to give both opponents or both people we're talking about full credit. Okay, so I'm not gonna knock Floyd Mayweather for fighting Marquez, but Marquez hadn't fought Pacquiao at that time. So Marquez came in with all the credible opponents that he had at that given time, which was none at welterweight, and Floyd fought him.
Yeah, I mean, right. So there's I think the kind of the issue is one of the problems is this. If you are like, let's say you are a 3-division champion moving into a new weight division versus a guy who spent his entire career at one division fighting nobodies. You can call the one guy more credible at that one division than the other guy, but I don't know how you would say that he's a better opposition.
I'm not using credible or anything like that. I'm talking about just an opponent strengthening the fighter's resume at said weight class. I'm completely done with the technicality.
Right. So I'm with you there. So like, how do we describe guys who have excelled and like to a point of having Hall of Fame careers in the lower weight divisions and then moving up, comparing those to a guys that have been in one division the whole time but haven't really done anything in that division?
Well,
how are we measuring those things, the value of those two fights?
Yeah, I answered a massive question that you answered, and I don't know what you didn't respond to that. I mean, because
I'm saying because the answer to this, I think, is the answer to the question, right? Because Marquez, like whether or not Marquez strengthens his resume has to do with Marquez's body of work at that moment, right? And at that moment, not necessarily just in that one division. The fight happened in that one division, and so that happens. But Marquez's credibility as a fighter came from other divisions, and on that note, that thing it makes him like way more credible than like everybody else, like outside of like maybe Amir Khan kind of thing, man, maybe even Amir Khan.
Yeah, I'm saying about the strengthening of the schedule. I'm done with the credibility.
I mean strengthening the schedule. That's the same thing. Like strengthening the schedule. I think it does. Like if you're saying that just because a guy hasn't
responding to your question, you asked me a question and I feel like I really smashed the question, so I'm waiting for the next one.
So to answer your question, yes, I think Marquez strengthens his resume because of what Marquez had done in other weight classes.
We're talking about at 147.
Yeah, that's because that's where they fought.
Right, but and we are talking about 147.
Correct, that's where they fought. So, and I'm saying that it was a strength of schedule because it would be one thing if Floyd only fought at 147, but Floyd also came from the lower weight classes.
Yeah, but he didn't fight Marquez at those other weight classes.
Correct. They fought him at 147. I think Marquez is good because of what Marquez did in the other weight classes. I think it still strengthens the schedule.
So we're not talking about pound for pound who has the best schedule at 147. We're not asking who fought the most pound for pound guys on the 147 schedule. We're saying who has the stronger resume at 147 based on what was going on at 147. I conceded to you earlier about, Kell Brook not being a good welterweight at the time. That's what you was kind of saying, right? You were saying he hadn't fought in the division in X amount of years. So going into that fight, you were saying he's not as strong as he should be. So I said, okay, cool. We're going to go with your logic, and we're still going to do it. So then I named Marquez because you brought up Marquez to rebuttal what I said about Jeff Horn and how strong Jeff Horn was in the moment. And you brought up Marquez.
Well, for me though, like just to do a thing, right? So because I also said that all of those guys are legitimate guys. The reason, the other thing is like Kell Brook though, like specifically Kell Brook, I think still strengthens Bud Crawford's schedule. I mean, strengthens his resume, but also because of what he did outside of the weight class. Also because he went and fought Triple G at 160.
But
it still makes him a good win at 147, not just what he did at 147.
But earlier you held that against him because you were saying he fought outside of the weight class, so therefore he's not.
Exactly. Only because of the comparison of Ricky Hatton, who hadn't fought in the division at all. So I was like, okay, wait a minute. If we're going to start discounting guys because of like their extra divisional shit, like for me, I'm just trying to compare the guys, not try to break it down to what division they actually did it in. Since we only talk about the fights they had at 147, I don't know if it matters that. Maybe it does. We can chop it up.
Let me ask you a question. Maybe it's the problem. Okay, are you familiar with the resumes of these guys who we're talking about and who they actually fought, or no?
Yeah, I mean, do I have an encyclopedic knowledge because it is some time ago now? Like these guys are not and they haven't been for some time. But was I there for all the fights? Of course I was.
Right. So
I watched them like live. Like I watched all this shit unfold. Like I've been watching this shit like kind of daily for at least 20 years.
Yeah, I got you. So what I'm saying is Marquez is not a strengthening welterweight fight for Floyd Mayweather for his resume. Who else you got?
I mean, see, here's the thing. We're comparing the two. In the comparison of the two, right? For me, I am looking at the fighters that stepped in the ring with him. We can parse those guys out and use different ways to see to rate their strengths, right? Because Marquez hadn't fought at 147, I can understand how that could be a knock against him. That doesn't elevate. To me, that doesn't elevate the guys of like a Jose Benavidez or Cal Velasquez above Marquez just because they had been at the division, fighting at the division. That doesn't make them better fighters. I don't think it makes them even more credible as a welterweight. Well, they seem to be legitimate welterweights, but they were, to me, legitimate, they're second tier legitimate welterweights. Whereas, Marquez has a really elite win at fucking 147.
Right, and so does Jeff Horn. But we're talking about
compare
their particular fight at the particular time. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a particular fight at a particular time with the two said opponents. Terrence Crawford, again, I'll say it just to lay it out. Terrence Crawford has a better welterweight run, in my opinion, based on the things that I named earlier. I've already talked about performance, right? If that's in opposition to you, that's in opposition for you. That's cool. So we're at Marquez, and I answered your question. So I'm asking you what else you got, because I'm going to go forward with you. Who else?
All right. Right. So for me, it's not even about parts. Okay. So because I think the thing that we need to work out, or maybe this is the impasse, and that won't get resolved, because part of your metric is the result, right? Because he won by knockout, and I don't actually have that thing as a better thing. Maybe that we won't ever resolve that unless maybe that's where the debate is.
Okay, let me ask you a question. This will tell me everything I need to know. If me and you get into a fist fight and I knock you out in 2 rounds, as opposed to us going 12 rounds and I win a decision, which performance is worse for you? Which of the 2 outcomes is more detrimental to you and worse to you? Being knocked out by me in 2 rounds, or going the distance with me for 12 rounds?
Yeah, it depends. Like, getting knocked out in 2 rounds, I could be still fresh. But if we go 12 rounds, might got the holy crap beat out of me, and I'm not the same guy. So it could and just to be an apples to apples comparison, if one guy beats a person by knockout and another guy beats him by going 12 rounds, which one beat him worse? It would have to be on the individual. I don't think just by virtue of going 12 rounds that is worse than knockout. I don't think it's just inherently that's better.
I'm done. I never thought.
I think that's where the debate is. That's where the impasse is.
I'm done. That's ridiculous. This got to be the most ridiculous shit ever. When hell did fucking knockout in boxing? How is this even a fucking thing, Smoke? Are you serious, dude? Are you serious?
Wait, hold on a second. I mean, yeah, of course I'm serious. Do you think okay, so hold on a second. I think that Devin Haney's run at 135 is more impressive than Ryan Garcia's. Okay. It's not because Ryan Garcia is knocking out everything at 135. Whatever. Even his career run. But meanwhile, Devin Haney's going 12 with these guys, but I think his performances are more impressive. Knockouts by themselves don't make it a more impressive thing. That is just, for me, that's you put a premium on knockouts that I don't.
I'm
Smoke. I got a question. Yeah. Leo Santa Cruz lost a fight to a guy, and he lost another fight to another guy. One was bad knockout, and one was bad decision. Which one was better?
That both of them he got fucking exposed. So the Frampton fight at Leo Santa Cruz, he got exposed for being a one-dimensional guy, but he kind of fixed it and came back. The Tank fight, he said he made he did the same thing 3 times in a row and got fucking clipped for it. So both of them, like, they showed like his deficiencies. One of them was way more exciting, right? Like the knockout that Tank did, and even the fight in general was just like a more exciting, action-packed fight. It was just a better fight. But the win that Carl Frampton had over Leo Santa Cruz was pretty fucking impressive. I thought Leo Santa Cruz was gonna win that fight when it came to the thing. Here's the other thing: Frampton was an underdog when he fought Leo Santa Cruz. Tank was the favorite to win, and also favorite to win by knockout.
Yeah, I can't believe this.
All right, wait. Still ain't on no more. Because I was just gonna say, so Zone. What you say that his answer to that question was?
Man, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. I still don't even know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I get it. You guys say like knockouts is the thing. Like that's all we need to go. Like, all we need to know right here. The issue that we're having, the disconnect we're having,
it's about just answering the question right now for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I answered the question. I'm sorry. Did you miss my answer?
Nope. I'm talking to Zone right now for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Because sometimes when we get in these debates, I like, because we know, like, we got to get to where we establish a standard.
Right.
And I know how it is when we get to an established standard. And that way that you can always change that shit up, throw that curveball whenever you need that fucking curveball or change up and shit. It makes for muddy. It make it all muddy. It always gonna make it muddy.
Yeah.
It's always gonna make
here's
it muddy.
here's the thing. So the problem is not all knockouts are the same, right? Not all 12-round decisions are the same. And that is the thing. Like, if you were just going to say just straight up, are knockouts better than 12-round fights? I don't think so. But if somebody else does, that's cool. I don't think you can just flatten that curve just by saying, just by virtue of stopping a guy, that is more impressive than going 12 rounds.
Right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
So. Yeah,
but I was just saying, sometimes when asked a question, it's okay to just answer the question and say yes or no, or one is better or one is worse. Sometimes it's just okay to do that, Smoke. It's okay.
I don't know why you're telling me like I don't know that, like I don't do that. Like, here's the thing. Like, I'm answering your question. You like here's the thing.
I can't wait till we go back and listen to this.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what their issue is. Thank you for telling me like the basics of fucking language, but yeah, I got that.
I got you, bro.
Okay, so
because it's just kind of hard to get to a point of a debate. There's no foundation, right? Because it's no answer for anything. Like, it's sometimes we just try and get to a simple answer, and there isn't one. And there always is an answer, but you never give them.
Oh, I mean, I can go through why I think Bud is the discount guy. I can give it the thing. The issue is like whether or not your questions have anything to do with what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I just asked you a question, bro. I would just ask you a question.
You didn't actually, you just made a statement. You didn't ask me anything, or maybe I missed a question. What was your question?
I'm trying to even do it. You want to do it?
I would say this. I just asked. I specifically asked about Leo Santa Cruz. He lost 2 fights. He lost to Carl Frampton, and he lost to Gervonta Davis. And I just asked you which win was better. Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Like it's a little bit of 6 on one hand and half a dozen on the other. I think one fight was way more. I think that one fight was way more exciting.
I'm asking you which one is
I understand.
better.
I understand. Okay, cool. I think it's a kind of a wash about which one is better. Like, unless you're going to just talk about the excitement of it. Outside of that, yes, that's what made, to me, you could say that one was a more enjoyable fight to watch. But it is not because one went 12 and one was a stoppage.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Oh my God damn.
I don't get what you think. Like, here it is. You think it's more impressive because it's a stoppage.
No, I listen.
No, and I'm talking about Zone, not you. Not you.
Okay.
I'm talking about Zone.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's established. And I don't understand I'm telling you that I'm giving you a standard based on a few outcomes of the results in boxing that we watch, between unanimous decisions, split decisions, draws, knockouts. Obviously, these are all things that could be on a spectrum. And I'm just saying, by and large, probably under most circumstances, I'm going to select a knockout as a better performance than a 12-round completed fight anytime, any day in the realm of boxing. I'm just saying I would rather stop somebody within 12 than to go 12.
I'm not mad. So I mean, what? Okay, so here's the question: which was a better fight, Robert Helenius or Fury Wilder 1?
I like the Helenius.
Helenius all day.
Yeah, I like the Helenius fight.
Easy.
Yeah, he knocked him out cold.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was a better fight to watch? If you asking that question.
Yeah, that's. I mean, better fight. I mean, I said better fight. Period. Like for me, there's whatever better fight or better fight to watch. Like I would pick Fury over Robert Helenius. Nothing happened in the Helenius other than him getting falling the fuck down, like getting hit and going down. Just what was a 2-minute fight? Whatever. Nothing fucking happened. He just got knocked out.
So if you Leo Santa Cruz, which fight was worse for you? Was it the Frampton fight or the Tank fight?
Which fight
if you're
was
Leo
worse?
Santa Cruz? If you were Leo Santa Cruz, which fight is worse for you? Frampton or Tank?
Oh my God. Got one.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you
It's a
because you guys think it's a simple and obvious thing based on your.
I'm asking you.
I'm trying to. I got it, but I got the peanut gallery like laughing at the thing, like because for me, I'm a little bit more circumspect about it because I was. Hold on a second. Let me just give you a little bit of a glimpse into what was happening. I was sitting there watching Carl Frampton and Leo Santa Cruz with my guy that I've been talking boxing with for fucking ever, right? Like we were sitting there breaking that fucking fight down like while it was happening, and this is like where I got my respect for Carl Frampton is in that fight. So like for me, like Leo Santa Cruz also made an adjustment and the guy came back as a better fighter. Like if I'm Leo Santa Cruz, to answer your question, I'm like trying to give it the I'm trying to respect your question, like the way that you posed it. Would I rather lose the way that I lost to Frampton or to Floyd than to Tank? I think I'm going to go with I'd rather lose the way I lost to Carl Frampton than the way I lost to Floyd. Yeah, I'd rather lose that Carl Frampton way. I wouldn't lose it, like getting knocked out because I threw the same punch 3 times in a fucking row. I don't want that to have happen. Like I would rather lose the way I lost to Carl Frampton.
Right.
Got shown that I'm like one dimension. I got shit to work on.
It's not the fact that you got knocked out. It's just because you wouldn't want it to be like, okay, I threw the same punch 3 times and it resulted in me losing the fight.
Yeah, but I mean specifically when it comes to Carl Frampton and Tank. I mean that's what the question was. Like I don't know what you did. Like you can flatten the curve the way that you want, and I get it. And also I'm glad that you're happy because this is all about chuckles and entertainment. But like at the end of the day, like for real, like I would definitely rather lose the way. I'd rather lose the Carl Frampton way than the Tank way. Also, like being the victim of a knockout of the year probably isn't like something that I'd be that fucking cool with. Like I don't know. It seems like, but maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Well, both of them were pretty kind of embarrassing. But Floyd, the Tank seems to be like a little bit more embarrassing.
the funny thing though, Smoke. I would just say this: this game almost over. It's just funny that sometimes in asking the question, because I for some reason I don't know if you think that like somebody trying to catch you up in something. I don't know what it is, but sometimes we just ask a question just for establishment, and you just almost refuse to answer the question as if there is a whole plethora of things that come behind you just saying yay or nay, this one or that one or two. Like,
well, it's because I think it's a lot more black and white for you when you're posing and your intent of the question. And I'm not trying to figure out your intent. I'm just taking your question at face value and then doing my own personal assessment. And I'm just telling you, like, honestly, like what it was happening for me, like way the whole thing. Like, this is my perspective on your question. I'm no like your intent in trying to figure out whether you're catching me up and all that shit. I'm not even going there with it. That's why I'm like happy that you're like, entertained by the whole thing. Like, cool. I'm just telling you, like, you posed a question to me. I'm going through it and giving you an answer.
Yeah, because sometimes we just be needing to get to a thing, like a baseline. Sometimes we just have to have a baseline. You know what I'm saying?
Get you, bro. Listen, if you ask me if there is a difference between blue and green, I can tell you, yes, there's a difference between blue and green. If you ask me when does green become blue or blue become green, but besides aquamarine or turquoise or some shit like that, that is a more nuanced thing, right? Like, your question sometimes doesn't yield itself to just yes or no.
So if I ask you what color do you like more, blue or green, it wouldn't just be a yes or no.
Then now you're gonna get into a thing because I don't like either one of them more. Yes,
listen,
there it
like
is.
Both
there it is.
But you can like one more than the other. And
I could like them both equally. That's the whole thing. Like, some of your questions don't have just a straight yes or no or black and white thing. They might, but they might not though.
Okay.
I still didn't get anything on Floyd Mayweather's side. I thought I was going to get some type of education.
All right,
well, no, it's literally the fact that just by virtue of knockouts being better than going 12 rounds, I don't think that is the case. Like, I think that's a preference. I don't think that is like a rule that you can now use to say that like Bud is now better. Like, whatever.
All right, okay, all right, Big Smoke. We had a good time. You made me laugh, man.
Yeah, always a pleasure, man. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to. I like the way that you're doing the structure of these next two fights and getting prepared for it, so we can really chop it up. And I'll definitely be tuning in, and I'll hit the link as time permits.
Yes, sir. We'll get it in. All right, man. Have a good night. Appreciate you. Hey, man, that was a good one. This is probably the longest one I ever have done. It was pretty fun. I got a clear schedule. But we'll be back probably next Thursday. We're going to give you guys a break because we give you 7 hours. I don't want to be just that heavy on it. So we'll skip over what's tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll probably drop some of the polls over the next 2 days. But we'll probably be back with Thursday. And that's get it off your chest Thursdays, and then we'll do Free Smoke Friday, and then we'll go into some of the Canelo fight, and probably as we get closer to the Devin Haney and Loma fight, we'll cover that, and maybe some of the fights on the card, because you rarely get that if there's any fights that are interested on the card or any potential prospects. So again, man, appreciate everybody for coming in. Let me just scroll through some of these comments that we missed earlier, just to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, it looked like it was good, man. Appreciate y'all for sharing the link. Yes, Lisa, we were still on. Jimmy, my man Jimmy. Smoke did his thing. Rollo, Zoe. Okay. My boy John Beats from Navy came in. Big Hill stopped in once, and then he had to peel out. A whole bunch of people came by today. It was interesting, man. It was fun. But yep, like I said, we're gonna shut it down for the night, shut it down for a couple of days, and rest up. And we'll see each other back on Thursday. But obviously, I'm gonna probably drop 2 more polls out throughout the next 2 days, and rest it up. And we chilling, man. You got any questions? Hit me up. Everybody's welcome as usual. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it down, shut it down for the night. It's your boy Zone 6. I'm out.